Belmont Park in Elmont, New York. Just minutes from the first of 10 exciting races. Trainer Christophe Clement, one of the best in the business. Busy day running horses all over the world, will explain. Among Clement's runners, Breathaway, 2-1 morning line favorite in the Wild Applause Stakes. A race Chad Brown knows all about winning already. 3-time winner and working on a fourth. Enter Tax Implications, one of 2 Brown-trained fillies capable of winning the Saturday feature at Belmont Park. Could have some rain inbound, dry for the time being. Welcome everyone, America's Day at the Races, as always brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. And welcome everyone, I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Exciting day to be a horse racing fan. It started early this morning, 5th and final day of the Royal meeting at Royal Ascot. How did the American do in the marquee event? We'll recap a little bit later on. Plus a full 10-race program here at Belmont Park. As mentioned, the highlight is the Wild Applause for 3-year-old fillies. Take a look at the field and morning line odds. 1 mile on the Widener, currently listed as firm. Down towards the bottom, number 2, Breathaway. 2-1 morning line favorite for aforementioned trainer Christophe Clement, as I welcome in my co-host, champion jockey Richie Migliori. Richie, will dive deep into this Wild Applause during the course of today's broadcast. It's race number 6, but a big picture, what could it mean for those who perform well moving forward this summer?
Well, I think it's definitely a harbinger of things to come. These are maybe fillies that have gotten off to a little bit of a later start with their campaign, or they've showed promise, or even coming off the bench. So they might not be ready for the Belmont Oaks on the, around 4th of July weekend. But we talk about second half of the year 3-year-olds, Colts. This is second half of the year turf fillies, and I think races like the Lake George, the Lake Placid are certainly going to be on their radar, particularly if they're successful today.
Lots of good races for 3-year-old fillies on grass. Today's Wild Applause, as Richie just mentioned, Grade 1 Belmont Oaks closing weekend, race 6. The Wild Applause post time around 3:41 Eastern. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 10 deep. They're on the track for the opener. Main track is fast. Turf course is firm. Temperature around 71 degrees. And with Saratoga just around the corner, if you haven't signed up, it's time to do so. Get involved, sign up. Naira Bets, take advantage of that $200 deposit match. Use promo code BONUS200, earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at nairabets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. Field for the opener. Good maiden race. Fillies and mares, 3/4 of a mile dash. Key scratch. Notable Queen is out. 5-2 on the morning line, 5 of them. So we start with the 8-5 current choice in Just the Facts Jack, to be ridden by Jose Ortiz, the Two-Tone Farm debuting homebred. Here she is, the daughter of former 2-year-old champion and Kentucky Derby winner Nyquist,
who gets 14% with his debut runners, winners out of his debut runners. Horse has got a really good work tab, and Bruce Levine, very underrated. He gets horses, first-time starters, prepared and run well, and the money this horse is taking is meaningful, Lafitte.
8-5 is the second choice. Nice long gap in between another first-time starter and Wixie Pixie with brother Arad Ortiz in the saddle, a daughter of a former Breeders' Cup juvenile and 2-year-old champion, Good Magic.
Out of a stakes-winning mare who has produced 3 winners. And the fact that Dave Donk reaches out for Irad Ortiz, he's not, going to have these guys chasing any empty wagons. Now, Dave's horses do get better with racing. This horse will probably be better for an effort.
Number 4, Avalanche is coming. Back to dirt, blinkers on.
Yeah, showed some speed at Charlestown, facing considerably tougher than what she faced down there.
3 Rivers, Mike Rutherford debuting homebred. Hunch play, Pittsburgh sports fans.
Out of the Grand Dam was the Grade 1 winner, Lakeway, Seattle Slew mare, so there's a lot of pedigree there.
Risk-free outside favorite, by far the most experienced, 13-race maiden.
And 6-5 on a horse that's 0 for 13. Now, listen, she has races certainly good enough. I like the fact that Javier Castellanos staying put. I think he improves with horses when he has a little familiarity with them. But that's a lot of tries to not get it done.
Early pick 5 starts here. We have reached post time, just in time to check in with Maggie Wolfendale, back from the UK. Maggie, welcome home.
Thank you, Lafitte. As we'll take a look at the lesser experienced three fillies in here, all of which first-time starters. Maybe it's a negative indictment that we see risk-free taking the majority of the money, though money shifting late here to the first-time starter number 2. That is Just the Facts Jack, as she's out of a dam. Mamma Mia Maria, she was actually a fairly talented sprinter. She did have trouble staying on the racetrack a bit, and she's produced one foal that wasn't very good, but Just the Facts Jack looks exactly like her dam. And I love to see that. If they look like their mother and father and they're doing what their mother and father did well, I think it's always a positive sign. And she's sprinting here on the dirt, whereas some of the other firsters will get to, maybe this isn't quite the right distance for them. But Just the Facts Jack, she warmed up like a true professional. She's fit. She's ready to go. I like her. She's now 6-5. Is Wixie Pixie. She is a 3/4 to a filly who is a stakes winner, but going long. And when I say 3/4, meaning that filly was by Curlin, this one by Good Magic Grandsire Curlin. She comes in very lean looking and fit, but mentally she was a little apprehensive about things and just looks as though she might need one to strengthen up and therefore also take a step out from this 3/4 distance and probably want a little bit more ground to work with. Now, Three Rivers, that's not the case. She honestly looks like an out-and-out sprinter, at least here in first inspection. She's broad, she's built downhill, she's shorter coupled. Maybe she needs one from fitness. She's probably maybe the least fit looking of the threesome in here, but I wouldn't discount her. There's a lot of substance to her, and she just looks a bit more mature, and if she's run before from that strength perspective. So for me, Lafitte, I like the 2 and 5.
Just the Fact Jack. Even money, Maggie. Three Rivers, the first-time starter for the Hall of Famer Bill Mott at 4-1. Final thoughts, Richie?
Yeah, interesting. Three Rivers actually worked on the turf on June 9th, and she worked a full second faster than the two fillies Bill Mott has in the next race, which is a maiden race on the turf. So she worked faster, but debuts on dirt. Just thought it was kind of interesting.
Yeah. Back-to-back maiden races to kick off the Saturday program. Trying to coax Avalanches coming forward for Amira Shashakli here. Final check of the tote board reading 4-5. Just the Facts Jack with Jose Ortiz aboard. Start of the early pick 5. John Embrial standing by with a call. The opener live from Belmont.
And they're in the gate. And they're off. Number 4, Avalanche is coming, just walked out of the starting gate. Three Rivers is out first, risk-free on the outside, runs in second with Just the Facts Jack, a close-up third. Now Avalanche is coming, gains on the outside into fourth, and Wixie Pixie is the trailer in fifth. Just the Facts Jack has gone on with it now to take over the lead. It's Just the Facts Jack by 3/4 of a length. Three Rivers is down at the rail. And then risk-free in third, and Avalanche is coming a half dozen lengths back to Wixie Pixie. The quarter went in 22 and 4/5 seconds. Three Rivers on the inside and Just the Facts Jack on the outside. The two of them are heads apart for the lead, with risk-free just off of them in third. Farther back, Avalanche is coming, and Wixie Pixie. Half mile, 46 and 1/5 seconds there in the stretch. It is Three Rivers closest to the rail. Just the Facts Jack is in second. And risk-free is next in third as they pass the 8th pole. Three Rivers is the leader here. Three Rivers by 2.5 lengths. Then Just the Facts Jack and risk-free. They come on for the finish. And it is Three Rivers to win her debut under jockey Junior Alvarado.
Nothing wrong with the rail early on the Saturday program. Door left wide open. Junior Alvarado takes advantage. Three Rivers, the Mike Rutherford homebred, strikes in her debut. There's a price here. 9-2 at post time.
And she broke very sharply. The 2 horse, Just the Facts Jack, broke a step slow, rushed up into position, got a little bit tired late, but Three Rivers, she was professional, she was good, and you could see coming to the quarter pole how confident Junior Alvarado was riding Three Rivers. He waited until Jose Ortiz on Just the Facts Jack asked her for her best. He waited until Javier Castellano asked risk-free for her best before he finally set his filly down. And this big rambling stride on this Daughter of American Pharaoh, this is a real good maiden race.
Triple Crown winner American Pharaoh, Three Rivers, filly with a future. Maggie told you she liked 2. That close to the exacta. They run 1-3 for Risk Free, splitting Three Rivers and the third place finisher Just the Facts, Jack Ritchie. That is a 6th second place finish for Risk Free.
Yeah, hey, listen, she's getting checks. She gets another $18,000 for finishing second here, up her earnings to $160,000 without finding the winner's circle yet. But interesting pedigree, right? Three Rivers by a Triple Crown winner, American Pharaoh, and the grandsire or great grandsire, a Triple Crown winner in Seattle Slew. So kind of bred in the purple.
And bred to run about 10 miles. Three Rivers, filly with a future. Impressive, 5-6-2-3 in the opener here at Belmont Park. Now we have a little more time to dive deeper into the headline event, the Wild Applause for 3-year-old fillies. Cue the animation. It is the America's Best Racing's Race of the Week. Take another look at the field. 3-year-old fillies, mile, on grass on that Widener turf course, currently listed as firm. And let's start with the morning line favorite, Breath Away. Joelle Rosario to ride at 2-1. Most recent, this was the day before the Preakness Stakes at Pimlico in Maryland. Breath Away from off the pace in the Hilltop and starting to find her best ride.
Yeah, and it looked like she had the race won. I mean, she made this run, and then she was picked off, and she was able to thread her way through traffic under Joelle Rosario. Found the seams when she needed them. This is like when the rush hour traffic breaks your way and you get to change lanes. But she was outfooted late by the outside horse, Espray. No excuses, really. Good run, good figure. Certainly the horse to beat, but you can't get a much better trip than she worked out at Old Hilltop that day.
It's hard to fault. The 4 starts, 2 wins, 2 second-place finishes, about a half length, Richie, from being undefeated. What do you think the approach will be from the outside box?
Well, I think Joelle is a rider that likes to get horses to switch off and come with one late run. Joelle chose to stay in New York today instead of traveling to Royal Ascot to ride Big Invasion, so I'm sure he liked the set of horses he had to ride.
And then tax implications, 1 of 2 for trainer Chad Brown. This is her last start last fall as a 2-year-old filly. Odds on, she has a lot of work to do, and she doesn't look like a filly that's a lot of fun to ride, Richie.
No, she looks very difficult to ride, trying to lug in through the entirety of the stretch. Manny Franco is a very strong rider, and he keeps having to correct her. He wants to let her run forward, but then he's got to correct her because she's trying to lug in on top of horses. Now, late, when he secures second, he's up on the heels of the eventual winner. He kind of surrendered and just had to hold her under the wire. The key is the time off going to kind of fix that issue? Is she going to be better now that she's older, or was that a physical issue that the time off will have fixed? She needs to run straight and be easier to ride to compete against the top horses. She should be undefeated. She cost herself that race.
That's what we'll find out. Did she grow out of that in terms of just maturing, or is that a habit moving forward? We'll see. Will Chad Brown be smiling after today's Wild Applause? He's had a lot to celebrate in recent years. A 3-time Wild Applause winner with Ancient Secret, Blowout, and Eminent Victor, as we welcome in Jonathan Kinchin, joining us from Saratoga, JK. However, if things do not work out for tax implications this afternoon and Brown in the Wild Applause, he has another serious contender.
Yeah, I mean, some might say that some person is me, that Liguria is actually the one that I like a little bit better in that situation. We don't really know. You pointed out what's going to happen with tax implications. Is she going to get it sorted out? Is she going to kind of figure out, how to run in a straight line, or is she going to do the same thing she did last time? We know what to expect from the 3 Liguria. I think that this is the horse that's the most likely of the Chad Brown runners. She ran extremely well in her debut as a 3-year-old at Churchill Downs. She, the winner of that race, a Brad Cox trainee that went wire to wire, she was trying to close into that in her first start as a 3-year-old, and I thought she ran extremely well. The other thing is we've kind of known over the last few years, there's been some issues with the turf course at Churchill Downs. So I'm kind of forgiving horses. I think some really like it, some don't really like it as they try to work through some of those kinks. So it's just kind of a built-in excuse. Maybe she didn't appreciate it. Maybe she'll appreciate this one a little bit more. Of course, the 8 Breath Away is a very formidable foe. But I thought that horse got a huge setup last time. The race seemed to kind of fall apart, and I think Breath Away kind of took advantage of that. I'm going to go with the other Chad Brown runner, the 3 Liguria.
And while we watched the stretch of that Jimmy Durante where she lost ground, she also lost ground on the first turn. Very rare horses winning stakes races on grass when they lose like that much real estate early and late. And she was able to overcome all issues. She's just that good. In today's opener, this guy was just that good. Three Rivers. She punches through. The daughter of Triple Crown winner American Pharoah. Impressive, Richie, on debut.
Very impressive. Broke sharply. Was able to settle along the inside when Just the Facts Jack kind of engaged her, but was always traveling, didn't get rattled, and Three Rivers was very well met at 11.60 under Junior Alvarado.
Alvarado rides Violet Gibson in the Wild Applause in row 3. Rivers to victory here, standing by with Maggie in the winner's circle.
Here with winning rider in today's first race, Three Rivers, Junior Alvarado. Junior, you worked very closely with the Mott team. Had you worked her before?
No, never get on her. You know, actually never met her before until I got to the paddock. And, you know, Liana, you know, she's been working with Mom for a long time. When I saw her first, you know, she's a big, scopy girl. So I was like, oh, she look a little big. And she's like, yeah, but she's sprinting. She's very quick. So I'm like, all right, you know, maybe go, you know, say like warming up by yourself. When I'm warming up, I'm like, I don't know about this. Then, you know, I throw a little kiss to her and very quick. So I was like, okay, I think she's definitely, you know, a sprinter, and I mean, she showed up today.
It was interesting. Richie brought up the fact that she had worked on the turf. Being a daughter of American Pharoah, you kind of thought that could have been an outlet. So is it positive when they work so well on the turf, but they show up on the dirt that they're just good?
Yeah, I just think she had definitely a talent. You know, good mind. You know, she was very straightforward. So, I mean, you know, like I say, anything is possible. You know, and I mean, today, I mean, she just run a great race. You know, broke good, saddle, and then finish up very nicely.
Yeah, well, on the inside, taking pressure the whole way. Do want to ask you about a horse you're not familiar with either. It's the first time you get to meet Violet Gibson as well in today's Wild Applause, breaking from the rail. Junior, what's kind of your port of call when you're riding a horse for the first time, especially in a stakes race?
Yeah, you know, I watched the replays. You know, she's a filly. Seems like, you know, she likes to close a little bit, and you know, by the time you have to ask her, you know, she takes a little bit of pedal, you know, and she needs a little bit of, you know, pedal for you until she gets going. So I kind of know that in my mind. By the time I have to ask her, you know, I need to be on top of her. It's gonna take a little bit to get going, but you know, hopefully eventually, you know, when she hit her high stride, you know, she should be, you know, hopefully, you know, right down the wire.
Yeah, a little bit of rain, but still firm out there. Wishing you the best of luck later on, but congrats. Nice way to kick off the day.
Thanks, Maggie.
Junior Alvarado always bringing great insight to the horses he rides in Three Rivers. She was very professional in debut. Lafitte?
Yeah, she was. Very thoughtful, insightful. Junior Alvarado. I get the sense most jockeys aren't ever too concerned about getting ready for any kind of race, in this case a stakes race, if they don't have any experience having ridden that particular horse.
Well, it's just in a day and age now where we have access to replays. And, you know, years ago where you would have to go to the stewards, get permission, they'd have to queue it up for you. I'm going back to when I started.
Watching replays on beta.
Yeah, but now everything's at your fingertips. You can go on, you know, several different sites, pull it up on your computer. And then if a rider's doing his job, he's also talking to the connections. He's not only watching film, but he's going to ask about their habits, different little idiosyncrasies. The best instructions a trainer can give a jockey, this is the horse's habits. Might pull up when he makes the lead, might be better in a situation outside, inside, and then let the rider do his job. Micromanaging never works out well. You know, Tom Brady's not going to go to the line of scrimmage and see blitz and not be able to call an audible.
Don't want that laundry list of instructions. You do your job, I'll do mine. How's that? Our job now is to turn the page. Race 2, more maidens, this time on grass. It's a good race. Current favorite, wide open. Couple of them at 7-2. Fizzy and no show Sammy Joe. When we come back, remember what happened Belmont Day? 3 graded stakes races on grass. Todd Pletcher won 2 of them, the Manhattan and the Poker. So don't sleep on Soviet Excess in the Wild Applause, coming in hot. 2 straight wins and ready for her stakes debut. We'll be right back.
Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes. He added turf credentials to his resume with a determined victory in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. Now his first weanlings are commanding attention in the sales ring.
Right here, 280,000.
191,000.
165,000.
160,000. Thank you.
A dual surface classic winning son of Warfront, War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Follow along to get all the stats on the horses, trainers, jockeys in today's races with Equibase past performances. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances on all the races on today's show. The Wild Applause, for example. Saturday feature Belmont Race 6. We've touched on some of the key contenders. Breath Away, the favorite. Then you have Soviet Express, number 6. Dylan Davis to ride at 6-1. She's a Wertheimer homebred, exclusively raced in Florida. Richie, like, how good is she? What do we know about her?
Well, one thing we know, she has a lot of foundation. She's, had already 5 starts, 2 wins, 2 seconds. Looked like she was a little bit of a work in progress, but it feels like she has improved, progressively and consistently. And her last 2 races were her best yet, one on synthetic, one on turf. Now, I'm of the belief that horses that, and it's not all horses, but in general, horses that handle synthetic handle turf, and obviously she's one of those that feels comfortable on either surface.
Soviet Excess. Dylan Davis will ride. Richie, he had that monster Belmont Spring Summer Meet last year here right before Saratoga. Big smile there. If he's going to be successful in the Wild Applause with Soviet Excess, what's the key?
I think being forward, getting your position going forward in a race that doesn't look like a tremendous amount of speed. I think the 7 carry is your speed for the, for Joe Sharp, a horse that is coming out of sprints, should probably go to the lead. But I think if Soviet Excess is set up shop right in behind her, poised to get first run, I don't think she wants to try to outkick some of these deeper closers.
Dylan Davis, Soviet Excess. Coming up in the 6th race featured Wild Applause 3-year-old fillies. For trainer Todd Pletcher, could be a very productive afternoon for the Hall of Famer. Also has a serious contender in the upcoming 2nd race at 4-1. Fitzy, the first-time starter there. She is the Eclipse Thoroughbred partner, debuting filly, Arad Ortiz to ride. More maidens in the 2nd, and there's the favorite. To the outside, No Show, Sammy Joe. Will she graduate in her 2nd career start? Race 2 next.
Good Magic's gonna win his first race, and he's gonna do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Here's Mage coming strongly down the outside. Angel of Empire is putting in his run, and there's 1 furlong to run. 2 Bills on the inside, trying to hold on Mage. Mage has taken the lead here as they come into the final 16, and it is going to be Mage to win the Kentucky Derby.
The classic sire.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Macoma broke well on the outside.
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
It is Macoma, the one to catch. Macoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 quarter. Inside, Macoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Macoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
Reach for the unreachable. Race to new horizons. The artisan's quest for beauty burns in the heart of Japan, forging strength like no other, with love and honed to perfection. Noble, authentic, and only here. The legacy of strength.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Gearing up for the 2nd of 10 races on the Saturday program. First look at grass racing in race 2, back-to-back maiden affairs. Maiden special weight fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up. And you're looking at Idle Chatter. Big sister was very good. Former Alabama winner, Princess of Silmar, Idle Chatter at 4-1. Let's see what Maggie thinks. She's standing by with this Paddock report. Maggie, let's start with the first-time starter number 2. What are you noticing from No Delhi getting set for her debut?
One thing, as I just looked up at the board, Lafitte, is that she's not taking that much money, this daughter of No Nay Never. She only costs the equivalent of $99,000 at the Golf's yearling sale, and she does have a decent enough European pedigree. I don't mind her here. Maybe she needs one to strengthen. Like, my biggest complaint, I would say, with her is that she could strengthen up a bit more from behind, but going a mile, that kind of physical prototype fits it well. Like I said, this is the right spot for her to at least to start, and I guess we'll find out more about her abilities, but she certainly doesn't make the worst of impressions on me, as Bill Mott will seek a early daily double. Number 3, Fizzy for Todd Pletcher. This one by Tappert. You don't see many Tapperts starting their careers or running too much on the turf, but this one, there is some turf pedigree on the bottom side, and there's obviously some very good dirt pedigree as the dam's a half-sister too. Tis the Law, a very successful New York bred. But looking at her, she does have the flatter foot. She doesn't have the most angular pasterns, so I don't really know what to think about her. She kind of has that weaker hind end where, at least on this surface, it'll give her a better shot than the dirt, and maybe she's one that we look to just strengthen up a little bit over time. She's okay. She's very professional. She's everything that you expect from a Todd Pletcher first-time starter. We'll just find out if this is the right condition/surface for her. On to horses who have some experience. Number 8, Idle Chatter. Yes, that half-sister to Princess of Silmar that Lafitte was talking about. I mean, I suppose we could say that the jury's kind of still out on whether the turf is really her thing, though her trainer, Jack Sisterson's going to stick with it because the Gulfstream race is fine, going 7.5, but Gulfstream and Keeneland turf are two very different things, and at the end of the day, the Keeneland turf is a bit more like our turf here. And she doesn't scream turf. She's incredibly good looking. She's the one that looks best in the paddock if I didn't know what the conditions of the race were, as she comes off a bit of a break and looks fantastic here in the flesh. But again, we'll find out more if this is really truly her surface, but we can say that about number 9, No Show Sammy Joe. I liked her going the 7 first time out. I thought it was a good place to start, though a gradual progression out to this mile suits her down to the ground. She's fitter. She's more defined than that first start. She's looking very, very strong here, Lafitte, as your favorite.
Like to hear, Richie, that she's made that progression in terms of how she looked in her debut, which was a solid debut, and how she looks gearing up for her second start.
Yeah, that's what you want out of a first-time starter, right? To take a step forward off of a good effort. What stood out to me about No Show Sammy Joe's debut was how well she traveled into the bridle. When you see a horse take the rider into the race properly like that, the tip in the hand, they have ability. I thought she flattened out just a touch the last furlong. That would lead you to believe she will be better for the race, and she's getting high marks from Maggie from a physical perspective.
Then you have Idle Chatter. Jose Ortiz in the saddle. This was her debut, mid-February, Gulfstream. She's 8-1, Richie. She didn't break far back throughout, but now she's starting to roll.
Yeah, and she's finishing inside. You like to see a young horse show some courage, not be, daunted by traffic or having to rally inside of horses. I think she showed a lot of courage, and she finished well. Now, the next start, she broke well, and she was up a part of the pace. What do you get today? I think she'd probably be better off settling a little bit and coming with a run.
Yeah, take her back.
Yeah.
She's right on top of the pace, and she broke better, as you mentioned, and just stopped. What do we see today from Idle Chatter, the little sister of Princess Silmar? And this is something you'll want to take advantage of, earning a $25 bonus today by playing with Naira Bets. Bet $75 each at Belmont, Ellis, and Woodbine, and earn a $25 bonus. Win or lose, all you have to do is opt in. Visit NairaBets.com to opt in. Horses making their way through that tunnel. All the legends, superstars of the sport that have made that very walk emerged front side, and with the call to post for this second race, and which of these fillies and mares will graduate today? Maybe just a splash. There she is, the Irish filly, first half of the Team D Tony Dutrow trained entry.
Tony Dutrow got his 2000th career victory earlier in this Belmont Park meeting. Royally bred daughter of See the Stars. I've kind of been waiting for her to put it together. I think there's a lot of ability there. She just hasn't figured it out yet.
La Mazel, Joel Rosario rides for the first time.
Yeah, more of a deep closing type. She's had a bit more foundation than her stablemate.
cold on the board, but made a nice impression on Maggie. No Deli, first-time starter.
Yeah, Buy No Nay Never gets 16% with his turf routers. A good European pedigree here.
Fitzy number 3, Eclipse Thoroughbred debuting filly.
Half to Tessero, a horse that won on synthetic as well as turf. Also won on debut. You like to see some precocity with a first-time starter.
Number 4, Best Performer. Does have the edge in experience.
Yeah, and you're getting Javier Castellano, who's been producing horses with that perfectly timed run consistently on this Belmont Park turf course. Has races, certainly puts her in the frame.
Machiavellique, great name. Too bad she's not very fast.
Yeah, she's going to have to improve. But this family seems to get better with racing, but she's going to have to get better.
River Tay, number 6, 1 race, claimed by Bruce Brown.
Yeah, a very sharp claim from Bruce Brown, beating a nose, so you keep that maiden condition. And she looked that day to me, for Wesley Ward first, so like she'll appreciate going a little bit further.
Avita, Peachtree Stable, first-time starter.
Yeah, another one that actually worked, I would say, in company with the other Bill Mott, No Deli along the inside there, 104 on the turf the same day the filly that won the first race went 103.
Idle chatter, what will the strategy be today?
Well, I think she'd be better off settling and making a run the way she did first time. I thought that was a little better effort. Well, a lot of residual value there. Lafitte by a Triple Crown winner and a half-sister to a Kentucky Oaks winner.
She was Princess of Sylmar, Alabama winner. Incredibly talented filly, no-show, Sammy Joe. Lots to like. It all adds up to the 2-1 favorite.
Yeah, I liked her first race. And, again, I was struck by how well she traveled in the bridle and maybe just flattened a little bit. She's my top selection. I didn't quite expect her to be favorite, but I think she's a deserving favorite.
Field for race number 2, maidens. First look at grass racing, fillies and mares. 1 mile on the Widener. JK, as we mentioned, lots to like about No Show, Sammy Joe, and you're expecting a good effort from her as well.
Yeah, I mean, look, Richie can attest to this, and you as well, Lafitte, that a horse is likely to make their biggest improvement from their first start to their second start. When you look at the speed figures surrounding this race, No Show Sammy Joe, Timeform US, got a 97 last time. Majority of the competition in this race, 96, 98, the highest number is a 99. The horse that's had the 99 was the 4 Best Performer, who's had a lot of performances, a lot, has been out there a lot. So you got to think that that's probably the ceiling for what that horse wants to do. That's not the ceiling, the 97 for No Show Sammy Joe. You'd like to think that that horse would be able to take another step forward. She broke a little bit slow last time, too, which makes you think she's going to appreciate a second run getting out of the gate. And I think that the other thing to keep in mind is that, like Richie mentioned, she looked like she got a little tired late last time. Her previous work on May 4th, before that start on May 12th, they went 6 furlongs. To me, that screams, I think we got her fit, but let's go 6 furlongs just to make sure we got her fit. Then she comes back with 3 5-furlong works. I think now you're going to see her best performance. I think she will be the best version of herself. And I don't think the price is too unfair, to be fair.
2-1. No Show, Sammy Joe, Manny Franco in the saddle. Star jockey Joel Rosario warming up La Mazel for Rosario. This is going to be his first mount this afternoon. He'll be busy. 7 mounts total. 2 favorites, Richie, including Breath Away in the Wild Applause.
Yeah, listen, Joel is a rider that, particularly on turf, likes to get horses to switch off and come with a big run. And he's most effective when you see horses settle into his hands. That's one of his big strengths as a rider, getting horses to settle into his hands.
A couple of scratches in terms of horses he would have ridden, but as we mentioned, the 2 favorites. Gerrymander a little bit later on, 8-5, and Breath Away, the 2-1 favorite in the Wild Applause. Back down to Maggie.
And we'll take a look at some horses who are double-digit odds here, Lafitte, watching warm-ups. I was trying to suss out who might be the speed in here, and I think that does fall to number 6, River Tay, as she's going to stretch out in distance in her second start, but first off the claim for Bruce Brown. And honestly, she ran a lot better than I thought she would. I know she took a lot of money that day, which was probably reflective more of the quality of field she was facing rather than maybe more or less her talents. And 2, it was a period of time when Wesley Ward was just shipping everything in and winning with most of them. But to me, she just didn't look fit. that day. I was kind of wholeheartedly against her, and she almost made me look like a fool. But she's a lot more tucked up having that race under her belt. The problem is, though, is she might be okay at a mile, and this is kind of that not the truest of, you know, 2-turn miles. It's kind of a turn and a half, if anything. And I just thought maybe shorter would be better, but given the way things are configured here at Belmont, it gives her more of a chance, I think. And I just think she's more well prepared for this second start, and you're going to get paid at 16-1. Belmont's other first-time starter is number 7, Evita, a daughter of Medaglia d'Oro, certainly of the Medaglia d'Oro physical bloodline, and that they're, especially the fillies and mares, they are very effeminate. But he does best with his fillies and mares. And she's one that just was like ho-hum before she got the tack on. And then when she got her saddle on, she kind of puffed herself up a bit, and especially when she got out on track, she just grew another hand, you know, visually, so to speak. And she might be the best prepared first-time starter of this group that we have here. I love the way that she moved over the racetrack. For me, after watching warm-up, she was the firster that I would maybe use in this spot, Lafitte.
See if she runs to her appearance. Maggie Afida and Richie, Jose Lascano, just fortunate to be riding it all today.
He got very lucky yesterday. He won the first race on a first-time starter who stumbled coming back, and I don't know how she avoided stepping on him. It was inches, and he's taken some hard knocks lately. He's such a tough guy, though. He's undeterred.
It's just one of those guys that seems like he hits the ground often. For no rhyme or reason, no fault of his own, just more of a wrong place, wrong time kind of situation. As for Dylan Davis, he's hoping he's in the right place at the right time. Aboard Machiavellique, his first ride today. Several contenders, Richie, including Soviet Excess in the Wild Applause. Could be a productive afternoon for Dylan Davis trying to get that momentum going towards Saratoga. Again, he had that great Belmont Spring Summer last season.
Yeah, Dylan just got off to a very difficult start, you know, here at the Belmont stand. Just a lot of seconds and finally broke through.
We're all set. Johnny I standing by. Post time for the second from Belmont.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Hesitant beginning for number 2, No Delhi, and she's towards the back of the pack. Up front, Just a Splash, away well. Passed there by Machiavellique. Machiavellique to the front. Just a Splash down on the inside, runs in second with River Tay next in third. Idle Chatter is in fourth, and on the outside is the favorite, No Show, Sammy Joe, who runs in fifth, followed by La Mazel down at the rail. Alongside his Best Performer. Then a break of almost 2 lengths, back to Fizzy and Evita, and No Delhi is the trailer. Opening quarter mile over the firm turf in 23 and 1/5 seconds. Just a Splash by 3/4 of a length. Machiavellique on the outside, next in second. Just in behind is Idle Chatter, who's down towards the rail, followed on the outside by River Tay. Then La Mazel in fifth. No Show Sammy Joe is sixth, better than a half dozen lengths from the front. The half mile, 47 and 3/5 seconds. Midway on the turn. Just a Splash is still the leader. Machiavellique is still chasing in second. Idle Chatter and River Tay heads apart. No Show Sammy Joe now begins to pick it up on the extreme outside as they come for the head of the stretch. La Mazel is down towards the rail. Then comes Best Performer. They head for home now with No Show Sammy Joe to take over the lead as they come down for the 8th pole. It's No Show Sammy Joe in front. Best Performer continues to gain. Machiavellique and River Tay are there. And No Delhi putting in a late run, but no threat to No Show Sammy Joe, who breaks her maiden here. Best Performer was second, and it was close for third.
No doubt about it. Performance. No Show Sammy Joe graduates in her second career start. 8-5 at post time. All of our handicappers locked in on this one.
How good was she that she carried all that extra weight? Me, Jonathan, and Maggie picking her. But she looked poised to make this run from midway of the far turn. Watching her, the way she traveled in the bridle comfortably the first time, she even took it up another notch this time. And just makes a rider's life and job so much easier, Lafitte, when you can gauge how much horse you have underneath you. You can see Manny Franco, how much confidence he had in her, and she drew off as much the best.
Your interview with Franco yesterday after his win in the 8th race, I believe it was, just the difference in presence, his mannerism, the level of confidence. It's such comfort with himself and what he's doing out on the racetrack.
It really is. I mean, his poise and, even how comfortable he is now in front of the camera and speaking about these things, his maturity level. He's just such a complete package. He's such a good athlete. I mean, anybody watch him in that basketball game against the trainers in Saratoga, tell me this guy isn't an athlete.
It was like the Marlboro man posted up talking to you after his win yesterday. Just laid back, cool, confident, and here delivering at 8-5. And for trainer Graham Motion, this daughter of Luke de Vega, she had all those signs in terms of what she did in her debut. You watch that race, you say, okay, she should move forward. What Maggie saw in the paddock, physically, that much fitter, that much better. Every indication she was going to put forth that type of effort, and it all results in a maiden win. An impressive one.
Yeah, an impressive one as well. And listen, Graham Motion can win with first-time starters. That's not his goal. His goal is to set him up for a career. So she ran well enough first time that you knew she'd be better in her second start.
No show, Sammy Joe, English filly, English trainer, and Manny Franco, the winning pilot, 9-4-5-6 results when we come back. Plus, time for the Kentucky Derby runner-up to go back to work. 2 fills. A new jockey today, not by choice. 2 fills, strictly the one to beat in the Ohio Derby this evening. Stay tuned.
Puts ahead in front. Tapit Trice wins the Toyota Bluegrass.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races here on this lovely, balmy Saturday afternoon at beautiful Belmont Park. Maggie Wolfnell along with the crew, but I'm standing next to a man who just won the second race with no show, Sammy Joe, Manny Franco. And Manny, she was one that gave the indication that there was ability in her first start. She just kind of needed it, and today she was full of run.
Yeah, they was right. I mean, she ran really well for the first time, and with that race under her belt, today she should be tough, and that's what she chose. You know, she have a lot of ability, and Graham do a great job with his horses.
What I liked about her is she was tactical enough, having the 7/8, to sit close enough. But she put separation between this field. How difficult is it in turf racing, especially, to be able to make the first move but still keep that margin of victory pretty large?
It's not easy. I mean, I feel like I have a lot of horse under me, and I just, by the 3 pole, I just put it on the outside on the clear. When she saw the clear light, she just took me to the front right away. So I say, when she made the lead, she put her seats up, like waiting. I say, I got a lot of horse, so if they want to beat me, they got to pass running. And
They got no shot.
Exactly.
Well, let's talk a little bit about, a little later on in the Wild Applause. A filly named Tax Implications gave you all sorts of fits last year in the Chelsea Flower. She was 1-2 that day. Talk about the stretch run with her and how difficult it was to ride her that day.
Yeah, that day, I don't know, she don't do anything the first time. She kinda surprised me on Aqueduct that day. She in the stretch, she just want to get in with me, and I have no chance to let him run, like I want, I'm trying to let him run and correct her again, and I think that's cost me the win that day. Hopefully today she's more straight.
And more mature as she's making her 3-year-old bout. Manny, congratulations, though, here with this win.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Manny Franco, no show. Sammy Joe. The show continues as we get it back up to Lafitte and Mig. Guys.
Manny Franco, Maggie, and that date with Tax Implication in the Wild Applause, and that's what everybody will be watching when the real running starts. Does she run straight, or does she start fighting her jockey again?
Yeah, I mean, it just inhibits your ability to allow her to go forward. You're trying to walk that tightrope, allowing her to go forward, but correcting her at the same time. But no show Sammy Joe. She was pretty straightforward, and 520 as your favorite, and overcoming all of us picking her.
It's good. Just trying to get a gauge. It's just one win. Is that a stakes caliber filly? What do you expect for her in the future?
She gives me the impression that she has a very bright future and potentially stakes races in her future because of the way she travels in the bridle. Good horses do that way, where they take the rider into the race. The rider doesn't have to ask them to get into the race.
The third race, just a $25,000 claimer. Back to the main track, non-winners to Lifetime later on this evening. While we have 3-year-old fillies here in the Wild Applause, we also have horses emerging from the Kentucky Derby in the form of 2 fills running in the Ohio Derby. And one of the bigger stories, Jareth Lufberry, who has had this banged-up shoulder. He wasn't able to finish the card riding at Canterbury Wednesday night. Will not be able to ride 2 fills, who we finished second with in the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, we were covering that Canterbury Downs card the other night right here at Belmont Park. And when he had to take off after the turf sprint and was not able to fulfill his commitment in the Canterbury Derby, you knew it had to be significant. Guys do not take off minutes before a race with a big purse for no reason.
And he tweeted how it's, I'm paraphrasing, but just heartbreaking. And you can understand why. Has to watch somebody else ride. It's going to be Gerardo Corrales who's going to ride 2 fills, and 2 fills in a losing effort, but some could still argue ran the best race in the Kentucky Derby. Not taking anything away from Mage, but 2 fills right on top of that hot pace, while most of the other horses using their speed faded. 2 fills kept fighting to the wire.
No, he did, and I think Jareth Lufberry gave his horse a tremendous ride in the Derby. He was sitting right in behind that pace. He was close to it, but his horse has got natural speed. And an opportunity presented itself for him to go forward. He took his opportunity, and he didn't go all in. He did it, the right way, kind of let him ease up into the spot. He ran a terrific race, and it does have to be heartbreaking. And the only way I can maybe describe it is, it's prom night. And now you got a stomach bug, and you got to watch someone else go to the prom with your date.
Tough pill to swallow. Tough pill to swallow. 2 fills. Skip the Preakness. JK, skip the Belmont Stakes, resurfaces in the Ohio Derby. So is this like some sort of, procession for 2 fills, or does he have legit competition this evening?
Oh no, I think he's got legit competition. I mean, let's do say this about 2 fills before we move to Bishop's Bay. I think when you look at this Kentucky Derby, you're going to recognize that horses that came from off of the pace, their performances look a little bit better than they might have been. Horses that were closer to the pace, like 2 fills, I think their performances might have looked a little bit worse than they might have been. I think 2 fills ran extremely well in that race to be such involved with the pace and to still hold on the way that he did. I think 2 fills is a serious, serious horse. But the problem is, I think Bishop's Bay is a serious horse as well. I loved Bishop's Bay in the Peter Pan when he ran against Arcangelo. I singled that day. I tried to get cute beating Arcangelo. They hooked up in the lane, and Bishop's Bay kind of pulled himself up a little bit, then came back, and that's one of the reasons I was against Arcangelo's. I thought maybe that it was a Bishop's Bay thing rather than an Arcangelo thing. But we learned in the Belmont Stakes that it definitely wasn't an Arcangelo thing. He's a good horse, and he took Bishop's Bay took him right to the wire. Bishop's Bay has a very fast speed figure. I just wish Bishop's Bay was drawn outside of Two Phils. But if Florent can ride like he was riding on Wednesday night at Canterbury and find a way to get outside of Two Phils, so you'd like to think it's going to be Ford, I do like the 3 Bishop's Bay.
JK betting on horses with sharks on his shirt and dogs on his wall. Gotta love it. We'll see what happens later on this evening in the Ohio Derby, Richie, and that's what makes this second half of the season so exciting. When this chase for a 3-year-old championship is very much alive, when you have 3 different winners of each of the Triple Crown races, things really heating up. The Ohio Derby, Haskell, Jim Dandy, West Virginia Derby, of course, the Travers, Grade 1 Pennsylvania Derby, an Eclipse Award to be earned.
Absolutely. Right now, it's a jump ball. Who's going to come down with it? I mean, right now, Forte still has an opportunity to, show that he's the best 3-year-old. You've got 3 different winners of the Triple Crown events that are looking to add some consistency to this division. Somebody to kind of take, seize control of it and start putting together multiple wins as opposed to, trading decisions, if you will.
And in the last couple of years, it's come down to the Travers in terms of determining a championship. Last year's Kentucky Derby second-place finisher Epicenter wound up winning the Travers, crowned as a 3-year-old champion. And the same with Essential Quality, Richie. The Travers, Essential Quality, these horses exiting the Triple Crown races, peaking a little bit later on route to a title.
Yeah, I think, you definitely open the door to second half of the year type horses, right? And the Travers has taken on more importance in years like this when we don't have a clear-cut leader of the division. I thought Epicenter was very good and a very deserving winner of the Eclipse Award last year, particularly off the strength of his Jim Dandy and Travers.
The highlight every summer at Saratoga, and the 155th season is less than 3 weeks away. We can't wait to see you all up there. We can't wait to see those crowds. Richie, how fired up are you for opening day?
Love playing to a packed house, and one thing about Saratoga, every day you get a packed house.
So much excitement. 40 days of racing, stakes race every day. We'll have live coverage for you right here if you can't make it up there. Saratoga Live returning, opening day July 13th. We'll be spending all kinds of time on Big Fox. 6 Saturdays from the Grade 1 Coaching Club, American Oaks, of course, to the Travers. Everything in between. Summer at Saratoga on Fox. And those big Saturdays, the day prior, Richie, all the giveaways, including that bucket hat, which there might be like 75,000 people in line to get into Saratoga for that bucket hat.
I'm going to get one, and I'm going to go out for a sail on Lake George. Look like Gilligan now.
You're going to get lost out there like Gilligan is what's going to happen. Fans love the swag. The T-shirt, you saw the bucket hat, you see the cooler, all of that. All again, Friday, Saratoga giveaways at the Spa. It'll be here before you know it. Less than 3 weeks. Opening day, Saratoga. Meantime, we'll step aside. Horses are in the paddock for the upcoming 3rd race. Just a $25,000 claimer. Non-winners to lifetime. And there is Oregano. 8-5 morning line favorite. A little bit of an overlay now. 2-1. Surface switch is key. Back to dirt. The only surface he's won on. Stay tuned.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:40 post on weekends and 2 p.m. start on Fridays, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to 6-figure pools and a low 15% takeout. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early. Win often.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
Independence Hall is hands down one of the most impressive horses I've ever seen physically.
Independence Hall is pouring it on here in the Nashua Stakes. Won by maybe a dozen lengths.
Independence Hall wins the Hagyard Fayette.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to the show. America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1. We have a free way to play the Sport of Kings from anywhere. No deposits required, but real prizes awarded. Naira Bets free-to-play contests are here. Get in on the action at free-to-play.nairabets.com. Field updated odds for this $25,000 claimer. All one for something. Non-winners 2 lifetime. Promise you that Oregano back there, who is the current choice at 9-5. Back to dirt. The only surface he has won on, Oregano. And there he is, Richie, again, going back to the only victory of his career thus far at Aqueduct. This was late March. Oregano, who was showing speed that afternoon, engages the leaders and eventually is able to gut this one out.
Yeah, and this was a very game performance. He's trying to lug in here under Jose Lezcano. Did a real good job keeping him straight. This was for maiden 40 against New York State bred, so a couple of restrictions on that. They've been so insistent on keeping this horse on the turf, though, Lafitte, and his only win came on the dirt. He's finally getting back to the dirt.
The preferred surface, but really lugging in as well.
Yeah,
difficult in the stretch.
He was difficult to ride, and not as difficult as Tax Implication, but
kind
difficult.
Of a theme. Kind of a theme this afternoon. Dan and Maggie with this Race 3 Paddock Report.
And Lafitte, we'll kind of talk about the 2 favorites in here, both of which kind of similar report cards, if you will, form, so to speak. So they both only have that 1 win while on the dirt in maiden 40s. But Oregano, it was against a softer field because it was restricted to New York breds. But they're both returning from turf efforts. And if anything, number 1, Labard, honestly, has more of a turf look to him. Now, he did break his maiden on a fast racetrack, but though he posted another faster type of race on the wet. He looks good here. He's a little bit of that more narrow frame, does have a turf hoof to him, does have a little bit of a more angular, weaker hind end, so we'll see how he does. He definitely makes sense in this spot, but if you were asking me to pick between the 2, every time I think I'd land on Oregano, whom I don't like as much on form, but to me, he honestly looks more like a dirt horse, and he's kind of had more limited starts on the dirt. So while that maiden 40 for state breds wasn't that strong at all, he was able to get the job done. And he looks great here for Charlie Baker. If anything, he continues to get fitter, to develop, and just improve physically. So for me, Lafitte, I think the public has it right.
At 8-5 currently, she says he looks the part as a dirt horse, as you mentioned. All those tries on turf, but the 1 win on dirt, Oregano and Jose Lezcano, who did ride him to victory. And as difficult as Oregano was, it wasn't this difficult. Watch this. This is after a win yesterday, Richie, what you were discussing earlier. After his win in the first, and look at that, look out.
Oh, man. It's hard to say that he got lucky because he just got run over by a horse.
He got lucky.
But he got extremely lucky. And listen, Jose is so tough. He's had a couple of tough falls lately. The fact that he went down on that filly after she was difficult in the post bridge, she was really hard to handle, very green. And then he jumps back on her to come back and get his picture taken and ride the rest of his mounts. I mean, it takes a special kind of mentality to be able to put those things immediately behind you, and he has that warrior's mentality.
Yeah, fine rider, lots of talent, some big wins. One of the more underrated riders in the country, but seemingly a career just littered with incidents like that, spills and injuries. that have kept him off the track for extended periods of time.
Yeah, and, listen, and that's part and parcel of it, right? You got to be able to stay healthy, and there's a certain amount of luck that goes along with that. Here you are, won a race, and nearly get, taken out because your filly stumbles and almost steps on you. But the thing that stands out to me about Jose Lezcano, and I agree, completely underrated, he doesn't have a weakness. He rides front runners well. He rides closers well. He rides the turf well. He rides the dirt well. He'll fit any kind of horse.
Wearing silks that'll make you feel that much more confident. The U. As always, invite you to join us. Naira Bets. Get involved. Take advantage of that $200 deposit match. Sign up. Use the promo code BONUS200 to earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now, NairaBet.com, to earn your $200 deposit match. Uragano, so something to watch in the stretch and how much he fights Jose Lezcano, that win on the dirt, but really pulling at him as well. Charlie Baker, the trainer, he's currently 8-5. 6 of them.
You know what I would do if I was riding Uragano?
What would you do?
Put him on the lead on the rail. We saw the rail was good the first race. Philly went wire to wire on the rail. And there's not a lot of pace signed on in here, so just take control of it. And if you're on the fence, you don't have to worry about correcting him as much.
Let it rip. Uragano, we'll see him again in the post parade. There is Labard and Manny Franco looking for back-to-back wins.
Well, and probably look for Manny Franco to be aggressive, particularly from that inside draw for a horse that at times has laid up fairly close.
His one win was with Manny Franco. Labard, second choice in the wagering. Number 2, Strong Light, 1 for 19 lifetime.
Yeah, decent effort last time to get a minor award. Horse that has trouble leaving the gate. Keep an eye on him. He's got several times where he just loses his footing. He bobbles or he stumbles. Leads me to believe sometimes a horse is a little bit weaker behind their first step. They don't push off as solidly.
Uragano, and Lezcano's familiar with him, having ridden him in 8 of his 10 races.
Yeah, and that last win coming on the dirt. A bunch of turf races sprinkled in between, but I think he's getting back to the proper surface, and I think he could play out to be the speed here, potentially.
Poppy on Ice, look out. Scoto acting up. Poppy on Ice, who does outrun his odds from time to time.
He does, but he's a deep, deep closer in a race devoid of speed.
Scoto, see if they can keep him settled down. It's been tough sledding for him thus far. Then Empire Ride, not much in 2 starts since his maiden win.
No, I can make excuses, though, for him. He had a poor effort in the slot. Maybe he didn't care for that. And then 2 turns at Monmouth, a 1-turn, 2-turn mile at Monmouth is run completely different than a 1-turn race, and he's well drawn. And Tom Morley made it back from Royal Ascot to saddle him, so maybe he likes him.
9-2 currently. Empire Ride at 9-2. 6 of them. JK, one of them are finally going to get that elusive second career win.
Yeah. I mean, yes, scientifically, one of them does have to win. If there was a way that one of them didn't have to win, this group might find a way to do so. Look, it doesn't seem to be a lot of pace in here. I think it's between the top 2, the 1 and the 3, the top 2 choices here. I think one of them will make the lead in here, and whoever makes the lead, I think, is the winner. It's just a paceless race with a lot of horses that don't have a ton to offer. I'll start with the 3, Urango, and this one is the reason I landed here is if you look 3 back. That was at least an honestly run pace race on the dirt. Got a nice final time. And then the last 2 races on the grass at least got okay speed figures on the grass. Now, that doesn't always translate, but at least you know that this horse is kind of in good form, and at least in good enough form for this group. And so I went with the 3 instead of the 1 Labard because Labard, the times that horse has been close, the pace hasn't been all that fast. Also, the figure wasn't all that great last time, didn't run all that great on the grass. The dirt race 2 back wasn't good. So it just felt like the 3 was the most likely of the 2 of them. But like I said, whoever makes the front end, in my opinion, is the one. I wanted to look to the 6. I just didn't see enough early speed to kind of take advantage of the fact that this is a paceless race. So for right now, I'm going to go with the 3. But if someone else breaks on top in the middle of the race, I'm going to change my pick.
The race for the early lead, perhaps the one in front at the wire. So we showed you yesterday, Jose Lezcano dumped after winning the first race. After winning in this one, I don't know what happened. Maybe Maggie caught it, not quite sure. But we just saw Manny Franco, off Labard for a few moments.
You know, Labard was kind of leading the post parade, and the way you have to go behind the starting gate for the 1 mile races, you got to go to the gate, make a right up the chute. And I think he was by himself, and he saw the gate, and he said, no, and put his toes in the ground. Now, Manny got back aboard, but then another horse had gone through, and a horse being a herd animal said, oh, okay, it's okay for my buddy. I'll follow him.
Just don't always behave themselves, do they, Maggie?
Especially here on the main track. Richie's right about him putting his toes in the ground. I think he did it right where you usually pull up and turn back around to come off the gap at the head of the lane. So, yeah, but before, are we showing, was that a replay or was that live? Oh, got it. Okay. See, I like the monitor, but I'm never sure exactly because I can't look at it the whole time. But because of what Jonathan said, Labard got the most aggressive warm-up. And for me, that says Manny is trying to get him to the lead. So I'm actually going to pick Labard, even though I liked Oregano a bit more in the paddock. Doesn't usually play out well for me, but here we are. Number 6, Empire Ride. He is completely devoid of speed. But today, he actually is a bit sharper than what I've seen from him in the past. Trevor giving him a nice big warm-up out there on the racetrack. So I don't think we're changing his style. He is what he is, and Trevor better have eaten his Wheaties today because he takes a lot of pedaling to get the engine going. So, like I said, one of the most alert times, but I don't know if it really dynamically suits the conditions and what else is in the field today. Do want to talk a little bit about Strong Light. With Elijah Greenedge aboard, who is a 7-pound apprentice, he was closer. He didn't necessarily break on top last time, but he was sitting closer. Then he kind of made a bit of a premature move, but I still thought he ran and stayed on well. Now, the figure was relatively slow to be a legitimate player in here, but he could be a little bit sneaky for his second start again back on the dirt. Lafitte.
Sneaky long shot, perhaps. Strong Light, 6-1. Richie, we showed what happened with Labard. What exactly took place with Manny Franco?
Well, he put his toes in the ground, the horse. He said, no, I'm not going to the starting gate alone. And he put his toes in the ground. He ducked hard left. And what an incredible job of him being able to be unseated, but in midair readjust, land on his feet, and hold on to the horse. I mean, honestly, that would almost make me change my mind and pick him, too, because that tells me this is a rider that's like, no, I need to ride this one. He wasn't letting go. And listen, if you've never been in that position, that's not an easy thing to do, what he just did.
Yeah, you said something about how athletic Manny Franco was about half an hour ago. Yeah, that was before that happened.
Well, the landing, he got a 10 from the Russian judge, right?
Not easy to impress the judges. 6-5 Oregano. We'll see what, again, the race for the early lead. Who emerges with the lead when this field hits the far turn? 6-5 Oregano. Labard inside at 2-1. Johnny I standing by post time for the third, live from Belmont.
Empire Ride moves in. Ready to go for race 3. And they're off. From the outside, it is Empire Ride away well. Labard now quickly moves up down at the rail. And Oregano is there. But it's Labard who has the lead. Oregano has moved into second. Empire Ride, Pappy on Ice, right together third and fourth. Break of 2. Back to Scotto. And 4 more to the gray, Strong Light, who trails the field in 6th. It's Labard, the leader here, by a little more than a length. Oregano, the favorite, second by a neck. Empire Ride on the outside in third, opening quarter mile, 23 and 3/5 seconds. And it is Labard who leads here by a length and a quarter. Oregano still in second. Empire Ride on the outside, still in third. Strong Light is now beginning to pick it up in between horses. Strong Light has quickly advanced into fourth. Then comes Scotto and Pappy on Ice. Half mile, 47 and 2/5 seconds as they go around the far turn. It is Labard who has the lead. Empire Ride is running in second. Strong Light is down at the rail. Right alongside is Oregano. And on the outside is Scotto. They're coming for the head of the stretch. It's Labard and Empire Ride. And now they are right together. Oregano in behind in third. Strong Light is down at the rail. Scotto's on the outside. And then Pappy on ice. 3/4 in 1:12 and 2. Labard is still there. Empire Ride driving up on the outside. Labard and Empire Ride, the two of them will fight it out to the 16th pole. Now Empire Ride takes the lead. Labard back in second. Oregano coming on late, but will not catch Empire Ride. The New York bred wins it. Oregano completes a New York bred exacta.
Not much in a couple of starts since the maiden win. That just changed. Empire Ride and an aggressive, strong finish. Trevor McCarthy at 5-1 in the third at Belmont.
We're going to talk about a rider earning his money. He was in a drive, and Maggie talked about it, a bicycle horse needed to be pedal on. From the half-mile pole, Trevor McCarthy was riding this horse to stay on the hip of the one Labard, and he just kept finding. The only good news for Trevor, it wasn't his first mount of the day. At least his lungs were already opened up a little, having a mount previous to this. But he absolutely earned his money. And then re-rallying or resurgent number 3, Oregano. But make no mistake about the winner. And Tom Morley having a real nice Belmont Spring meet here. Gets another win. Trevor McCarthy from the outside.
Maggie, congratulations.
Hey, Trevor earned every bit of this winning percentage of the purse that he gets here. He broke well. He warmed, because as I said, pre-race, he was warming him up like he was going to get him out of the gate. Outside post helps. He sat there, and he never gave up. That's the thing with this horse. You can never give up on him. And, Mig, I know he's a rider after your own heart because he's tall, and he really has to diet and be really restrictive of what he eats. But you can't find a taller rider that's as strong as Trevor McCarthy. So well done, Trevor. Thank you.
Strong handling, and as you said, yeah, he had to go to work early and often to get a response from this guy in Empire Ride. There's Tom Morley. High fives all around. As the race is unfolding, Oregano made the lead, so we know JK wanted to switch his bet. As easily as he was cruising, I thought it was just a matter of how far he was going to win by, and then you saw Trevor going to work. You saw Empire Ride slowly uncoiling his stride and cutting into that lead, and in deep stretch, putting the leader away and going on to a clear-cut decisive win.
Yeah, Maggie talks about Trevor being tall. It just limits the calorie intake that you can have per day. And you think about, living on 700 to 800 calories a day and being able to perform at peak performance. I mean, it really gets full credit from me, and I love the team spirit you saw there from Tom with the groom and the hot walker and
what it's all
everybody
about.
involved. Yep.
West Point Thoroughbreds, congrats. Winning trainer Tom Morley. Trevor McCarthy, Empire Ride, 6-3, 1-2, 5-1 at post time results. Reaction when we come back. Plus, did we mention that Wild Applause, the featured event, was deep? I haven't even mentioned the New York bred. I'm just kidding. Her daddy, 2018 Triple Crown winner, Justify. What will she do in the Wild Applause? We'll find out in about an hour and a half. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1.
Grade 1 winner and track record setter Lee. Like their sire, his runners have excelled on both dirt and turf, including these standout performers.
Poppy Flowers putting in a late burst here. They come for the finish.
Here is Nagarok, who takes off. Nagarok will roll. Nagarok.
Out of a Galileo mare, this dual surface star has sired juvenile stakes winners on both dirt and turf. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Mild upset in the third at Belmont Park. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Empire Ride, West Point Thoroughbreds. Trevor McCarthy earned every dime is right for Empire Ride, that hard-earned second career win. McCarthy all smiles. And somewhat of an upset. What felt like a two-horse race going in. Labard, Uragano. It winds up Empire Ride 1260. And for winning trainer Tom Morley, we always love to do this, Maggie with her husband in the winner's circle.
As if I haven't seen him enough for the last week. Tom, we were just talking. Trevor McCarthy totally earned every bit of this ride with Empire Ride today.
Yeah, he just came back in saying, air, please, air, and then asked for double jock's fees. So, look, he's a horse that he'll keep going as far as you can push him. That's just the type he is. He's a real grinder, but it was a fabulous ride from Trevor.
We just got back from Ascot. Talk a little bit about your thoughts post-race with Kanane exiting the Queen Mary, and two, just the time over there.
Yeah, we had a wonderful time. We had a lot of owners come over, and Ascot did a fabulous job of looking after us. They really, they make it a very, very special occasion all 5 days. The rain didn't help us on Monday night. We had nearly an inch of rain, and the ground got on the soft side of good. And she didn't really appreciate that. But she didn't disgrace herself at all. It's a huge field, and she's finished in front of more horses than have finished in front of her. So I'm looking forward to getting her back here on firm ground and definitely stretching her out now. Her pedigree certainly indicates that that's what she wants to do. And I think you'd agree that in the paddock, we were both looking at her thinking, yikes, this is a filly who's definitely going to need to go further in time.
Yeah, she's a little bit bigger, scopier than the rest of her foes that day, but couldn't be happier for George and Cindy Weaver getting the win. But talk a little bit about a nice filly that you have in tomorrow, trying and stepping up stakes company for the first time in the Dance and Renee Granny's Connection.
Yeah, she's done nothing wrong so far, but this is a lot deeper waters than she's ever faced. We've got a lovely draw this time. We had not a great draw at Monmouth, but she was just so much better than those fillies. So, she's gone through most of her conditions now. It's time to find out where she belongs with these New York bred stake horses.
All right, well, best of luck with her. Congratulations here at the Empire Ride.
Thank you.
All right, go home, get some rest, Thomas. Guys.
She'll see you there later. Tom, congratulations to both of you. Empire Ride here in the third at Belmont. And for the Americans, Richie going to Royal Ascot. For the Europeans, the primary racing surface on grass. For the Americans to make the shift, it's a tall order. Some wins in years past. The one victory this year in the Queen Mary, but it's a lot to ask, even of the best American turf horses.
It really is, but you understand the trend. You have owners and trainers that have dreamt about competing on that stage. Whether they can win or not is a whole other story. So I never begrudge anybody who's paying the bills to ship there for that experience. You want to wear the top hat, the tails, the pomp and circumstance, see the Royals. I mean, it's a big deal, and if you enjoy it. Me, I probably keep my horse home. That's me. But anybody who wants to do it, hey, God bless. It's fantastic.
A spectacle, so much prestige, and a thrilling 5 days of racing. The Royal Meeting at Royal Ascot. We'll recap the Jubilee a little bit later on this afternoon. These types of horses, you don't see these types of races at Royal Ascot. Just a $20,000 claimer, 6.5 furlongs. Older horses take out striking speed. Prince James, who is the favorite at 6-5. Number 3, Risk Profile, trained by Rudy Rodriguez. Everybody loves Rudy. There he is on Father's Day. Has the favorite, Risk Profile. And when we come back, you get the Rodriguez brothers together, Gustavo and Rudy, and it's absolute TV gold. That's next.
Flightline is in full flight. Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off.
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
The rumblings started early and only intensified, with performances that sent shockwaves across the nation. At the center of it all,
Epicenter is at the top of the 3-year-old class in the Run Happy Travers.
Epicenter, 3-year-old champion by Not This Time. Coolmore America, home of champions.
Buy in July. The Fasig-Tipton July Selected Yearling Sale, the first major yearling sale of the year. Ranked #1 by percentage of stakes winners, stakes horses, and 2-year-old winners. The July sale is also among the nation's top sources of graded stakes winners. Recent star graduates include Grade 1 winners Faiza and Chocolate Gelato, plus this growing list of graded stakes winners. The Fasig-Tipton July sale of selected yearlings, Tuesday, July 11th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1. Horses in the paddock for the 4th. Field updated odds. Prince James 7-5. Risk Profile was the morning line favorite. Now the second choice at 2-1, as mentioned, trained by Rudy Rodriguez. Now, not many have accomplished what Rodriguez has accomplished. A Grade 1 winning jockey and a Grade 1 winning trainer. That's not what this feature is about. It's about Rudy and his brother Gustavo. You just get the brothers together and let the camera roll.
Trainers Rudy and Gustavo Rodriguez come from a family of 10 brothers, 5 of which have worked in the thoroughbred industry. But training wasn't their first job.
I was a jockey for almost close to 17 years.
And here's the wire, and Frost Giant, a huge upset.
I broke a lot of bones. So that was easy for me to change, I guess. You know, when you're riding big horses and falling down a lot and being in the hospital a lot, you know, it's tough.
I had 2 jobs. I was working for Rick Dotro as an exercise rider, and I used to park cars, for Naira.
Over here in the back. It was in the preferred parking.
Yeah, over here. I did it for like a few years,
So
maybe more than 10 years.
This little spot is still close.
Yeah.
Parking cars aside, the brothers decided to work together. Rudy would get his trainer's license, and Gustavo would come work for him. But that took some encouragement.
He didn't really want to do it, but I kind of like was pushing him, you know, to do it because he knew a lot of owners, and I thought maybe through him we wanted like to do our own thing, but he didn't really want to do it. And I was.
I want to keep falling out on the horses still. I want to keep riding.
And little by little, he made it.
Vijak to win the Kelso Handicap. Dad's Caps has won the Carter.
Condo Commando was splash-tastic.
Everything seemed to be going well. Well, most of the time.
Was okay. Couple of days, you know, like everything else, you know, some days good, some days bad, but
no, for like
we keep moving along.
For like most of the time, good, you know, we used to argue and this and that. 2 minutes go by, we everything good.
This continued until a partnership with Andrew Gurdon developed with Gustavo, and he decided to go out on his own. That would pit brother against brother on the track.
My wife, she don't like it when when we run against him. She don't like it. No, because Rudy beat us a lot. Right now, if I need anything, I ask him, and he's there for us. And if he needs something, I'm there for him.
We try to put it together, you know.
Even we fight sometimes, but we right there.
You gotta fight sometimes to make it work, no?
Well, brothers will be brothers, but through it all, there is still a lot of respect between them.
He's very unique, and it's tough to be like him. He's more laid back.
Rudy's like
I just go with the flow.
He don't stop. He don't stop. Rudy, he just keep going.
I'm good. I gotta go take a shower and come back.
The Rodriguez brothers, 2 things for like they need their own reality show, and I need a Bam's Auto Body T-shirt.
Well, I think it's great that Rudy had the BAMS Auto Body T-shirt on, and his brother was talking about parking cars. Feels like there was a little bit of a game running there.
Gustavo and Rudy Rodriguez tending to wrist profile. This was wrist profile's first start for Rudy. 2 starts back. April 20th, Aqueduct, same distance, 6.5 furlongs wrist profile. He doesn't win, Richie, but just chases relentlessly.
Yeah, he ran extremely well, and this was a period of time too when the inside was not the place to be at Aqueduct. You just seemed like horses were toiling a little bit inside. You see the winner came out, stayed off the rail. Late, risk profile drifts out to the clear and kind of continue with that nice steady run through the stretch. But this was a good effort.
That was a first start for Rudy Rodriguez. For more on risk profile, Dad and Maggie in the paddock.
And risk profile, I think, exits probably the best race of any of these in here, and he looks very good against the rest of his foes. Now, he is one that I liked last time, and he was disappointing, so that's never a good sign. Now he takes a little bit more of a drop in class, but 24 Mama, Bring Me a Check, granted, came back on the turf and won, but it feels like a strong race, and he looks very good here. Now, the front wraps do go on for this effort, also noticing glue on shoes, I believe, but we'll see. Sometimes with the drop, that's when the fronts go on. I don't know. I don't know how to necessarily interpret that, but on form, I like the race he exits. Wish he did a little bit more running, but he looks fantastic here in the paddock. As we'll check in with the other horse who looks great, and that is your favorite, and Prince James. He's not the most trustworthy, but it does feel as though that Ray has him very much going in the right direction. And I say not trustworthy because he's a little bit of a punk. You watch him in his races, when he's asked with the crop, he's swishing his tail, he's pinning his ears, though he's still running forward, to be fair. And here in the paddock, don't get too close. He will strike and sometimes aim, or I should say aim and sometimes strike. But again, he just feels like a horse that when you look at him, you know he's doing very well right now. And I think that goes a long way when you're dealing with horses at this type of level, Lafitte.
No, the punk is favored 7-5. We'll have riders up momentarily post-parade, and our invite still stands. Get involved. Join us at Naira Bets. Take advantage of the $200 deposit match. Use promo code bonus 200. Earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now, NairaBets.com. JK, time for the pick 3. We touched on this earlier. We know you like Liguria in the featured Wild Applause. What's the strategy? What's the approach for the pick 3?
Yeah, in the first leg, I'm going to use the 1 and the 2, the 1 Prince James and the 2 Print Track. Print Track and Prince James both project to be forward in that race. I think that's going to help quite a bit. Race 5, 6 furlongs on the turf. I'm going to use the entry, the 1 Don't Let Me Down and the 1A My Sea Cottage. I really only need the 1A, but that's the nature of an entry. You get both of them. I'm also going to use the 8 King Moon Racer, who has run last time going 7 furlongs. This horse likes it to go a little bit shorter. He likes the 6 furlongs. I think he'll appreciate the cutback. And then in race 6, for graphics purposes, I used the 3 and the 8. But I would prefer to have 2 different tickets, using the 3 a little bit more and using the 8 defensively. If that went way over your head, I'll try to explain it to you later. Just play the ticket you see on the screen.
He'll explain later. $8 investment. What do you have to lose?
Yeah, I mean, $8 investment, and you got action.
Yeah. You have Rudy. Dressed a little better. He went back. He took the shower. Now he's ready to perhaps get his
I love that
taken in the winner's circle.
I just love the interaction between them.
So much, yet so different. Rudy and Gustavo.
Absolutely. The one thing that they share very much in common is their work ethic. Man, these guys work.
He wasn't kidding. Rudy never stops.
Never
stops. What can you tell us about Rudy Rodriguez, the jockey?
He was a good rider. Rode a lot of lower level type horses, and it's just hard to showcase your abilities. But nobody had more try than Rudy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he really tried. Listen, when he had an opportunity, that was Frost Giant winning the Grade 1 Suburban at the time, and that was a big deal for Rudy to get that kind of opportunity.
Grade 1 winning jockey, Grade 1 winning trainer.
And very few. I like that.
And I hope he has a better summer at Saratoga. Last year was a wow, a drought, a slump that you read about for a high percentage trainer, Rudy Rodriguez.
Just so out of character, too, though. You know, Rudy's a guy that's pretty consistent. Listen, all barns are going to go through ebbs and flows. You have horses that win and, you know, they lose the conditions, they get tired, they wear out. But for him to go on that kind of a run last year where he just couldn't find the winner's circle, that was completely out of character.
When's he going to start using good jockeys?
Star Rider always look good, too. I mean, really, look at the coat on this horse. Jeez.
Just a $20,000 claimer, but looks the part. Rudy Rodriguez side by side with Risk Profile. Star jockey Arad Ortiz, one of the best in the business. Multi-Eclipse Award on the show. Whenever you hear Eclipse Award, just think MVP. Best of the best. Arad Ortiz has been named champion jockey in North America several times. And here, riding Risk Profile, who's the second choice. There's the favorite. Let's see if he's a punk today. Prince James, been effective. A win and 2 seconds in his last 3.
Yeah, his current form is very good. He dropped to the $10,000 level, got up and won that day with a perfect trip. He is a horse that'll swish his tail, and he can act a little cantankerous at times.
Print track, first after the claim, Pat Quick.
Could play out to be the main and controlling speed here.
5-1. And there he is for Rudy Rodriguez, Risk Profile, and it is a key rider switch to Arad Ortiz.
Yeah, and Irad is a rider that he'll insist. He doesn't ask from horses, he demands from them, and sometimes these lower-level horses respond well to that.
Number 5, 3-2 Zone. Javier Castellano aboard.
Well, we've got the Dancin' Renee Stakes tomorrow. The owner of Dancin' Renee, Sanford Bacon Barn, this is a runner for him, and an owner that always gives guys starting out an opportunity.
A winning drive is some of her stronger recent efforts with Manny Franco in the saddle.
Well, again, we talk about Manny Franco. He's a rider that demands. He doesn't ask. He demands them to perform. And some horses are that way. We saw it in the last race. Trevor McCarthy had to get all he could to get his horse home. Some horses are just a little on the lazy side.
So something to watch, and a big price, 17-1. Prince James, not a big price, 7-5. His most recent, right here, late May, $16,000 claiming company, Richie. Prince James taking a lot of dirt back there, but still steadily advancing.
Well, and he's a horse that runs well inside. He doesn't really worry about the kickback. This is what I'm talking about, Lafitte. You see him ring his tail. He's a horse that just gets a little bit annoyed with the rider being insistent, and yet he won't give it unless they're insistent. Now, he was beaten this day by No More Talk, who's in raging form, came back just 7 days later and won with an even faster figure. So he was running against a legitimate rival there that day. He does have 4 wins, 9 seconds, though.
So for Dylan Davis, is it more, when you're riding those types of horses, if you were riding Prince James, is it more brute strength, like I'm gonna force the issue, or do you have to coax things in and finesse the horse into doing what you want them to do?
I think with this particular horse, you kind of got to feel where he's at. What headspace is he in? If he's willing and doing things properly, use finesse and help him. If he's kind of pinning his ears and telling you, I don't feel like doing this today, now you got to change gears and go, no. We got a job to do. Let's do it. Jorge Vargas fit him very well. Now, Dylan has ridden this horse in the past, as some good placings, but he's not the strongest winning type.
8-5, the favorite now. Number 3, Risk Profile, and there's a 3-1 shot in 3-2 Zone. For more on this 5-year-old gelding, go back to Maggie.
Yeah, 3-2 Zone. It's kind of the same thing as with Prince James, whereas Prince James might be, you kind of know what you have. He belongs at this level, but he's not the most giving horse, as Richie was saying. Now, Prince James last time was dropped from the sky, proverbially speaking, in that he went from grade 3 stakes, 80,000, 12-5. And he still didn't get the job done at 3-5. Now, I have a lot of respect for his new trainer, Austin Trites, who was a former assistant to George Weaver and Jimmy Toner, so he's worked with some of the best trainers that we have here, not necessarily on the grounds anymore with Jimmy Toner, but, he's been here. And 3-2 Zone, he's just a quitter. He's just one that hangs. He's just a horse that you can't trust. Now, one thing I will say, it does look as though he's a little bit more tucked up than what I had seen from his last 2 starts with his former barn. So maybe training him a little bit more aggressively, maybe just trying to really tighten the screws, because he is hanging, he is coming up short. I still don't trust him, and I'd rather take, 3-2 is tough to take on risk profile, but I just feel like he's the most consistent and trustworthy option, Lafitte.
See how this one unfolds. Our handicappers going in 3 separate directions. And then you have Print Track. Richie, first after the claim, Pat Quick. And he does bring some speed to the party.
Well, I think that's his strength. He could play out to be the main and controlling speed here. You get Jamie Torres, an apprentice rider that I've been impressed with. I like the way he finishes. You're also getting a 5-pound break in the weights with a horse that should have speed. Those are the perfect kind of horses for an apprentice.
For JK and his pick 3, didn't have him on top, but he did use Print Track. Maggie, what else can you tell us about this guy?
Yeah, a little bit of an equipment change for Print Rack here, Lafitte, in that in his last 2 starts for Greg DePrima, he wore a cage bit, so that Halton bit, along with an extension blinker completely covering his right outside eye. Today, just a regular D-bit, kind of a snaffle, a lot less severe, and just a French cut blinker. Now, he did get a very aggressive warm-up from Jamie Torres, who, as Meg said, this is a horse who could show speed, probably is your speed setter in here, and that's a good sign. It's just, will the equipment adjustment make any difference on how straight he runs today?
It's a first start for a new trainer, Richie. Pat Quick, what is he trying to accomplish with all the equipment adjustments, the type of blinker, the type of bit?
Well, you know, I think trainers go into claiming a horse with certain ideas. They see something and they think, you know, I think this horse would respond better with this kind of equipment. You know, they're not just claiming the horse and then making these, you know, decisions. I think these are decisions that they had a little insight into the horse before, and that's why they claim, I can change this up. Maybe I can make him better. The one that always gets me is when you see a horse win like 6 furlongs on the dirt and he gets claimed, and the first thing out of the trainer's mouth is, oh, yeah, we're going to run him back long on the grass. Why reinvent the wheel?
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? Print Rack. You heard the reference of a cage bit, and all of that for a jockey. It's more control, yes, just like power steering for some horses. And this has been a theme today. Horses that don't necessarily want to run straight will be a big part of the conversation when we get to the feature Wild Applause.
Well, I think that what you said is the perfect way to explain it, power steering. You know, and some horses are just more difficult. They're a 1,000-pound animal. They have a mind of their own. Some of them don't have the most sensitive mouths, and they'll lock on the bit and try to carry you one way or the other. And you'll see it more with lower level type horses. You know, there's a reason why they're lower level. Some of it's behavioral, some of it is, you know, they're a little dinged up, you know, physically they're sound, but they're just, you know, have things they have to manage just like any other athlete.
They can also put on a real good show, just like the very best horses, as we saw in the last race with Empire Ride in race 3. That was a restricted $25,000 claimer. This just a straight $20,000 claiming event. What are you looking for early on?
I think Print Track goes to the lead under Jamie Torres. Prince James will be setting up in behind them someplace. I think risk profile, will be stalking. 3-2 zone. Maggie makes a great point. He loomed up like he was supposed to win last time. Now, I picked him. I'd like to see him very forward from the start. I'd like to see Javier Castellano, if he could, be laying second to Print Track.
A nice close look at that equipment. The changes made. Pat Quick that Maggie was referencing, Richie.
Yeah, and again, now, you know, when it comes to blinkers, too, I'm not a big fan of blinkers all closed up and extension blinkers. I think it inhibits a horse's ability to brake properly. You know, if they're not looking straight down the track and the eye that is compromised, you know, their peripheral vision, they can miss the break. I always wanted to be able to handle my horse. I didn't like to be over equipment, you know, if you would.
Less is better approach from Mig. Let's see what Irad Ortiz here does with risk profile. You saw that feature on the brothers, Rudy and Gustavo. Rudy trains, and Prince James. Maggie said can be kind of a punk. Watch him out there and his antics. Does he put it all together this afternoon with Dylan Davis in the saddle?
See Dylan trying to make nice with him, pat him on the head. Come on, big boy, let's get along.
He's trying the finesse approach for now.
For now.
See what happens during the running of the race. Risk profile, Irad Ortiz, 8-5 at post time. The favorite, Johnny I standing by. It is post time. Start of this pick 3, race 4, live, Belmont.
Set for race number 4. And they're off. Print Track quickly to the front here and quickly in front by 2.5 lengths. Prince James runs in second. 3-2 Zone is next in third. Another length and a half back to Risk Profile. And Winning Drive is the early trailer in fifth up the back stretch. Print Track leads by almost 3. Prince James running in second with 3-2 Zone alongside. It is Print Track the leader here, and the lead is now 2.5 lengths. Quarter went in 22 and 3. Prince James and 3-2 Zone are heads apart second and third. And then it's 6 lengths back to the 2 trailers, Risk Profile and Winning Drive. Print Track maintaining the lead here, racing off the rail here. And now there appears to be something amiss with Print Track as Prince James comes on through along with 3-2 Zone, Winning Drive, and Risk Profile. Half mile in 46 and 2. Prince James is the leader. As they come into the stretch, it's Prince James by 4 lengths. Winning Drive on the outside of 3-2 Zone. Down at the rail is Risk Profile. It is Prince James in front. Prince James in front by 4. With Winning Drive in second position, Prince James is the winner here. And Winning Drive got second, Photo for third.
Lots to unpack following this one, specifically circling back to that power steering conversation. But the winner, Prince James, behaved for the most part and simply dominates in the end. Dylan Davis for Ray Handel, 2-1 at post time.
And Prince James always in the right position. Broke sharp, was laying in behind the leader, Print Track, who wound up just getting out so badly with Jamie Torres trying to bolt. And it kind of gifted Prince James the lead before they turned for home.
He's kind of like, hey, Dylan, put the crop away. You see the tail go up every time he goes to the crop. I'm doing my job. I got it. Yeah. And cruises to an easy win.
Yeah, and this was a real solid effort from him. Usually he rallies from a little further back. And I agree with you. He was basically saying, hey, settle down, you know, we got this already.
Prince James by several. What happens heading up the backstretch with the leader here in Print Track?
Oh, you could just see Print Track was intent on bearing out. Now, Jamie Torres kind of tries to muscle him back in here, right, to make the turn, but he's fighting a losing battle. This horse had locked on the bridle by then. Talked about it before, in a 1,000-pound animal. He wants to go one way, you want to go another. He's going to win that fight. And this horse was just very difficult to handle. I think maybe an equipment change back to certain things will be in order.
This experiment with that, it didn't work. That has to be not for Dylan Davis, who's going to win this one, Prince James, but for Torres on Print Track, that has to be a miserable feeling for a rider when that starts to happen.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're almost completely out of control. You know, and you think about your reins, your brakes and your steering. Now, if you're driving a car and you lose the ability to steer and stop, kind of a scary, prospect, right? And then the fact of the matter is, if you watch the replay, watch Print Track come into the wire. He's running again out wide, but he's actually looking to pass horses again.
Back to the drawing board. Print Rack, not the case with Prince James. Impressive. And a 20-1 shot, completing the exacta 1-6-5-3 results. Reaction when we come back. Plus, Christophe Clement. All right, so things didn't work out for Big Invasion at the Royal Meeting. No worries. Clement will still saddle the favorite in the main event here. Breath away. 2-1 morning line choice in the Wild Applause.
to America's Day at the Races here on this Saturday afternoon at Belmont Park. Prince James comes out victorious here in today's fourth race, and standing next to me now, Dylan Davis, winning pilot. And Dylan, we were talking before the race that he can be a little bit of a cantankerous type in that he doesn't like the crop, he doesn't like to be asked too much, but it's this weird balancing act where you still got to ask him to do it. But today, he was much the best.
He was much the best, Maggie. You know, I'm just trying to feel him out with what Ray's telling me. He's a big kicker. He tried to kick me getting on him. He wasn't too happy with that. Just trying to work with him. And again, going into the gate, he was tough to load. He was pulling that pad down inside there. He has pads there to kind of keep him a little bit more comfortable. He's ended up having to back out because he had that pad down. Then readjust. Again, he's just trying to kick all the gate guys. They did a great job out there. And then with the race, just braking well. Ray gave me very particular instructions that, you know, he's better on his right lead. When he's on the left lead, just kind of let him be. And I thought it was in a tracking spot. Again, the two-horse was getting out most of the way, so it kind of like played where I just played it as like I was in my own race. I was by myself out there. He started taking a little rhythm into the turn, and then turn for home, he was there for me, and he responded well.
Yeah, it was a great ride. Talk a little bit about later on, though, with Soviet Excess getting on her for trainer Todd Pletcher in today's Wild Applause Stakes. I know unfamiliar with her, but kind of a nice opportunity to get on for the Hall of Famer.
No, of course. I take every opportunity I can, and I do my best with it. And just going off the replays, he likes to be somewhat close. Just hoping for a good run down the lane.
All right, well, best of luck with her. Congrats to Prince James.
Thank you. Thanks, Maggie.
All right, Dylan Davis having the magic touch with the cranky man, Prince James. Lafitte.
Yeah, he sounds like a lot of fun to ride.
Well, I noticed when Dylan went to get the leg up, right, he had his riding crop down in his left hand along his shoulder. He wasn't going to put it up over the saddle because I think Prince James would have said, oh, yeah, watch this, and put a foot in his pocket. But
he tried to kick him. And then he was doing what in the gate? Biting the pad, the what?
Yeah, he was trying to tear the gate up a little bit. And
the
gate crew knew him. He was trying to kick the gate crew. But Prince James, he was worth the effort today at 6'10".
Man, we have a King James in the next race. Prince James here. 6:10, race number 4, Belmont Park. The pick 6 to get started, race number 5, Wild Applause, the featured event, race number 6, and just a fun day of thoroughbred racing worldwide for racing fans. The 5th and final day of the Royal Meeting at Royal Ascot. The Americans had one win through the first 4 days, and hoping for somewhat of an upset win with Big Invasion for Christophe Clement. In the Group 1 event today, the Jubilee, Queen Elizabeth II Jubilee, featuring some of the fastest turf sprinters in the world. Big Invasion, you're waiting for him to put forth a big late run. He is spent. The quick turnaround, just not his A game. Meantime, Kadim pulling off a huge upset, Richie, at 75-1, second biggest upset of the Royal Meeting.
Yeah, I mean, we saw some big prices at this Royal Meeting, too. Jamie Spencer got it done, and, you know, so much, you see the way they spread out. Everybody looking for that firm ground, the best ground, and this horse came with a relentless run late to just nip it at the wire. Jamie Spencer, a rider we're familiar with, used to ride actually a lot for Aidan O'Brien and Coolmore. Now that's Ryan Moore's job. But Jamie Spencer still getting it done and at a huge price here. Big storyline there, how the Frankie Dettori, his last Royal Ascot meeting.
Incredible, and his final appearance at Royal Ascot, and some huge upsets. We had a 150-1 shot a couple of days back. As old as this event is, going back a couple hundred years or whatever it is, it was the second biggest upset in history. And regardless of what Big Invasion did, you know, Miguel and Acacia, they had an absolutely incredible time. Look great out there, enjoying Royal Ascot. What an experience. Like I said, the horse didn't win. That's besides the point. Just get a chance to experience it firsthand.
Yeah, and what a beautiful picture. I mean, we got some beautiful pictures with Maggie and Tom from earlier in the week, and now with Acacia and Miguel, and looks like they were having fun.
Royal Ascot, meantime, stateside. Christophe is here because of this filly and several others. Breath Away. There she is, tucked away in her stall. She's the 2-1 morning line favorite for the Wild Applause. She's been so consistent. She's about a half length away from being undefeated for 4. The 2 wins, the 2 second place finishes. She has consistently brought her best to this point.
Yeah, I mean, you said it earlier, half a length away from being perfect. Looks like she just got up from a nap, got a little hay, straw in her foretop there. And I like horses that rest. We saw Arcangelo sleeping Belmont Day before the Belmont Stakes.
That was hysterical. You had Jenna Antonucci with Greg Wolf on set. Like, what's Arcangelo doing? Dead asleep?
Sacked out.
Snoring? Well rested when game time arrived. Arcangelo winning that Belmont Stakes. We'll see the same for the favorite Breathaway in the upcoming Wild Applause. That is the sixth race on today's program. Then you have the cross-country Pick 5. Tomorrow's sequence. Not quite the international flair of today's with the 4 Royal Ascot races. We do have a race at Woodbine in Canada, 2 from Monmouth, 2 from Belmont Park, and then it all culminates with the Dancin' Renee. A very good addition of the Dancin' Renee. That is the 8th race on the program tomorrow, Belmont Park. Here is the field. Morning line odds. $125,000 purse. The key here is that these are New York breds. And for number 2, Rosa Veloce, who is the 2-to-1 morning line favorite, she's been mixing it up with open company, some graded stakes company, exiting the vagrancy back with New York breds. Your thoughts on her performance in the vagrancy?
I thought it was a good performance. Listen, she was facing off with the likes of Carmel Swirl, Dr. B. She was not embarrassed. You know, she finished 3rd. She's, you know, a graded stakes placed mare. And she's hickory. She shows up. She tries. She has natural speed.
Your type of horse.
Absolutely. Give me those horses that bring their lunch pail and go to work. I like my horses like I like my people, honest and hardworking.
Look, and this is a great claim. Terrific claim. 32,000. All right, she's won 4 of 7 for Rob Atras, and now graded stakes place.
Yeah, and it just enhances her value greatly. She fits very well in this Dancin' Renee. And again, a mare that creates her own trip. She puts herself forward. She puts herself in the game. Much like the namesake of the race, Dancin' Renee was a hickory, tough, hard-knocking mare. The day she won the Honorable Miss in Saratoga, she beat a really good group that day and basically fought off every challenge. I was fortunate to be aboard her that day. She was not going to be passed.
When you hear the term class, that's what it's all about. It's not just the God-given ability, how fast they run, but how deep they'll dig, how hard they'll fight. That was Dancin' Renee and this filly as well, who will be favored, the New York bred, in tomorrow's Dancin' Renee Rosa Veloce, the Sunday feature at Belmont Park. Horses in the paddock for the upcoming 5th Pick 6 players. It all gets started right here. And My Sea Cottage, Irish Gelding, is quick and a major player. Stay tuned.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie. McKenzie in a dominant performance.
300 won't do it. 300,000. 275, medium 275,000. 75, but to get 75, 275,000. 250, I'm Ralph now, 250,000. Able to get $200,000.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
Precocity.
Strategic speed. Some speed at 2, but can carry it on through their later careers.
Improbable, full of run. Improbable, now a Grade 1 winner.
It is a complete runaway, an authoritative run.
It's improbable to win the Whitney.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
And they're into the stretch. And here comes Scott Stormy. Scott Stormy hits the front Brattada's finishing fast with Ferdinanda, but Got Stormy kicks away. Got Stormy kicks it in another gear, opens up 2.5. Late run from Punked on the inside, and then Brattada, it's Got Stormy to win it.
That was only the beginning. In the 2018 Wild Applause, Gary Barber's Got Stormy, the history-making mare, the only mare to have ever won the Grade 1 4-star Dave at Saratoga. In fact, she did it twice.
Yeah, an incredible feat. And a filly, you know, it's just interesting watching this, right? This is early in her 3-year-old year. How much she matured and developed over time. She always tipped her hand, she had ability, but then she continued to develop, and over nearly $2.5 million in earnings.
Yeah, incredible. That was one of those moments just Saratoga just lit up. The filly beating the boys as fast as she ran, especially that first edition of the 4-star Dave, and then to do it twice. The Wild Applause coming up. Race 6, horses in the paddock. Race 5, pick 6 starts here. Down to Maggie for this race 5 paddock report.
And Levy, we'll begin with number 4 in here. That's for Late. He comes back off of a layoff and as a new gelding. He's one that did have the propensity to get fairly wound up and keen prior to his races. Now, today, with the new gelding, he's a lot more calm, a lot more relaxed than many of his previous outings. He also comes in here looking incredibly fit. Now, I feel like the jury's maybe still a little bit out on what distance is best for him, because he's certainly built like a horse that wants to run longer, but his success has come shorter. So it's a good spot for him to come back and get his feet wet again. We'll see how he does as we'll move on to a bit of a long shot, number 2, Jester's Song. When Linda first claimed this horse, he was coming back off of a short rest, 7 days. Linda's usually good with that, but they also need to do the checklist. Energy good, weight good, coat good. He was very, very quiet, and that's not him. Today, he's a lot more on the muscle, and this is by far the best weight and conditioning that this horse has ever carried. The problem? The surface. I'm not that convinced, given the lack of pedigree. He does have a little bit of a flatter foot, angular pasture, and we'll see how he does, but he's definitely doing well heading into this one as we take a brief pause here on America's Day at the races to welcome in some new networks.
Welcome to our viewers just joining us. Valley Sports SoCal in San Diego. You're just in time. America's Day at the races. Belmont Park. He's Richie Migliori. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. We're gearing up for the Pick 6 here at Belmont Park and the featured event in about 40 minutes. Really good edition of the Wild Applause. 3-year-old fillies running on grass.
A really nice edition of it, too. I think you've got several fillies that could take a big step forward, looking to throw their hat in the ring for those 3-year-old filly stakes races coming up into the summertime. And Wild Applause, how about her? She was by Northern Dancer out of the Graustark Mare Gloig Tribute. Her Dam won the Diana. Wild Applause won the Diana. I mean, pretty remarkable pedigree there. You had the best of Rokeby Stable and the best of Darby Dan Farm.
Some of those names, iconic names in the history of the sport. The field for the Wild Applause, 8 deep with Breathaway at the bottom, 2-1. You just saw star jockey he'll ride Ortiz. He'll ride Liguria at 7-2. Serious contender. Trainer Chad Brown has number 2 Tax Implications. Liguria, he's already won the Wild Applause 3 times. He has that 2-headed monster going in. He's key here is, as you mentioned, not just the prestige of the Wild Applause, but what it means moving forward. Saratoga, Lake George, Lake Placid. For fillies that run well today, those are the likely races they'd resurface.
Yeah, you would think that would be on their docket going forward this summer. You've already got horses that have established their form, and they're probably looking at the Belmont Oaks coming up before we head to Saratoga. But these are some of the horses competing the Belmont Oaks could be, being challenged by later this summer.
Blinkers on, goggles on. Jose Ortiz, all business aboard My Sea Cottage. His latest, May 11th. Same level, but Richie, this was a 1 1/16 race, led throughout and collared late.
Yeah, and a horse that's been showing high speed going further. First time this horse is ever starting this short on the turf, big turn back. Did run 5 furlongs way back at Gulfstream, but 6 furlongs maybe suits this horse. I think this horse will get out-footed a little bit and come with a run. He won't have the same kind of speed shortening up that he did going further.
Owned by Gary Barber, trained by Mark Cassie, just like Got Stormy, former Wild Applause winner, two-time Grade 1 4-star Dave winner. And with the Pick 6 looming and Saratoga just around the corner, you want to get involved. Join us at Naira Bets. And when you do so, use that promo code BOMAS200. Earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now, NairaBets.com, to earn your $200 deposit match. Beautiful Belmont Park. On this Saturday afternoon, the weather has held off. The racing has been terrific thus far. Wild Applause race 6 and a post-parade brewing for this 5th race. Good allowance sprint on grass. The inner turf course listed as firm. Entry is favored. Don't Let Me Down. My Sea Cottage, 2 for 1. You're getting 5 to 2. And Don't Let Me Down, there he is, the other half of the entry. And Dylan Davis looking to go back to grass for Don't Let Me Down, the only surface he's won on.
Yeah, and he's the one that's already shown that he's proficient on turf, and he's won at the distance. Dylan Davis has become one of Mark Cassie's kind of go-to riders.
Jose Ortiz, Cassie turns to here on My Sea Cottage, the speedy 5-year-old gelding.
I think the turnback's going to suit this horse well. I think he just really couldn't finish the deal going longer.
Jester's Song, Maggie said, like what she saw, but concerned about the surface.
Yeah, and a horse that just doesn't have a tremendous amount of turf pedigree to go on.
King James, 18 career starts. LeBron's played 20 years.
And this horse actually has been good sprinting on the turf in the past, and then they kind of got away from him, been on the dirt more recently.
Relate, LSU Stables, big night in Omaha, Tiger fans.
Well, and another horse that's turning back, and last time spotted sprinting on the turf was a winner here at Belmont, but that was for maiden 40.
Disarmed, not disarmed, disarmed, he's sharp.
Yeah, and a horse that's in very good form right now, and I think it's a contender here. I think a pretty big price for this horse.
Bucker 2, number 6, wire-to-wire maiden winner in his latest.
Yeah, from Michelle Nevin, whose barn has been on a roll here at Belmont Park.
Dream Point out. King Moonracer in. George Weaver, big Belmont meet and a big week overall.
Yeah, the barn has really been going well. King Moonracer, more of a deep closing type, needs things to work out.
Highly flammable, another, trained by Mark Cassie.
I think a major player here. Our condolences to Len Green and the entire family. His wife Lois Green passed away just recently, and sure it'd be nice for them to have a win.
That's the field. 5th race, pick 6, kicks off in 4 minutes. You can see Relate revving his engines. Currently 4 to 1. Idle since last November, Richie. And let's take a look at his best race in 2022. It was mid-August. Saratoga, facing similar. It was at this level, Richie. Relate, who was in control from the start, in control until he wasn't.
Yeah, and this was going a mile, fairly slow pace. They really sprinted home, and he got gunned down. But they came home fast. The last quarter in like 22-2, so he didn't lay down. He got picked off late by a horse that just was able to out-quicken him. I like the turn back in distance and starting out at 6 furlongs, and he's got the right conditioner. Todd Butcher puts so much foundation and condition into his horses. The layoff's not a concern for me, and he also returns as a gelding, which could be considered the ultimate equipment change.
Pletcher has Soviet Excess in the feature Wild Applause that is next, and Relate here with Arad Ortiz in the saddle. You're looking at My Sea Cottage as we check in with Jonathan Kinchin. JK, what do you think about My Sea Cottage? And yeah, look, he brings that speed to the party as well.
Yeah, Lafitte, but his speed is going a little bit further. So this is one of those races that kind of made me fall in love with this game as a gambling game and as a puzzle, because there's so many different variables. I'm pretty convinced that the 1A, My Sea Cottage, is likely the best horse in this race, but the circumstances are what make it interesting. Like you mentioned, he does have speed. His speed has been going a little bit longer. Now he cuts back to the 6 furlongs. You got to think that speed that he's been using to stay forwardly placed, that's not going to put him on the lead in this race going 6. Now, is someone else going to go out there and go in front of him? Does he inherit the lead going slow on the front end, then have that stamina to kick home? It's really the biggest puzzle of it all, trying to identify which one of those scenarios is going to happen. What I think is going to happen is this horse is going to break away from there, not as fast as some of the other speed, and end up sitting a great trip in behind the speeds. And then I think we'll be able to overtake and use that stamina to win. If for whatever reason they're aggressive and they get hooked into a speed duel with these horses that have a little bit more sprint speed, that's when I think it sets up nicely for King Moonracer, who I think is probably the best closer of all of these horses. So often in turf sprints, I don't care how much speed is in there, I'm always going to lean with the speed of the speed. I do feel like the 1A is that, the speed of the speed, and then I'm going to try to find the best closer just in case it happens to fall apart. That's why I feel like I got this race kind of tied up where I want it with the 1A and with the 8. I'll officially go with the 1A, hoping that they can work out that nice, comfortable trip sitting in behind the speeds. I just want to say it out loud. If you're watching the race and you see the 1A up there close, ding-donging on the front end, I don't think that's going to bode well.
You wonder what Mark Casse would think, trainer of My Sea Cottage, Maggie, and Casse, also the trainer of the 9, Highly Flammable.
Yeah, Lafitte, I'm a little bit more interested in the quote-unquote other Mark Casse horse in here. Highly Flammable. I was highly enthused with what I saw from this horse in the preliminaries last time out. I even picked him that day going the 7 furlongs, which I did question. So I like the cut back to the 6. He's built like an out-and-out turf sprinter. And last time, it does say awkward stride 3/4. Javi had to kind of grab him because he was worried that the other horses were folding over. And it's interesting to watch because a lot of times horses aren't going to clip heels if they're right on top of a horse, whereas their legs kind of go through. It's that weird distance where they'll just clip the end of it. And I think Javi was thinking that was going to happen. So he had to take him up. And then while he was in contention throughout the race, he just never was clear down the lane. And he was never able to put his head down and let him run on and really give him a good ride. And as Meg has consistently said, which I totally agree with, is that Javi's usually best on a horse second time around. So he's getting that here at a better distance, and I think the outside post should help his chances too. Number 9, Highly Flammable. I wouldn't just sleep on King James. I don't love him here, but he's been running okay in those off the turf races, and he's more of, I've always thought he was more of a turf horse anyway, just because he lacks a bit of push behind and just has that more of a physical turf makeup. But Lafitte, I'm going a little off the reservation here with number 2, Jester's Song. He continued to look the best in this field in the warm-up, and he kind of has this stride where he points his toe a little bit, where more of that daisy cutter type of action, always indicative of a turf sprinter. I'm going to take my chances at 15-1. Why not?
Jester's Song. Richie, I've never watched a horse race in my life. You hear daisy cutter action. What does that mean?
That's just an efficiency of this stride, the way they kind of tip over the top of what would be the blades of grass here, right? Not a lot of high action to them, lower, just kind of skip along. Your best turf horses, especially when this Belmont turf course would be longer and lusher, you'd hear them top the ground. It's like almost a swooshing sound.
And what do you think? Has Maggie smoked out a potential outsider here, a long shot? She likes a 16-1 shot. Jester's Song here and loves what she sees. We'll see about the surface. And Trevor McCarthy looking for a second win.
I am always going to elevate horses that Maggie likes from a physical perspective, whether it's how they look, you know, at overall general health, or changing surfaces, how she thinks they'll take to it. She has just such a really good opinion with it.
You went with?
I wound up with the 9-horse Highly Flammable. I thought he's going to work out a really good trip from the outside. Javier Castellano getting the mount back for the second time.
Needs the clear sailing he couldn't find in his last race, as Maggie referenced. And there is the Kentucky Derby winning jockey, the Belmont winning jockey, Javier Castellano, Highly Flammable. We're all set. Time for the pick 6. Here's Johnny I.
And they're off. There's My Sea Cottage moving up to go for the early lead along with Disarmed. Disarmed has the lead. My Sea Cottage runs in second. Highly Flammable far outside is in third. King James down on the inside runs in fourth. Bucker 2 is next in fifth. Then Jester's Song in sixth. King Moonracer in seventh. It's a break of 2 lengths. Back to Relate and 2 more to Don't Let Me Down, who trails the field in ninth. First quarter, 22-1. So it is Disarm, the leader here by a half length. My Sea Cottage running in second. Highly Flammable in the clear on the outside in third. King James down at the rail runs in fourth as Bucker 2 looks to advance in between horses. Then comes King Moonracer, Relate, Jester's Song and Don't Let Me Down, half mile 45-1, and they are in the stretch. It is Disarmed down at the rail. My Sea Cottage is right alongside. Then comes Highly Flammable and King James, followed by King Moon Racer. They are coming down for the finish. Disarmed digs down at the rail. My Sea Cottage right there, and on the outside, Highly Flammable. It was Disarmed who would not be denied here. Disarmed and Joel Rosario.
Regarded as the best turf sprint rider in the business for a reason, Joel Rosario, Rudy Rodriguez, Disarmed. 6-1 at post time to kick off the pick six.
Disarmed got very comfortable on the lead, and Joel Rosario makes the lead. He's tough to get by. You know he has horse left. They basically ran 1, 2, 3 around the racetrack. The 1A, My Sea Cottage, turning back in distance, still showed very good speed. Got on even terms with your eventual winner, Disarmed, but just could not out-finish him. And Flammable, Highly Flammable, excuse me, was caught 3-4 wide throughout with that outside draw, and he ran a good race too. All three, not a lot to separate the first three finishes, but it was a race dominated on the front end.
I wish I could hear what they're saying. The two jockeys involved in that thrilling stretch duel, Jose Ortiz wondering, like, how could I not get by Disarmed with My Sea Cottage? Joel Rosario would not let him, Disarmed would not let him by, in a pumped up Rudy Rodriguez. It's always fun to win the winner's circle, but how proud he has to be of Disarmed with that effort, the class he shows when engaged, digging, and fighting all the way to the wire.
And look at Joel Rosario. This is hands and heels. He never went to the riding crop. He just kept on picking up Disarmed and shoving forward, and what a strong hand ride. And I've said this before, I think he's a blend of the strength of your father, Lafitte Pincay, and the stylishness of George Velasquez, two of the best riders I ever had the privilege to witness or compete against. I think he's a blend of those two. Now, yesterday, Joel Rosario, I thought, was a bit overconfident in a race that ultimately he was on the second best horse. The winner had a lot of trouble, but I thought he was a little bit overconfident.
Still
the last
caught
70
napping,
yards.
as you described, which was the perfect. I don't think he was on the best horse, but it wasn't the best look.
No. And even speaking with Joel, he felt the same way. That being said, here was all of his immense skills on display and his strength on display. This was a tremendous ride.
You don't see finishes like that and a jockey with the crop uncaught. Just a strong hand ride, as you referenced, watching the replay all the way to the wire. As I mentioned, regarded as the best turf sprint jockey in the game, regarded as the strongest finisher in the game, Joel Rosario.
Absolutely. And you know, he's a rider that'll stand on his own conviction. If a horse is giving him his best, he's not going to do it just for the aesthetic look of it. He's, no, I'm going to keep holding this horse together and helping him, and there's the result.
Those are the races that get the blood pumping. 6-1. Disarmed. Joel Rosario, My Sea Cottage, giving him all he could handle, but in the end, just too much. Disarmed, unwilling to let him by in the stretch to win the fifth, kick off the pick six at Belmont.
They're off, and the breeders come to wake up. Today's sneak drop on the inside of the Jack. Forte has come under a ride now, and he's going 3 wide, and he's coming up on the outside of National Treasure, and he's coming up after Cape Rock. The two of them coming down to the wire. Forte on the outside, Cape Rock along the rail, and Forte has upset Cape Rock to win the Breeders' Cup Domino. What are you waiting for?
Warfront's 21 now. He's still doing great though as a stallion. He's still knocking out top-class runners, and I think one of our best 2-year-olds is Warfront. He's Danzig made over. That's the reason why Dad wanted him here at the farm. He thought he looked just like his sire, which he does, and he's producing runners and offspring just like his sire. So hopefully we'll find the next son. We have a couple chances here at the War of Will and Silver State to carry on his legacy.
Warfront, the sire of Liguria. You have a chance to see her in the Wild Applause. As always, our coverage on America's Day at the Races brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well, unusually game effort. From Disarmed, Joel Rosario, 1580 My Sea Cottage, doing everything but win. Solid effort, highly flammable. The Cassie trainees running 2-3, but all about Disarmed in the 5th at Belmont. Down to Maggie in the winner's circle.
Yeah, I'm so pleased to be joined by the part of the winning owners. We left the trainer out because he's part owner too, Rudy Rodriguez, but Andrew Gurdon and Michael Imperio, and I love it. Rudy came down in the winner's circle, Andrew, and said, "Can you believe it, Maggie? He's got chills."
Why? Of course I got to have chills. You know, it's hard to win, so whenever you win, it's really it's a chilling. You know, you got to chill. You got to have chills. I always have chills when I win.
I feel you. I do get him too. We'll keep the secret safe between us. But Michael, you said Joel Rosario, he's such a professional. You're just better off not giving him any instructions.
Tell him do whatever you want. And I think he fits the horses. Last race, everybody was passing him, and he held on. And Joel, he's got the right combination. As Andrew told me, he's the only 3-year-old in the race, so he's getting better.
That's exactly what I was just looking at. He's just is like escalating his form each and every time. So is that something you guys look for when claiming horses? You know, those 2 turning 3-year-olds that they just could improve.
Yeah, I always wanted a 3-year-old. So I saw this one, good breeding. Yeah. So I figured, take a chance.
The funny thing about claiming him, we all liked him, and we were at Aqueduct, and Rudy goes down the 4th race. I'm going to go take a look at him. But he was in the 6th race. He goes, I missed him, so I just dropped. He dropped on the horse in the 4th race. He was running in the 6th, the day we claimed him.
Well, he got it in early.
So I went to drop the ticket, right? And I told her, Kevin, the box is not open. The box is not open. It's closed already. He said, okay, I'll open it. I don't think you have time. He said, yeah. Then he said, there's no claiming in this race. I said, can I get back the envelope? He said, no.
It was in there, and it worked. Guys, congratulations. Nice win here.
Thank you so much, Maggie.
All right, Disarmed, Rudy Rodriguez, Andrew, and Michael all teaming up for a nice win with Joel Rosario aboard, guys.
To claim Rudy Rodriguez a few more dollars to fix up those dents in his car at Bam's Auto Body after that win.
They're very funny. But I tell you what, I enjoy so much watching Joel Rosario in a tight finish like that and not resorting to the crop, having the confidence in his horse and his own ability to keep him going forward, to help him, keep him balanced, contact with the bridle. It's a work of art when a rider does it properly.
Exciting turf sprint, and we have the featured event on the afternoon, the America's Best Racing Race of the Week. And the Wild Applause, 3-year-old fillies, $150,000 purse. Field, we do have updated odds. Liguria for Chad Brown. Wow, 8-5. Brown with a pair, trying for a 4th win in the Wild Applause. But Christophe Clement had the morning line favorite. Breath Away currently 2-1. Trainer Christophe Clement is here in New York. His son, Miguel, he's in the UK. He was with Big Invasion, who ran earlier today at Royal Ascot in the Grade 1 Jubilee. It's a team effort, father and son. And as much as they do have in common, they also have their differences. Here's Acacia.
Take one turn and we go in, okay?
What is it like working with your son on a daily basis?
Complete nightmare. Funny. No, it's a lot of fun because we get on very well. It's challenging sometimes, but in a good way. And for a father, if you share a passion with your son, it's always a great thing.
Unfortunately, probably for the household, bad days become twice as bad because you deal with 2 individuals that experience the bad news and the bad results. And then your good days become great days. No, I love it.
Was it exciting for you when your son said that he wanted to come and work in the same stable?
No, very much so, because I'm a lucky man. I've got a great team. So Miguel just, has added to already a really good team, and he makes it great. And it's also fun because by traveling, Miguel saw things that sometimes we didn't see. And so he can just bring something to the table, which I think is important.
Explain to me your kind of divide and conquer, how you make things work between the two of you at the stable.
It's very simple. I'm always right. That's rule number one. And if in doubt, just refer to rule number one.
No, he's very much the boss, so that's correct.
It's not true, by the way. I do believe that, we do share. I share a lot of things with Miguel. I give him a lot of freedom on a lot of things where I think sometimes it's easier for him to make a decision than me.
Who is the one that's grouchier in the morning?
Who is grouchier in the morning? It's got to be Miguel.
I strongly disagree, but rule number one is the boss is never wrong.
Who is more fun in the stables in the mornings during training?
It's got to be him. I don't think I'm fun, but it's going to be him. Maybe none of us, I don't know.
Who takes a defeat harder?
Oof. No doubt, he does.
Now, Miguel, you are in charge of the Saratoga division. Your dad does Belmont, and then here in the summer, you're both here in Saratoga. What's that division like?
It's actually a bit easier on me, to be completely honest, because the stable's very much informed, and now that I come here during the Saratoga meets, you just keep continuing.
Okay, last question, because there's kind of a stereotype, if you will, that Clement Stable is a turf stable. Tell me a little bit about what that means to you, because you've had a Belmont Stakes winner as well.
Correct. I was lucky enough to win the Belmont, the Jockey Club Gold Cup, the CCA Oaks. Had very good dirt danseuses.
They used to label him like the mile-and-a-half turf trainer, and then horses like Pure Sensation and Disco partner. Then they started labeling him the turf sprinter trainer, and now with 2-year-olds they call him a 2-year-old trainer. And I don't know I wonder what the next label is going to be.
That doesn't matter. As long as we are labeled as something, I'm okay.
Father and son working together. Christophe Clement, Miguel Clement, but again, no question about who the boss is, Richie.
I love that. This is rule number one. The boss is always right. And it is interesting about the labels, right?
Yeah.
And usually what it comes down to is the kind of horses you get to train and getting the best out of those particular type of horses.
He can do it all. World-class trainer. Christophe Clement has a serious chance to win this Wild Applause with Breath Away, who is currently 5-2. There she is, so consistent. She brings it every time. Is she good enough to take down this Wild Applause? We'll find out in 15 minutes.
He possessed such natural athleticism.
It is Golden Pal winning the Juvenile Turf Sprint.
He's very, very agile and quick.
Golden Pal has repelled the challenges.
Each and every race, he just got better and better.
Golden Pal broke like a rocket. Golden Pal, wire to wire.
It's a very confident horse.
Golden Pal, the lead is out to 5 lengths in deep stretch.
He's just got a brilliant mind.
They're all behind Golden Pal.
I'm going to be breeding everything I have to him.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
Last September broke records.
It brought the energy, the magic, the momentum.
And this year, it all returns.
Only at the World's Yearling Sale. Keeneland, September.
Wild Applause leads the way by 3. Spit Curl now moves into second, and then Geraldine Store is third on the outside. Pretty Perfect, then If Winter Comes. Wild Applause past the 8th pole by 4. Spit Curl second by a length, and Pretty Perfect is third. If Winter Comes on the hedge in 4th. They approach the wire. Wild Applause in front.
You do things like that in Grade 1 races at Saratoga, they name races after you. Wild Applause, sensational in the 1984 Diana at the Spa.
Under Walter Guerra here, such a stylish rider. Look how flat he looks on a horse, and just such a nice mare. She was very good on dirt. She was exceptional on turf. She became a producer. She by Northern Dancer. Well, we've got a Warfront in here. Warfront by Danzig, who was by Northern Dancer. A lot of connections, a lot of tie-ins.
Connecting the dots, the bloodlines. Walter Guerra, he must have been a teenager back then. One of the youngest jockeys ever to win a Breeders' Cup race for a long time. Cozine, he won a Breeders' Cup mile at Aqueduct. There, didn't have to work very hard with Wild Applause. How hard will these 3-year-old fillies have to work to get to the winner's circle post-time in 12 minutes? And Breathaway, who was the morning line favorite at 2-1. Still 2-1, but the second choice. And exiting this race, the undercard of the Black Eyed Susan, Preakness Week in Pimlico, and finding her best ride, turning for home. She's going to slug it out to the wire and come up just short.
Couldn't get a much better trip, though. Every spot that Joelle Rosario needed to open, it opened. It was like open sesame, right? And then she hits the front and just gets out-footed a little bit late. You're not going to make a much better trip than what she got at Pimlico last time.
Team Big Invasion, Reeve Thoroughbreds, trained by Christophe Clement. For more on Breathaway, we check in with Maggie.
And she looks fabulous, Lafitte. Breathaway, just everything you want in a turf miling filly. Strong hind end, just good conditioning overall. And watching her races, which have been over tightly configured turf tracks in Gulfstream Park and Pimlico, I think she handles them, but there's something about her and watching her action and looking at her here in the paddock that makes me believe that the more wider sweeping turns here at Belmont will be even more up her alley. She's just exuding class. I love everything I'm seeing about her, and especially with these conditions in mind. Now, we do have one for Chad Brown coming back off of a layoff, Tax Implications, whom I talked with her pilot, Manny Franco, about that Chelsea Flower, in which she was just so hard to handle. She was lugging in so badly. At one point, he actually had to kind of put both hands on the reins to pick her up and prevent her from running into the back of another horse because she was doing it so much. Now, looking at her with thoughts of equipment, nothing different. It's a usual Chad Brown uniform, as I like to say. The snaffle egg butt bit with a drop noseband. It's what they all pretty much wear. He will put on a cage bit every once in a while if they need it. She's not wearing it. I loved her in the Chelsea Flower. She was upset by her stablemate and implicated that day. But she looks great again. I mean, she's grown a bit, just enough from 2 to 3, but comes in here fit, looking the part. And if she can run straight, then she's a major player if she's able to just improve a touch from that 2-year-old form. A little off the reservation here, but just a horse that I'm really intrigued to see go long for the first time is number 7, Carrie. Joe Sharp, Jordan Wyckoff will team up with this filly who was purchased for $85,000 at that Keeneland April Horses of Racing Age sale. And throughout her 2-year-old career, I kept writing, would love to see her long, would love to see her long. So the mile's the perfect distance for her. She's filled out quite a bit. She's dappled head to toe here. She looks fit and strong for Joe Sharp coming back in here. I just think she's a little intriguing. Not that this race is devoid of speed or anything like that. There's enough pace in here where it's not like she's interesting because she's a likely pace setter. I just think she's interesting in this spot, Lafitte.
Was with Christophe Clement, now with Joe Sharp, as you mentioned, Maggie, and tries a longer distance for the first time. Carrie, big price. Tax Implications, not a big price. And she wasn't a big price in her last start. Coming off a big maiden win, she's an odds-on favorite. Last fall, the Chelsea Flower, Richie, she has a lot of work to do. And then you see her fighting her jockey the length of the stretch.
Yeah, and when a rider already moves his crop over to his left hand around the turn, you know the horse has already given him that feeling of wanting to lug in or lean towards the rail. And you can see Manny Franco having to constantly correct her. Now, you see right here, he really has to stop her from running up in behind the 2-horse. And some people say, well, he gave up. He stood up too soon. He had his hands full with a filly that was being very difficult. Now, she didn't do that in her first start, so, and then she went to the shelf. So maybe it's going to be a non-factor today, but it's certainly something that we got to watch for.
If anybody can straighten her out, it's that trainer, Chad Brown. Tax Implications seeking a 4th win in the Wild Applause. Ancient Secret, Blowout, Eminent Victor. Will it be Tax Implications? Will it be Liguria, who had the 1 start this year in the Edgewood on the undercard of the Kentucky Oaks, her first start in a while. It was fine. She was 5th, just beat a length and a half. It was the race before that opened eyes. Liguria at Del Mar in the Jimmy Durante. She lost ground on the first turn. She loses ground on the far turn and still makes short work of her rivals in that big field.
Yeah, to be wide on both turns, particularly on the turf, you have to be decidedly best. And she was, and she's got a big, long stride to her, and she picks up horses very easily. She's got the pedigree, being by the Claiborne Farm Stallion Warfront, preeminent stallion. I mean, he's #1 percentage of stakes winners from runners, 8 champions, 24 Grade 1 winners, 112 stakes winners overall. And here's another good one from Warfront.
Serious threat. Handicappers zeroing in 9-5. Liguria, Red Ortiz in the saddle. Just before the post parade, friendly reminder to join us at Naira Bets. Get signed up. When you do so, use that promo code BONUS200. Earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. Bobby Frankel, Chad Brown, who learned from Bobby Frankel, one of the greatest trainers of all time, and that was his thing in these turf races, 2-turn turf races. This is more of a 1-turn. You can lose ground on 1 turn, he would say to the jockey, but not 2. You can't lose ground on both turns. She did, and still won impressively, Liguria.
It's just a big ask for horses. And saving ground in turf racing in general is the path to success.
Liguria, we'll see him in the post parade. We start with Violent Gibson, Irish filly, a 3rd in the Honey Rider in Florida.
Yeah, 2 good runs. This filly's ran well in both of her starts, and a filly that is going to be a little bit forward. Junior Alvarado talked about watching video of her and how she's a little bit of a bicycle horse. She got to pedal.
Ooh, that's a big price. She runs straight. Look out. Tax Implications. First of 2 for Chad Brown.
Very talented. Very well should be undefeated if she wasn't difficult to handle last fall in the Chelsea Flower.
Brown-trained fillies will break side by side. Liguria, the favorite.
Yeah, listen, she's got a run under her belt. She's already tipped her hand about her ability, and that regal pedigree looks fantastic on the racetrack.
Number 4, I'm just kidding, New York bred.
Another strong pedigree here. Last time, coming out of sprint races, she broke slow, towed Jose Ortiz up into the race, and was awarded the victory via DQ, but her race was more impressive than it looks on paper.
Cecile, she can motor late.
And you want to talk about a turn of foot. This filly flew home last time, never could win until she got up and won.
Soviet Excess for Todd Pletcher, exclusively raced at Gulfstream in Florida. There she is in the Wertheimer colors.
Could be tactically in a very good spot. Should be forward. I think she'll be in a good stalking spot if Dylan Davis is aggressive away from the starting gate.
You heard Maggie in the paddock. Don't sleep on this 24-1 shot carry.
Again, I'll elevate any horse that Maggie talks highly of. You get Javier Castellano, a filly stretching out from sprints. I expect her to be either on the lead or very forward.
And Breath Away, the morning line favorite, now 2-1 second choice. Joel Rosario looking for back-to-back turf wins.
Deep closer. Joel coming off a ride that the last race on Disarm that he contributed greatly to the victory. That was all of his immense skills on display. And Joel's a rider to me, when he's having a day like that, it carries over. He's a little bit streaky that way, but he's coming off a good win, and I expect him to have a good trip with Breath Away.
That momentum. Joel Rosario, Breath Away, trained by Christophe Clement, but Chad Brown, who's won this race 3 times. He has Tax Implications. He has Liguria, the favorite at 9-5, and he's standing by with Maggie.
Yeah, he feels like he has the right 2 horses as well for this Wild Applause. Chad, let's start with Liguria. It's her second start off of a layoff. We saw her at least improve from a figure standpoint in her 3-year-old bow. Has that moved her forward? She's such a big, strapping daughter of Warfront.
Yeah, I hope so. And actually, she ran faster on figures, but I felt she did no running. She didn't care for the turf at Churchill at all. She was training good going into there. I got her out of there. And like if many of my horses that got off that turf course that just didn't care for it. They've really run well since. I hope she continues the pattern.
Yeah, getting here, it seems like you get a more truer effort over this Belmont turf course. Is that true or false?
Yeah, they can just, for whatever reason, I have a group of horses that seem to want to get their toe in the ground and such, and that newer turf course for a reason. I think that weekend they were just kind of running over the top of it, and I expected to run much better.
Tax implications. First start as a 3-year-old, last start as a 2-year-old. It wasn't pretty. I felt bad for Manny Franco. Has she ever shown that since?
It caught me so off guard. I mean, I was trying to run the horse in a Breeders' Cup off a maiden win. That's how much I liked her. And when she started lugging in at Aqueduct, I was as surprised as Manny was or anybody. So we gave her some time after that and got her checked out, and I really couldn't find anything. So I just turned her out and skipped some of the early stuff this year. I've never seen her do it before or since, so I'll be curious when he turns her loose going for home if she's straight.
She looks ready and up to the task. Wishing you the best of luck, and thank you so much for your time.
Anytime, thank you.
All right, Chad Brown, Liguria, and tax implications here in this wild applause, Lafitte.
Could it be just a one-off? Richie, do you experience that often when a horse does something funky, makes a mistake like that just randomly?
Yeah, you know, it's been my experience that it's never a one-off, but she was a young horse, and she was maybe a bit green, and, over at Aqueduct, a little bit different. The fact that he gave her time off, they checked her out, and she's never shown that propensity again in her training. I'll be curious to see what's going to happen.
So Chad with tax implications. There's Julian Leperoux back from Royal Ascot, and Cecile. Richie, watch this filly. There she is breaking from the outside. This is at Churchill Downs. What happens at the start?
Yeah, just an awkward start. She kind of lunged just a touch, a little off balance, then hit the side of the doors. And basically she's, took herself out of the race. She's last.
And then watch this.
Watch when she angles out to the clear here. Makes a little room for herself there. She's got a lot to do here.
She can't win from there.
Can't win from here.
No way she wins from there. All right, maybe she gets second. No way she catches a leader.
And not only does she get there, in the last few strides, it looked fairly comfortable. I mean, she just flew on by here.
JK, you still mad at Joel Rosario for knocking you out of the pick 3? That was brutal, man.
Yeah, I'm always mad at Joel for knocking me out of bets. No, I'm not really mad at Joel. I'm trying to think. I've had some good scores, I think, with Joel involved, so I forgive him. It happens. It's a cycle. No big deal. Chad mentioned, and I've heard him mention this a few times now, that he's had a few horses that didn't necessarily like the turf course at Churchill Downs. For those that aren't aware, Churchill Downs has replaced their turf course. They've had some issues with it, with the replacement. It seemed to be kind of trending in the right direction, but still, it could still be a surface that some of his horses didn't like. Chad wins a lot of races on the grass. If he says he's got a handful of horses that don't like the grass at Churchill, I'm going to believe Chad in that situation. I think Liguria is going to run better. She showed a bunch of talent as a 2-year-old. I thought she ran well last time trying to close into a loose winner for Brad Cox at Churchill, despite her not really liking the surface. So I think she's going to run better here. I'd be interested to see how tax implications runs. I think a lot of us are going to be looking to see if she runs straight. But the other horse I wanted to mention is the 8 Breath Away. Now, we talk about pace often. We've talked about it a few times already. Horses that go slow on the front end usually have a lot of energy left and are hard to catch. Horses that go really fast on the front end become a little bit easier to catch, and horses from off the pace, from the closers, can pick those horses up in the stretch. I thought that Breath Away's last race, the pace kind of just fell apart. The horses on the front end started to slow, and it was a bunch of closers that were coming. In those situations, I downgrade horses in those scenarios because they got kind of a setup there. And I feel like that's what happened with the 8 Breath Away. She got a setup that day. Can she win? Can she get a setup here today? Sure. She's the fastest horse on paper from a speed figure standpoint. But when horses take money like this, you want to try to look for something a little bit creative. Now, I know that kind of doesn't sound that creative. I'm picking the favorite here, but the morning line, I thought I was going to get a little bit of a better price, and I think she will creep up here a little bit. So I'm going to go with a 3, Liguria. We'll see what happens.
I think Jonathan's just rooting against Joel Rosario because he knocked him out of the pick 3.
One thing I like about Jonathan, he doesn't hold a grudge. Like he's got a very practical approach to the game.
Never too low, the right temperament for this game.
Absolutely, yeah. So I appreciate that. As a former rider who certainly got hollered at by fans, and I use the word fans loosely.
You weren't a hothead or anything. You always responded.
No, I would stop
properly.
and discuss the trip and explain what happened to people.
Race shape here, Richie. What are you expecting early on? Who are we looking for in terms of speed?
I think Kerry goes to the lead. I think Soviet Excess is in a stalking and close position forward. And eyes will be, for me, on Tax Implications, who I did pick on top, hoping that she runs straight. Because I think her 2-year-old races are strong enough. If she just takes the natural step 2 to 3, she'll be.
Chad was thinking Breeders' Cup for her second start. 9-2 feels like a steal. She runs straight.
He had me at Breeders' Cup.
Wild Applause Stakes. Post time. Here's Johnny and Brielle.
They're all in line. And they're off. In the Wild Applause Stakes, Liguria broke well, but passed now by I'm Just Kiddin'. A headstrong Kerry has now taken the lead. Kerry is in front. Breath Away, and I'm Just Kiddin'. I'm Just Kiddin', steadying there towards the inside. Soviet Excess is next in fourth. Down on the inside is Violet Gibson, who's running in fifth. Liguria is now back in sixth. Alongside is Cecile, and Tax Implications, the early trailer, in eighth. As they race up the widened turf after a quarter in 23 and 3/5 seconds. And it is Kerry, the leader here by a length. I'm Just Kiddin', second by a length. Soviet Excess, Violet Gibson, they're right together, third and fourth. Breath Away is in fifth, 4 lengths from the front. Then on the outside, Cecile, followed by Liguria. Tax Implications continues to trail. The 3-year-old fillies go around the far turn, opening half mile, 47 seconds, and it is a long shot. Kerry, the leader here by a half length, as I'm Just Kiddin' gets closer now in second. Soviet Excess on the outside is in third. Violet Gibson is down at the rail, followed in between horses by Breath Away. Tax Implications is on the far outside. Cecile is there, and then Liguria, who is now back in eighth. 3/4 in 1:11 as they come through the stretch now. Here comes Tax Implications now kicking in, and here comes Liguria on the far outside. Cecile is in third, and then Soviet Excess. Liguria with a big stretch run here. Tax Implications right there. They come on for the finish. Liguria with a big last to first move to win the Wild Applause Stakes.
Who she can turn it on? Liguria. Stablemates run 1-2. Stablemates, Liguria, Tax Implications, and a fourth Wild Applause for winning trainer Chad Brown.
That's a nice run from both of these fillies. Tax Implications came wide. Liguria had to angle out and come even wider, but boy, they finished. They started putting separation. You could see at least Liguria got to kind of make the corner before Irad had to angle out to the clear. But boy, they really finished the deal here. They came home aggressively and strong, a fast finish. They came home the last eighth of a mile in under 12 seconds, and they're putting separation on the field. This was a real nice effort from both of these fillies, and Liguria, the daughter of Warfront, just a little bit better.
Claiborne Stallion, Warfront, Liguria, Tax Implications, did everything right, ran straight. She came home fast. Her stablemate just that much better on this afternoon. Liguria, and building off of what we saw at Del Mar and the Jimmy Durante last fall, a 3-year-old filly, her first win this year, coming off the effort at Churchill Downs, and excited to see what she does this summer at Saratoga. You would assume races like the Lake George, the Lake Placid.
Oh, I would have to think they're certainly marked on her schedule, and even for Tax Implications, who, you know, let's not forget, this was her first start since last October.
Very good point.
Now, Chad's a trainer that's very good at getting horses off layoff, but you got to think that this is a great starting point for her, and a really nice effort from both of them.
Just another day at the office for Chad Brown. Fourth win in the Wild Applause, running 1-2. Let's go back to the start of the race, Richie, and a lot going on up the backstretch.
Yeah, I mean, you see that the 3 Liguria exploded out of the blocks. For a closer, she could not break any faster. Then I'm Just Kiddin' takes up the run. Here comes Kerry, who was keen off of those 5 furlong sprints. Actually, Breath Away was a handful down the backstretch. You see now everybody getting jammed up behind Kerry. The one taking the worst was I'm Just Kiddin'. She's tossing her head about, just very difficult. Breath Away, much keener than normal. A filly that normally comes from further back. But I think it hurt the 4 I'm Just Kidding the most. She just seemed to be unhappy with the restraint.
Yeah, just climbing, fighting a rider. As she finished off the board, turning for home. The long shot still in front, Kerry. Here comes Cecile, who had that big effort at Churchill Downs. You see the Klarovich colors with tax implications. Watching her, it's like, okay, is she going to start fighting Manny Franco? No, she's going to switch over and finish strong, but then Liguria finds another gear and goes by all of them.
Yeah, I mean, the turn of foot was impressive here because tax implications was running through the wire, and the fact that she was so much more professional than she was in her second start as a 2-year-old. Just like Chad said, it was a one-off, but again, nice effort from both the winner and runner-up.
Saw the smile from Arad Ortiz. Winning owner, Alpha Delta Stables. Liguria says, over and out. Sensational in the Wild Applause Stakes. The acceleration late. World-class connections, Arad Ortiz, Chad Brown. Brown running 1-2, fourth win in the Wild Applause. Liguria 3-2, 6-5. Results, reaction as our coverage continues.
It will be good night to win it by a length and a half.
It is all shotgun Hottie as she pleases.
Disarm draws even. Disarm takes the mat win. But Echo Zulu opens up by 2, now by 3. Echo Zulu looking good. Geared down to win it by 4.
Entering the winner's circle. Winner's Circle lead and brought to you by Fasig Tipton. July sales of selected yearlings and horses of racing age July 10th and 11th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be? Team Liguria, no, they're in the winner's circle following the Saturday feature and that stirring performance. Liguria in the Wild Applause Stakes, 560. The handicapper zeroed in on this one from the start.
Yeah, absolutely, and she delivered. Kind of got that a little bit more of that inside out and then followed in the wake of tax implications, who ran tremendous.
Key moment of the race, Richie.
Yeah, you'll see where Liguria is, and tax implication launches her bid from behind her, but angles out to the clear earlier than her, right? So now she's coming into the stretch about 5 wide, while Liguria is still under a hold, waiting, kind of comes in the stretch, actually even wider than that, and then angles out afterwards. So the immediate reaction for a lot of people would be, well, Liguria came widest of all. Well, no, tax implications came widest of all. Liguria angled out later after making the corner, and that's the kind of turf trip you want. Both of them ran extremely well, and I'm sure tax implications will even take a step forward with the race under her belt.
And she broke on top. Last to first in the Wild Applause, down to Maggie in the winner's circle.
John Clay of Alpha Delta Stables. And John, we were just discussing how beautiful she was, but named for a beautiful place too.
Yes, she was, her dam's name was Larisi, which is an Italian town on the Ligurian coast of Italy. And so Liguria wasn't taken, and I just wanted to keep the theme and keep the Italian theme. So that's how Liguria came about. So
now, we talked to Chad prior to the race. He said, you know, I scratched my head with her effort at Churchill, but it just came down to her probably not handling the turf. Well, she loved the turf, as Chad suspected, here at Belmont. Also, one with a lot left, it feels like. So, a little longer distance, possibly?
I think so. I think she's bred to go much longer. She's a full sister to Avenge, who's multiple Grade 1 winner, who could go a fairly decent distance. So I think she can step up a little bit longer than, you know, just a mile, but we'll see.
You can have fun with her this summer?
Absolutely. I hope she stays healthy after the race today, and we can go to a nice stakes race in Saratoga, get a little more graded black type. That would be a great thing to do.
You've already accomplished it, and more is never a bad thing. Congratulations here with this Wild Applause win.
All right, thanks, Maggie.
All right, John Clay with Liguria. Beautiful filly for a beautiful place in Italy on a beautiful Saturday at Belmont, guys.
Lots to be proud of. Liguria, onward and upward, and yeah, they'll have some fun with her this summer at Saratoga.
Well, one thing that for sure, Chad Brown has bench strength. He's got a deep, quality stable with pretty much every base covered.
And for 3-year-old fillies here, winding down the meet, Belmont, before we get to Saratoga, the Wild Applause today, and then closing weekend as well, the Grade 1 Belmont Oaks Invitational.
Yeah, for horses that have already kind of established their place in the hierarchy in this division, the Wild Applause, certainly several others now going to throw their hat into the ring and try to participate in some of those better races in Saratoga.
As mentioned, closing weekend here, Belmont, the Belmont Oaks, start of the Triple Tiara Series, and races we've been discussing all afternoon with the Lake George and the Lake Placid 3-year-old fillies, and then that second leg of the Triple Tiara Series in that Saratoga Oaks.
Yeah, I love the series, and I love the fact that we've gotten European participation. You know, we make so much of people shipping from America to Europe to try to take on some of their best. I like the fact that they've kind of penciled some of our races in on their schedule.
It's not how interesting it was that, yeah, she wound up breaking on top, Liguria, like a shot. You don't see that from closers. Stu Miles winds up in last and circles the field.
And she exploded out of the gate, and then, you know, Irad had to kind of reel her in and say, no, let's go back to what we're, you know, how we're supposed to draw this up.
Irad Ortiz, he'll be riding Truculent in the upcoming 7th race. $16,000 claimer back to the main track. Older horses. You wind up with a opinion of this one, higher quality, the favorite at 2-1?
I don't have a good opinion in it, but the one thing that stands out to me about Irad Ortiz, he just won a stakes race, and he'll ride this $16,000 claimer with the same enthusiasm he rode the stake race, and I like that. He just hungry to win.
You touched on that earlier, the momentum for the riders as the afternoon goes on, and that could carry over to tomorrow as well. We have more stakes racing, and you'll catch it right here on America's Day of the Races. The Dancin' Renee in a really good edition with a $125,000 purse, 6 furlong cash, New York breds, and that's the key for number 2, Rosa Veloce, who is the 2-1 morning line favorite. She's back with New York breds in her most recent, the Vagrancy, mixing it up with one of the best female sprinters in the game, in Caramel Swirl.
Yeah, Caramel Swirl came back and was not embarrassed by Goodnight Olive. I mean, she ran extremely well there, and Wicked Halo. And Rosa Veloci's getting back with New York bred. So for people to have a better understanding of it, there are about 1,100 foals in the state of New York in that foal crop, as opposed to over 20,000 nationally. It's just a smaller gene pool you have to compete with. Now, obviously, we've got a lot of really good New York breds, but one thing about Rosa Veloci, she shows up. She brings her lunch pail, she goes to work, she's honest, and she tries.
Back with New York bred, the chance and a win to get that confidence going again, how significant that can be.
You know, I don't think people should ever underestimate with these horses how getting a little bit of class relief and winning races moves them up. You know, every time horses go so deep to the well and is not rewarded for it, I think it diminishes them.
Cross country, pick 5, the sequence. Tomorrow afternoon, not quite the international flair of today's cross country, pick 5 with the 4 races. Royal Ascot, get a couple at Monmouth, a couple at Belmont, and Woodbine north of the border, the Aliwal Stakes, the Dancin' Renee to wind down the cross country pick 5 sequence. Richie, coverage is going to continue on Fox Sports 2. Still 4 races here at Belmont Park. Started the late pick 4, exciting afternoon of thoroughbred racing. Saw a little everything highlighted by Liguria in the end, and Brown running 1-2. And the Wild Applause.
Really nice edition of the Wild Applause, and a beautiful day of racing here. We got 4 more to go. I'll be back on for the last 2 reporting, but it's been great being up here with you, and we got the A-team getting ready to come in.
Paul LaDuca, Andy Serling, coverage continuing over on Fox Sports 2. Thanks so much for joining us. With Liguria in the Wild Applause, Arad Ortiz from last to first. Can't wait to see her up at Saratoga. Improving filly, Chad Brown. He knows this race well and how to get to the winner's circle. A 4th win in the Wild Applause. Again, thanks so much for joining us here on Fox Sports 1, America's Day at the Races. Coverage continuing. 4 left. The late pick 4, race 7 in 15 minutes over on Fox Sports 2 with Andy and Paul.
Catholic Boy, a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, including this romp in the Run Happy Travers Stakes.
He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer.
This 6-time graded stakes winner was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. At the sales, his first crop yearling sold up to $300,000. Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
Every sire hopes to have a son to follow in his footsteps.
An impressive debut.
For Munnings, that son is Jack Christopher.
Jack Christopher to win the Champagne.
Unbeaten Grade 1 winner at 2. Dual Grade 1 winner at 3.
And he is pouring it on here. It is Jack Christopher winning the Grade 1 H. Allen Jerkins Memorial.
Jack Christopher, new to Coolmore, America, home of champions.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We got to talk about the horse to beat there. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, and we want to welcome our viewers on both FS2 as well as SNY. Paul LeDuc and Andy Serling will be here from 4 to 6, covering the rest of the action at Belmont today. Paul, how are you?
I'm doing well. It would have been a lot better if the 2 would have held on in the last race for both of us, but it's okay. We got a good 4-race card and rest of the races on the late pick 4 here that I think is pretty competitive.
I'm going to Canterbury next year instead of you. You got so much sun there. I'm very jealous.
Oh, I know, right? The sun was boiling. It was about 90 degrees in Shakopee, Minnesota. The extreme weather, and a lot of people were talking about that in Minnesota. It goes from 30 degrees to 90 degrees in a split second. It's crazy.
I'd like to be there when it's 90, not 30. But anyway, we've got some good stuff coming up today. Late pick 4 starting in race 7. The 9th race, I would call it the co-feature in the card. And while it's scratched down to a field of 4, the 4 main players are in. And the horse to beat is Gerrymander, who's the favorite. I don't know if she'll ever get back to that big win, the Mother Goose. And she's a little bit tough to trust. Paulie, I'm very interested in Movie Moxie here and want to show a bit of her last race because, in my opinion, she spent an awful lot of it on a dead rail.
Yeah, and you can argue, too, that she's had some races where she might not like a sloppy racetrack. She's 0 for 4 on it, and she didn't break well in her last race. And I thought she ran on okay. She kind of made a little bit of a middle move. Her other fast racetrack race, the race before that, she was dominant. And she's a kind of mare that when she brings her A game, she is very, very tough to deal with. And I think her A game is over a fast trip. So, you know, I think that's going to help her. And the outside draw, especially with Gerrymander, probably be able to control. This horse maybe be able to sit right outside of Gerrymander.
Yeah, obviously Gerrymander is the story in the race and the one to beat. With Movie Moxie, she is a horse that has some trouble at the start. But I think breaking from the outside post may mitigate that a bit and thought she might be very dangerous. Venti Valentine has to be an extremely frustrating horse for her connections because somewhere in there is is a quality filly. I mean, not dissimilar to Gerrymander, but she's just so unreliable. This is her win 2 back in the Bay Ridge.
Yeah, Firing Line, a New York bred filly that, you know, she's 3 for 3 at the distance. She's 2 for 4 here at Belmont. She's going to get Lasix for the first time in her 11, this will be her 12th start in her career. She kind of runs in and out. Sometimes you don't really know. She has a couple really good races. She made a 92 buyer off the layoff back in March in the Bush. She didn't disgrace herself, obviously, in the Gazelle. So she has some class. She's just a tough filly to read.
She is. She's just extremely unreliable. She's run well off layoffs. She's run badly off layoffs. She seems to like a wet track, but we got a dry track today, but she's run well on dry tracks. And she and Gerrymander, Paul, they're both first-time Lasix because, interestingly enough, this is the first time that either one of them has been in a race where they've been allowed to use Lasix because they couldn't use them as 2-year-olds. And then they've been in stake races since then, so they've never been in an allowance race. And you know, I'll tell you something else interesting about this race. If you look deep in the conditions, one of the conditions, it's for non-winners of a race in 2023. And I think all of these horses may be a little lucky. A horse named Nest didn't enter here because she would be eligible to run in this race. And we'll see, hopefully, expecting to see her up in Saratoga in races like the Chuvy and the Personal Ensign. And I'm sure all 4 of them are extremely happy there are no 4-letter name horses in here. That would be a bad 4-letter word for the others.
Yeah, that is kind of true. And I would think it would be more of a setup, for something in Saratoga. But maybe Todd is feeling that Ness is training up to a race in Saratoga that's just going to be just fine. And you make a good point in here. Gerrymander's been behind Ness, Matarea. I think Matarea is actually running at Ellis Park today in a big race. So,
I hope she runs better than my Game of Silks horse ran. It's a very inauspicious debut for my Game of Silk Source. But the good news is you and I can get out from betting the 2 in the last race. Pick 4 starts here in race number 7. And, you know, this is a funny race, Paulie, because you've got a number of horses that have been running at the lower levels and a long shot who I kind of like, Blake B, dropping. But who do you trust here?
None. I really don't. And when you look at the will pays, they really hammered the 6 here, higher quality. I kind of get it. The horse comes off a nice W. This horse has been in a couple different barns, but that was over the mud. I get the other race before that in the Linda Rice barn by 6 1/4, but I thought this race was a little bit more competitive than that.
Claimed by a trainer, Maggie, is 0 for 13 off the claim in the dirt over the last 5 years. Enlighten us, Maggie. We need plenty of help.
Join the club, Andy, as Truculent does come in here. Yes, off the Cantor Mossy claim. And last time I thought he was a little bit against the racetrack for at least half of the race, and he was a beaten favorite coming in for Linda Rice, and that it was a track in which you didn't want to be down on the inside. And he did spend the first half of that race down on the rail, and then he kind of had to wait to get the room to swing out when the winner had already made the winning move in higher quality, who was kept wide throughout the running of that race, who will also meet here yet again. I've always liked Truculent. I think he looks great here in the paddock, and if you're willing to forgive that race with a bit of an excuse, I think he makes a good deal of sense. Now, the other 7-2 shot now, or he was 7-2, now Crump's Little Tots is a lone one. Jamie Torres climbed aboard for the first time last time, and I like the fact that he kept him closer. It's something that Jamie is very astute at. He doesn't take anything away from his horses early, and he does tend to get that forward position. And I just thought it was the right move with a horse that consistently lags behind the field, and we'll see if he's able to do the same thing yet again. Looks apart here in the paddock for Charlie Baker, but the horse that looks best here is Blake B. He's the drop down in here. Andy, I know you have interest in this runner. He looks fantastic physically.
Thank you, Maggie. Always good to hear your insights. And with Blake B, I thought he ran well in a race, well enough, I should say, in a race 2 back where the pace collapsed. And he's just been way over his head. And he's the kind of horse, kind of like Venti Valentine, when he feels like running, he can run a race that could beat this field, but he doesn't feel like running that often.
Yeah, you make a good point, 100%. He's got a race at Aqueduct and a race here at Belmont back in April. Wins this race easily. And, you know, in his last couple races, his last race, he kind of broke out of the gate and got disinterested, was 4 or 5 wide. The race before that, he did at least show some speed on the mud. He just needs to get back to maybe getting rating a little bit. And Lescano seems like he's the one guy that has got this horse to the winner's circle, or at least got the best run out of this horse by Malibu Moon.
I want to see him be aggressive. There's really a dearth of speed in here. Now, if Truculent can find that speed he used to have, he could be the speed. But if not, Blake B could control it here. And I tell you what, it wouldn't be a bad thing to be in front of this field because I don't think there are any speed balls in here.
No, you're right. There's not a lot of speed balls. How about the 2? 7 claims in the last 9 starts. This poor horse probably doesn't know where he's going to sleep at night each time.
I mean, I'm kind of supposed to like a horse named Truculent, quick to fight, you know? Sounds like anybody you know, Paulie. You and I, we could be vying for Truculent. The one is Cool Quartet going out for Orlando Noda with Manny Franco.
I thought this horse would be one of your favorites, to be honest. And a horse that's pretty honest, kind of an in-and-out horse, and a horse that can be very versatile. So I thought 5-1 was an okay price.
Irad Ortiz is looking for back-to-back wins after winning the Wild Applause. He's riding for Mertan Cantermasi on Truculent.
You know, Truculent's been the favorite in a lot of his starts. Won by a nose and 90 cents on the dollar. Now bumps up in class.
The number 3 horse, Blake B. Jose Lescano riding for Jesus Romero.
I know you and Sarah like this horse. I give this horse a look, too, as well. I mean, if this horse gets back to one of those races, this race just feels like if one of these colts or geldings gets back to one of their better races, they win.
Jamie Torres is riding Grump's Little Tots for Charlie Baker.
This horse is going to be probably dead last in the field of 6, and we launching late. Maybe the compact field will help him because he probably has the best kick home.
The number 5, Jalen Journey, trying to stretch out off the claim for Greg DePrima. Trevor McCarthy looking for another win in the card.
I guess Jalen Journey likes to win races. 10 for 37 lifetime and claimed out of a good barn, the Rob Atchis barn. So you're getting your price at 5-1.
Number 6, Higher Quality, currently the 2-1 favorite off the claim for Nightball Chatterball, Javier Castellano, looking for another win.
Yeah, looking for 3 in a row, too. Is this gelding by Tiz now? And we're just hearing right now that the 6 got loose, Andy, and we're going to take a look behind.
Yeah.
And, he's pretty loose, so this might be a late scratch kind of situation.
I would assume, and we'll obviously wait. You don't know what's going to happen, but he has now run off. He's going around the turn right now. Let's get more from Maggie.
Yeah, Higher Quality, guys. He stopped here at the gap. I'm trying to watch him. He stopped at the gap in which these horses usually come off at. Oh, nope, there he goes again. Now he's going to try the other gap. Nope, sorry, buddy, it's closed. Now we'll probably try to go to the other gap. Unfortunately, Javier Castellano, when he got down to where the horse path ends to go onto the track, he tried to rear up, freezing, flipping over, and then not sure what the pony was doing, but the pony kind of stepped away and the guy just turned him loose. Kind of just unfortunate miscommunication between everybody involved, and now he's still running loose. Oh, sounds like the Outriders just caught him. A great catch there. I think that's Mario? Nope, maybe not. I can't quite tell, but a nice catch. We'll see what they do here. A lot of times, Andy, these horses are scratched, but he really didn't do that much running off.
Thanks, Maggie. I mean, listen, there's some people that feel this horse can come back and run. It's really a question of the vets and what they decide to do in here.
Yeah.
And he does seem to be fine.
Well, the utmost importance, obviously, is the health of the horses. Now, this horse will go behind. State veterinarian will take a look. But Maggie makes a good point. Okay, this horse got away, ducked into the gap, nothing really wrong. They'll probably discern whether, okay, was that a good warm-up for this horse? Javier Castellano, obviously being an ultimate pro, will put his legs up in the saddle and see what he feels as well.
Yeah, we'll see how it plays out. Obviously, nothing until we hear one way or another. And right now, no decision has been made in this race. He's a horse who's been in really good form. He had a big win 2 back, and he just got up to run down Al Cool's last time in an absolute blanket photo. The number 1 Cool Quartet. I agree with you, Paulie. I'm just surprised this horse is such a big price.
Yeah, I am too. You know, when you look at some of his races, this was his last race when he got the job done. Now, he cleared away from this field and opened up by 3. It was a heady ride by Irad to just, you know what, let's go for broke right here. Let's make the early move. And he kind of gets lost a little bit here on the front end, and Grumpy Little Tots, who's beaten him before, comes from way out of it. And, you know, he hangs in there. He cuts to the inside, this Grumpy Little Tots. But I think when Cool Quartet saw him, he sort of dug back in a little bit. He sort of wanders around a little bit. You can see him dig back in. He is 8 for 45 lifetime. He's put 3 decent races together and 2 good races together on a dry racetrack. So at 5-1, I think he's a good proposition.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Now, obviously, if the 6 ends up being scratched, all of these horses will come down considerably as Javier Castellano, seeing what's going to happen with the number 6 Higher Quality, who had really been in terrific form. So saying he won a real bob last time against a very game Al Cools, who got loose in the lead. One of the reasons I like the 3 Blake B, Molly, is you look at the 1. It's been running in the 12-5 claiming races. Truculent, 10,000, claimed for 10,000. Grump's Little Tots, 12-5. Jalen Journey, 12-5. Higher Quality, 10,000. And then you look at Blake B. He's been running in 32,000, 25,000. He's taking a significant drop in class.
Yeah, and his one win when he crushed here at Belmont was a 25 non-3 lifetime. I understand that's probably a little bit weaker, but it's still at a level of 25,000 claimers. So when he gets down to this claiming level, as you can see, they've brought the horse back. There's the state vet taking a look at the 6, and they'll move on from there, and we'll get word. But yeah, Blake B in the drop in class, you make a good point. The only horse that's really dropping in class in here or has never been at this level.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's funny, Paul, as handicapping has evolved, I know that, listen, you and I both believe that speed figures are as important a factor as anything, but they're also not the only factor. They are one of the factors. But everybody has speed figures now of one kind, whether ever you use, whether you're using the buyers or it's time for them, whether it's thoroughgraphs or ragazines, there's plenty of numbers out there. So there's no advantage anymore to knowing the fastest horse. And I find myself as a player sort of gravitating more on occasion to class handicapping in situations because I know it's all outdated, and I'm not saying it's far and away something I use a lot, but I think that there are situations where class does matter.
Oh, I agree with you 100% on that. And it looks like the 6 has been cleared to run here. Yeah, you can get fooled. Listen, I'm a sheep player, and you know that. But sometimes as a sheep player, you can be fooled by horses, somebody like Grump's Little Tots. Now, can the 4 win this race? Yes. But he's the kind of horse that has very, very good sheet numbers. Why? Because he comes from way out of it. He's usually way, way wide because he's a closer. Closers usually get better numbers on sheets than speed horses do sometimes. And you got to be able to read that the right way. And in a horse that doesn't, you know, the race doesn't set up that way as well. So you also got to trip handicap and how the race is going to go. Not just simply, okay, this horse is going to run a 7. All the other horses run a 10. Well, he's going to run a 7 if there's speed. He's going to run like a 12 if there's no speed.
Well, I think it's an important factor. I agree. If we could always figure out how races were going to be run, and it's not as easy as it once was, but still, it's a long way towards figuring out the horses, as you say, that are suited to the dynamics of the race or the ones that are hurt by it. And I think as a handicapper, you have to have a lot of arrows in your quiver. You have to look at a race and ask yourself, what are the kind of handicapping methods that work for this race? I mean, yes, you want to know the fastest horse are. You don't want to land some horses no matter what happens isn't fast enough to win, but you still have to keep them open mind as we get more from Maggie.
So Naipaul Chatterpaul, he legged Javier Castellano back up. He and Higher Quality are getting escorted by the outrider who caught him. They're apparently letting him run. Now, I didn't love his behavior coming out to the track. I didn't love his behavior back in the paddock. He is a horse that at times has caused problems, and it's usually once he gets in the gate. He's a bit of a claustrophobic type that will act out when put in the starting gate. Now, he's on the outside. I cannot have any bit of this horse at 2-1. Okay, I get it. I just don't like what has transpired leading up to this race, especially at a short price, Andy. I'm piggybacking you a little bit, buddy. I'm going with the 3 Blake B.
We win together occasionally, Maggie. I don't know if you're a good luck charm for me. I know I can't be a good luck charm for you. I don't particularly like Higher Quality regardless. Obviously, if you bet him, you know, you've got to make a decision where you go with him. I just don't trust him holding his form, personally.
Yeah, he's another tough read. He really is, because when you leave the Linda Rice barn, James Begg has done a great job, too, as well. Now you go to the Naipaul Chatterpaul barn, and Naipaul's done a good job. He's not great off the claim. It'll be very interesting what happens.
Let's get the call from the man in the booth, John Embriel.
And they're off. Bit of a bobble there for number 5, Jalen Journey, and Higher Quality seemed to come out a bit awkwardly as well, but they are up with the front runners here. So it is Jalen Journey, Higher Quality right together, Truculent down towards the rail in 3rd, Blake B next in 4th, then comes Grump's Little Tots, and Cool Quartet is the trailer in 6th. Jalen Journey is the leader here, right behind the trio of Higher Quality, Blake B, and Truculent down at the rail. Then Cool Quartet and Grump's Little Tots. The opening quarter, 23 and 3/5 seconds. So it is Jalen Journey who takes the field up the backstretch here, leads by 3/4 of a length. Truculent down at the rail, Higher Quality on the outside. They're right together, second and third, as Cool Quartet looks to split horses. At the back of the pack, Blake B and Grump's Little Tots. Half mile, 47-1, and now they're closing in on Jalen Journey. Truculent at the rail, Higher Quality on the outside. Jalen Journey is in front by a half length. Higher Quality on the outside runs in second. Now Truculent has dropped 2 lengths behind. Cool Quartet is on the move on the extreme outside. Farther back, Grump's Little Tots, and then Blake B. Here's Higher Quality to move right alongside of Jalen Journey, with Cool Quartet being asked for more far outside. Truculent in the red blinkers down at the rail. 3/4 in 1, 12-1. It's 4 of them across the track. On the inside, Truculent looking to come through. Cool Quartet on the outside. Higher Quality is there. Jalen Journey is now back running in 4th. And now there's a 16th to the finish. 3 of them across. Truculent, Higher Quality, Cool Quartet. They fight on to the finish here, and it is Truculent to win it by a head. Higher Quality was second. Then Cool Quartet and Grump's Little Tots.
Got to say, in this situation, it was very close, but as John Embrial called, Truculent seemed to get the win. And this is a case where I think you can really say Irad Ortiz made a massive difference, Paulie.
Yeah, he really did. He really did. He, pushing this horse towards the front end, making the right move. He was loaded the whole way around the racetrack. I turned to you, I'm like, gosh, Irad looks like he's loaded on the 2. He was able to save ground the whole way around the racetrack, and it made the difference. In the 6th, is grinding away, and the 1, Cool Quartet, no excuse. Manny Franco gave the 1 a perfect ride, just hung.
I agree. He absolutely hung. He had the whole stretch to get by, and let's give a little love to Higher Quality. He ran off.
Yeah, ran well.
And, Nagy didn't love the way he looked, and he just ran. I mean, I didn't like him. None of us really liked him. He was energized by that, and he really ran an extremely good race. And to be honest with you, watching the race as a fan, I kind of felt bad for him.
He might have been the best. I mean, I know the 2 saved all the ground, but he had to deal with the 5. He had the 1 lapped onto his outside. Yep. He was able to fight that horse off. He just was not able to fight off Truculent towards the end. But you could see him fighting back, and he's trying to come back on the 2 Truculent. That was a game effort by the 6.
I agree, and I really think it took every bit of a terrific ride by Irad Ortiz, who only managed to win his 2nd race today. I don't know. Could be time to retire if he's only won 2 through 7 races. Won the right one, though. He won the Wild Applause, and he really gave an excellent ride here to get the money with Truculent, and a tough loss to the 2nd-place finisher, Higher Quality.
Yeah, really tough loss there, and just a heady ride there by Irad Ortiz, just to save ground. And in these type of races, he made the difference right there.
Well, we've got more action to come here today, and we've got some terrific action tomorrow. The feature tomorrow, the Dancing Renee, came up an extremely, extremely strong race. The New York bred's going to put on a show, and Rosa Veloce, she has been on fire in 2023. America's Day at the Races will continue in a moment.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Ms. Big Bucks goes wire to win the New York Stallion Stakes.
Ms. Big Bucks, who got the job done today.
Ruse also wire to wire.
Ruse, rough draft, one last try. Ruse holds on.
And Long Shot War Museum delivers at Monmouth.
War Museum is now in front. War Museum at 41-1.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
Day at the Races is brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious. There's the number 2, Truculent, heading into the winner's circle, a place that Irad Ortiz is familiar with. Let's catch up with Irad as we head down to the winner's circle.
Something he also seems to be familiar with, Andy, is going up the rail. You were really, really patient with Truculent today. Talk about how you foresaw that trip working out.
Perfect. It was my horse very good and put me in a perfect spot. I take my time. Kind of like see that I think Trevor horse getting out a leader. He's trying to make him close the rear, but the horse don't help him. So I say maybe by the quarter pole, these kind of horses, they tend to, I mean, they always open up drift a little bit before they turn for home. So I just wait. I don't have too many options. I say I'm gonna take a chance. If he closes, I'm gonna have to check. But thank God don't happen. So I get through and get the job done.
Not a lot of horses want to run on the inside. How do you know which ones are going to want to do it? Obviously, Truculent, he's been around a lot.
I mean, to be honest, when you have the horses, I think it's a little easier because even when they open just a little space, and you have some more shorts, even if they don't want to go inside, they will go in 2 jumps, and after that, they don't feel the outside horses, and they feel free. But some other horses, they don't go for it. It happened before, but I take the chances. I like to take the chances, and usually when you have the horse, you feel like you have the horse. So thank God, worked out good.
And congratulations to the race before, the Wild Applause. Irad, having a good day. Keep it up.
Thank God. Thank you to everyone. Thanks to everyone.
All right, Irad Ortiz, Truculent, Liguria earlier as well, getting the job done up the rail this time, Andy.
Thanks, Maggie. And I'm thinking back to when Richie was saying, Irad just won the stake and he's going to want to win the 16 claimer as much, and it's true. And I understand that all athletes, and certainly you know better than I do by a lot, they're competitive by nature.
Yes.
I don't think there's anybody more competitive than Irad.
It's a great trait to have, Andy, and I'll tell you why. Because the one regret I wish I had going back in is to have that kind of mentality. I had that mentality, but on a Tuesday in Pittsburgh, when it's 100 degrees out and you're 30 games out of first and you're down 10-0 and you got an at bat and you're 0 for 3 and you're like, oh, who cares if I'm 0 for 4? Irad Ortiz cares. He wants to win when it comes to lower claiming races, and I wish I would have had that mentality to take every at bat as serious as he takes every mount.
I'm telling you, Paulie, I don't care. 0 for 3, 100 degrees in Pittsburgh. That umpire calls a bad ball a strike. I got a feeling you're ready to get in his face. I know you well enough to know that. Don't sell yourself short here. The 8th race coming up. They're 1.25 miles on the inner turf course, and really very fortunate with the weather. You don't want to dwell on the weather, but got a minimal amount of rain, and these courses, frankly, could use a drink.
I know. We've got some fast times on the turf course, but a nice little 1.25 mile race. The interesting horse in here is Mosey, who's been off for a while in here, getting played. I thought it was a player in here. I also thought So High the One was a major player in
I
here.
agree. I think So High is a very dangerous player, and the Chatterpauls could be looking for their 2nd win in a row after the tough beat they just took in the last race. But Mosey is an interesting horse to, not just on the trainer change, getting away from Tom Amos, but this horse comes out of a race down at Fairgrounds where a number of horses ran considerably better in their subsequent starts. 3rd place finisher won a stake at Keeneland, but has not run since December 3rd of 2021. Was entered about a month ago. It was a vet scratch. There was never really anything wrong, and the horse is back, and everything's fine today.
Yeah, and reportedly the horse has been working very, very well in the morning, and the money showed up on the tote board. And Andy's right. There's some class behind this horse. I understand the barn change. The horse hasn't run in a while, but if you're going to have a trainer to get a horse ready for this kind of layoff, it is definitely Christophe Clement. They put take the blinkers off. So this is basically, I would just consider this basically a first start. You know what I mean?
I think this horse is dangerous. I'm not going to bet off a layoff at 5-2, but looking at doubles, I expect him to go up in odds. But talking about tomorrow's stake, the Dancing Renee, I presented a trophy. Back when I was briefly working at NYRA in the mid-'90s, I presented Dancing Renee the trophy for a stake. They fired me a week later.
Wow.
But,
did you drop the trophy, or what happened?
I thought I handled it well, but Paulie, maybe I made a mistake. I have the picture somewhere in my apartment, actually. Bobby Triola trained her. This is a terrific race, and Rosa Veloce has been in absolutely sensational form. And this race really has it all, with horses in good form, horses stepping up, horses off layoffs. But Rosa Veloce, I know she ran 3rd in this race, but she ran 3rd behind some very good horses.
Yeah, you're right. This race has horses just like to win races, period, like you said. And Rosa Veloce will bring the speed to the party. That's definitely going to happen. She wins 1/3 of her races. 6 furlongs, probably better than 7 furlongs for her, or 6.5. She's 6 for 13 lifetime. It's going to be very interesting. If you think she'll be the favorite when they spring the latch?
You know, it's a very, very tough question. She may well be, but I'll tell you something. And there she is in her stall, ready for this race, coming back here for Ray Handel, it is Ray Handel, right? No, it's Rob Atras. I'm sorry, Rob is back.
Yeah.
Is this Rob's first starter or not?
No, I think he finally...
He had somebody in today.
I think so, yeah.
He did not. But anyhow... Granny's Connection, I know a horse that Maggie's very excited about. She's trying Stakes Company for the first time. I think this horse is the speed of the speed, and I wonder if the public will be seduced by her open-length wins, but they have been very impressive.
They have been impressive. And she lost to Shinful in her first start, who's a nice
amazing,
filly.
right?
Yeah, and that was over a sloppy racetrack, so she's undefeated. And listen, sometimes you got to look at visually, and visually when you watch this, sometimes I understand there's competition behind, but visually she's been impressive. She hasn't really been even flagged with the crop at all in her last couple starts. So a filly that's 4 for 5 lifetime and on the upside here, and I'm sure that Maggie and Tom got to be excited about this filly.
Hopefully Eric Cancel will be able to get back aboard. He's been ridden her in all of her starts. Some wild card closers. I particularly am interested in Sterling Silver in here, but Betsy Blue, the closer, she got a little bit of a respite after her form tailed off a little bit, but she is a model of consistency throughout her career.
18 for 22 in the exacta. That's pretty amazing. And for, like
especially
you said,
for a deep closer.
Yeah, like you said, a deep closer. So she brings it no matter whatever the pace is. And if it gets hot, she'll come rolling late. Now, 6 furlongs, is that better for her than 7 furlongs? Remains to be seen, because she is 7 for 8 in the exacta going 6 furlongs. She never hardly switches leads, but she just keeps on grinding away.
I actually think both closers, both her and Sterling Silver, are good at best at 6 furlongs. I think their kicks, they're really heightened in these shorter races. This running of the Dancing Renee is a running fitting for a horse the quality of Dancing Renee, who's a terrific horse. And I want to say, by the way, that's the Interborough. Betsy Blue one, I think, was the Interborough that I presented the trophy for.
Really? You didn't drop that one either.
Trophy.
You didn't get fired after that one.
No, that was one. That was they let me give it out once, and then they fired me. So keep that in mind if anybody ever asks you to give out a trophy. But anyway, she was a really nice horse. Bobby Triola, an excellent trainer who doesn't train. I mean, I think he works with the thoroughbreds, but he isn't a trainer.
No, it isn't. By the way, the 6 got claimed out of that last race, goes to the Jose D'Angelo barn. He's got to be happy.
I mean,
higher quality.
I guess he's been in great form. We'll see how things work out for higher quality going forward. Race 8. Just take a look at that field. We were talking about Mosey, the horse that we're both interested in. I'm not going to bet him at 5-2. He's half going to go up. Linda Rice has 2 horses in this race. Speaking of Betsy Blue, both of them look like players, but both of them seem to be meeting tougher horses. And the 7 Pioneering Spirit, he buried a field last time. But this is a whole different ball game. Can he stretch effectively to 1.25 miles? We'll find out. We'll get much more after the next break.
Spun to run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at 1 mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Introducing Venezuelan Hug, the tenacious, towering son of Constitution, now standing in New York. After breaking his maiden at Gulfstreet, he dispatched City Man and Allowance Company at Saratoga, going on to 6 wins in 10 starts, finishing with 3 straight stakes victories, including the Grade 3 Canadian Turf. Now a versatile sire, complementing any mare with size, looks, and athleticism that's been called the best-kept secret in New York. Venezuelan Hug, standing at Mill Creek Farm. Visit millcreeksaratoga.com to book your mare today.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Paul LeDuc and Andy Serling on our third floor studio. Maggie Wolfendale in the paddock. Richard Migliore, I think, will be back joining us a little bit later. Well, there's a lot of 3-year-olds, and the 3-year-old title is up for grabs, Paulie, and I don't know about you, but I'm pretty excited to see them hopefully all hook up at the Travers.
I'm kind of with you. It's really going to be an exciting summer to try to just sort this out and who is going to be the best 3-year-old, and will another 3-year-old pop up? Because usually one does pop up at Saratoga.
Yeah, no, it's going to be very interesting to see how it goes. And two Phils, I mean, I don't think I'm the only one that thinks he ran the best race in the Kentucky Derby, being on top of that wicked pace. Connections taking an unorthodox route, getting him ready for supposedly the Haskell and then the Travers. Ohio Derby, he's going to be tough to beat, Paulie.
Yeah, he's going to be really tough to beat. Now, Jareth Loveberry will not be aboard. He suffered an injury, actually, when I was at Canterbury with Artemis City Limits with his right shoulder. Now, I was talking to Laurent Giroux, who actually gave me the info. He had a riding accident in the morning where he just, fell off a horse that he was running around the racetrack, fell on his right shoulder, kind of was hurting a little bit. And at Canterbury, Artemis City Limits was really lugging out on him, and he hurt his shoulder, and he thought, okay, let me take some time off. I got to get ready for two Phils. He went to go get the MRI. Obviously, the MRI did not come back the way they wanted it to. So Gerardo Corrales will be aboard two Phils. I would think Jareth Loveberry will be back aboard when he's healthy. And I'm with you, Andy. He ran an unbelievable Kentucky Derby, and I think Jareth rode a tremendous race as well.
I agree. I thought there were some people that were critical and unfairly critical of him. I think he rode him. You can't just keep taking it away. He's a forwardly placed horse. 100%. What do you expect him to do? And he ran sensationally. Yeah. His major competition, Bishop's Bay, who just took a very, very tough beat here at Arcangelo, and I think he won a big race since we last saw him.
Yeah, listen, when you go back and you watch the Peter Pan, it looked like Bishop's Bay had Arcangelo beat, and Arcangelo really reached out in the last 50 yards to go by. So now you see Arcangelo come to the Belmont and win. Obviously, that Frank's Bishop's Bay's form. So going in there with good form, maybe the Peter Pan's a live race, but two Phil's definitely the one to beat.
He is, and I really wonder how far that other horse is going to want to go. I think he might be a horse we end up seeing in the Allen Jerkins, maybe cutting back. We'll see. A lot of good 3-year-old races coming up. There's a lot of big ones at Saratoga, obviously, with the Jim Dandy and the Travers, races that we'll be covering on Fox. We've also got the Ohio Derby today, which takes on added importance. Probably one of the best horses to run since Skipaway won this race after finishing second. Editor's note in the Belmont Stakes. The Haskell coming up at Belmont July 22nd. That'll be the second Saturday when we're at Saratoga. West Virginia Derby's been moved to a Sunday. I believe they run Sunday night. Smart move to get away from the Whitney, and of course then the big one, the Travers, coming after that, Pennsylvania Derby. So there's a lot of big racing left to go in a division that is wide open. You ready, Paulie?
Oh, I am so ready.
Thursday, July 13th, Saratoga opens, and I feel like it doesn't matter how old I get, how many days I've been there. Opening day at Saratoga is still, for me, the most exciting day of the year.
I completely agree with you. It's almost like it's like your second birthday almost all the time.
It's better than my birthday.
Yeah, right. And it's the one place, as you see the schedule, it's just an amazing schedule of races. It's the one place where you do get a zillion texts. Are you going to Saratoga? Yes, I will be there, but you can't stay with me. Find another place to stay.
Yeah, it is an amazing place. We look forward to seeing you up there. Obviously, if you can't make it, we will be on every day with Saratoga Live. But these 6 Saturdays, 3 hours on Big Fox. CCA Oaks openings the second Saturday, the Jim Dandy, the Whitney, the 4-Star Dave, the Alabama, and the Travers, as well as supporting stakes. It's a smorgasbord of great racing up there in one of the greatest places in the world.
I know we always look forward to the Travers, but aren't you looking forward to Cody's Wish and the Whitney and C?
I agree. Listen, the Whitney to me is the best race. Yeah. It's a race I always look forward and seeing him stretch out. Now, he did run okay going longer earlier in his career. Yeah. He's done very well in these races because those one-turn races, faster paces suit him so well. But right now, he's the best horse in the country, and can't wait to see him up there. But honestly, I'm excited for every day in Saratoga. It's such a magical place to be, and we hope that you're able to come up and visit us up there. If not, catch us on Saratoga Live. Field for the 8th race, where currently, there's 3 horses at 5-2. So High and Pioneering Spirit and Mosey. Likely the 1 and 7 will vie for favoritism by post time. I am eagerly anticipating what Maggie's thoughts are on not just the field, but Mosey as well.
Andy, he's quite an intriguing plot twist in this type of race where we haven't seen him in over, what is that, a year and a half? Yeah, my maths, they don't come to me easily. And you look back through his running lines, and he's run with eventual stakes and graded stakes winners. Little Vic, Smile Happy, Verstappen. And so while those numbers look awfully slow from the 2-year-old form, I'm wondering if he is a bit better, because physically, he looks as though he's better than those numbers would suggest. He's a big horse. He's kind of that true and typical Uncle Mo. I mean, if there's not a stallion out there that stamps more of his foals more than Uncle Mo, and I think it's a good thing because he was a good racehorse at the end of the day. Now, the 1.25 miles off of the long layoff is ambitious. So at a short price, I'd be willing to take a more of a wait and see type of standpoint. But it does look as though Christoph has him exceptionally fit considering the time away. And yeah, he might eventually want the 1.25 miles because, like I said, he is so big and rangy and just has a lot of scope to him overall that it might work. But still, it's a lot to ask a horse off this type of layoff. So I'm going to watch him with a lot of interest here as we'll move on to one of 2 Linda Rice horses. They've got the Spirit, as she will send out Pioneering Spirit as well as Royal Spirit in here. Now, this is the first time I'm actually seeing him this year. He does come off the back of a win going the mile in the 16th in the starter. And maybe he is the lesser appealing option in here. It just feels like Pioneering Spirit might be really in that upward trajectory. But this horse has done very well from 3 to 4 in my estimation. He's grown a lot. He's filled out a lot. Now, he might be that like annoying guy at the bar who just tries to talk to every woman there because he comes into the pack and he just goes, he tries to nicker at everybody. Not that he's being, mind on other business or anything. It's just something he's always done. And when he does do it, when he is a little bit more alert and spunky here, he does tend to run his better races. So I'm not opposed to him getting out to this distance either. He's grown quite a bit since last year when I saw him as a 3-year-old. Andy.
Maggie, I just want to be clear. I don't try to talk to every girl in the bar. It's not everyone. I've usually been knocked out before I get to all of them. Thank you for that, Maggie. Looking forward to seeing this race. And I really think one of the biggest questions here is the distance, because you've got horses right now. Now, the one So High who's been keeping better company, obviously he handles long distances, and that's an important feather in his cap. But with a horse like Pioneering Spirit, he's tried 1.25 miles in the dirt, and he was unsuccessful, but he's never tried this distance on the turf, and distance is an important factor. The same can be said for Royal Spirit.
Yeah, he's probably in the best form, but are his numbers good enough?
Javier Castellano looking for another win, this time for Nightball Chatterpaw after the team took a brutal beat in the last race.
Yeah, and this is a horse that's probably got the most class and very tactical, too, as well. And Andy's right. This horse has been in 2-mile races, been in the Man of War, so has been at these distances.
Hold the Salsa, the number 2 is coming off a massive sort of upset, finishing second at 47-1. Hope he runs fast in the track. He seems to be slow in the post parade. Omar Hernandez Moreno, riding this horse for Lisa Lugovic.
Yeah, this horse actually broke on top last night, got taken back, and then re-rallied a little bit. So 14-1 if you want to put underneath.
3, Tis a Giant is scratched. The number 4, Fighter in the Win. Feels like a horse will be forward for Mike Maker and Manny Franco.
When Chad had this horse a little bit earlier, I mean, this horse did show speed, and now has been showing speed and just really stopping. I wonder if Manny maybe changes a little bit, because they bet this horse last time, and maybe take this horse back and try to get cover.
The 5, Basso, certainly could have something to say about that. Greg Sacco and Dylan Davis.
Yeah, 1 for 22 lifetime is the worry here with Basso, but early speed at least will keep somebody company.
The number 6 horse, Royal Spirit, 1 for Linda Rice, Jose Lizcano.
Coming off a W at 1 mile and 16th. Now Linda stretches this horse out. Now this horse hasn't gone this distance before, so we'll see what happens today.
The number 7, also for Linda Rice, Pioneering Spirit, vying for favoritism. Now the second choice.
Yeah, I mean, took 13 starts to get the W, and then the light bulb went on, came back with another W. Now going to try to stretch out even more for 3 in a row.
And rounding out the field is Mosey, Joel Rosario riding for Christophe Clement.
Haven't been seen since December of 2021. Blinkers do come off. And I wrote literally on my form, look at the board, and the board will tell you if this horse is live, and the board is telling you he's definitely live at 3-1.
Yeah, here's his last race. Remember, this is December of his 2-year-old season, and obviously a long layoff. The second-place finisher, Hogslayer's RIP, improved 18 Beyer points in his next start. Verstappen improved to win his next start. Multiple horses came out of this race to do extremely well, and to me, this was a true key race, and I think it may be a lot better than it looks. But he's got to go 10 furlongs off a long layoff.
Yeah. And the horse had to stop and stop. I thought it was actually an impressive effort. He was going inside, he was going outside, he was trying to do whatever he could do, and he was able to get up. I thought it was a really good effort. You make a good point. You know, Verstappen, named after the Formula E driver, Max Verstappen, very good driver. And then, you know, the start before that, he lost to Smile Happy. I mean, Smile Happy can be any kind. Sometimes he brings his A game. He can beat any horse sometimes. So the 8 has a lot of class. The horse hasn't run in a couple years. Obviously, that's the concern in here. So, but you do have Christophe Clement behind you, and when he does this at plus 180 days, he's 26% in this move.
And as far as the distance, for people wondering, the race that this horse was scratched out of was a 1.3 off a layoff. So it's very clear that Christophe wants to run him going long. And, you know, and I'm curious when Maggie comes back on, her thoughts on this. Sometimes the longer distance races, you know, they don't really run into the last quarter of a mile. It's sort of loping along, and they run. Is it necessarily tougher to be successful going really long off a layoff? And I guess how much depends on the trainer and how much they get them ready.
Well, you know, that's a good question because, you know, Maggie would know better on that. But I would think it'd probably be easier to go a little longer on the turf because you can click off 25s, and then sprint home, rather than going maybe a one-turn mile where you just got to run the whole way around the racetrack. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Maggie, you want to give us any thoughts on that?
So I can understand what you guys are saying, totally. You know, it allows a horse that isn't necessarily all the way race fit, that doesn't have the recency, a chance to control their breath, to get into their stride. But you often think about it, and I was kind of having this discussion with my husband when it comes to turf sprinters. A lot of times turf sprinters, you can run them back quicker because it's not as taxing. They're not as just tired. And with a horse like Mosey, like I said, he's very big. There's a lot of him. And so that leads to more body mass to become fatigued. If he was a lighter framed horse, I'd say it'd be easier. Am I going to be shocked when he wins here? Because like Paul said, he has taken a lot of money. But yes, there's some truth to the fact that, yeah, it's easier because they're just galloping and galloping. But there's also a lot more of him to get tired, if you see what I mean.
Maggie, I don't know. There's not much of me, and I get tired easily, but I'm going to have to trust your judgment on this one.
This is going to be
more on me than there used to be when I smoked.
Right? The 4 is getting a little bit of money. Now, there's some scratches in here. The 6 is the horse I thought would take a little bit of money, not. So, because I think a lot of people are guessing, okay, can the 6 get the distance for Linda? But the 4 is getting played a little bit here.
Why is Pioneering Spirit necessarily better than Royal Spirit? And I hope they don't get in a stretch duel for the announcer.
No, I think they're the same type of horse. I just think everybody sees the 1s behind the 7.
I guess you're right, but I mean, you look at the figures, and they're very similar type horses. I don't know why 1 should be 6-1, and I don't know why you're necessarily so comfortable that 1's going to prefer 1.25 miles. I know that the 7 has run 1.1 miles, but I find them to be sort of similar types in this race.
Kind of with you.
I actually picked the 6 third and the 7 nowhere, but the way I've been picking, I have the 7 nowhere, probably be a winner, and he's favored right now. It's going back and forth between both the 1 So High and the number 7 Pioneering Spirit. Who's Irad riding here? Nobody?
7. No, he doesn't have a mountain here, does he? Oh. No, he doesn't. Rosario on the 8. There's the. I always said the House Silks. There's the House Silks going in. Basso for Dylan Davis. That's going to be who's going to go to the front end?
I imagine the 4 or 5. Yeah, depends which one wants it more, which rider does. In a lot of cases, it's which one rider wants it more. John Imbrial, the voice of New York racing, with the call of today's 8th race.
They're in the gate. Mosey a little tough right now to get in and stay in the starting gate. And now we're set. And they're off. Basso breaks on top. So High is down at the rail as Mosey moves up on the outside. So Mosey and Basso are right together going into the clubhouse turn. They've opened up 3 lengths on So High and Fighter in the Wind. They race as a team, 3rd and 4th. It's another 3 lengths. Back to Royal Spirit in 5th. And at the back of the pack are Pioneering Spirit and Hold the Salsa. As they go around the turn, it is Mosey, the leader here by 3/4 of a length. The opening quarter, 24 seconds. Basso right there on the outside in 2nd. A little more than 2 lengths to So High, who sits in 3rd. And then comes Fighter in the Wind, followed by Royal Spirit. And at the back are Pioneering Spirit and Hold the Salsa. The field is moving up the backstretch. And it is a battle up front. Mosey on the inside and Basso on the outside. They are heads apart for the lead through a half mile and 49 3. They've got 2 lengths on So High in 3rd. Fighter in the Wind at the rail runs in 4th. Then the trio of Hold the Salsa, Royal Spirit, and Pioneering Spirit. It is Mosey by a head. Basso on the outside in 2nd. So High now being asked to pick it up from 3rd. 3/4 in 1:15 1. At the rail, Mosey. In between horses, Basso. On the outside, it's So High. 3 of them vying for the lead, and just in behind is Fighter in the Wind in 4th. Hold the Salsa far outside. Then Royal Spirit and Pioneering Spirit. They're coming for the head of the stretch. Mosey at the rail. Basso in between. So High on the outside. Then Fighter in the Wind. Royal Spirit is coming on now. Hold the Salsa in the green blinkers. And Pioneering Spirit. Here comes Royal Spirit to challenge So High for the lead. Pioneering Spirit is kicking in now. So it's Royal Spirit and Pioneering Spirit, and a spirited stretch duel here that will be won by Pioneering Spirit. Royal Spirit runs 2nd, then Fighter in the Wind finished 3rd.
Well, it was Pioneering Spirit. The public was right. He had no problem with the distance. A facile winner as Linda Rice finishes 1-2, but Jose Ortiz gets the money.
Yeah, yeah. You know, when the 1 was rolling, I looked at you. I said the 6 has got some horse here, and you could tell that Jose Lescano had horse with the 6, but Jose Ortiz had just more with the 7. He followed his stablemate. Watch this, the 6 right there, and Jose's just going to shadow his stablemate. It's a tremendous ride. He locked in the 4 a little bit, but the 4 really had nothing left. Now the 2 Linda Rice runners are going to go down to the wire. And the 7, wow, it's just amazing how a horse wins after so many starts and then clicks off 3 in a row, and as the distance is getting longer, this horse is strutting out nicely. Ooh.
0 for 12 to start his career out, including 2 poor performances on the turf for Todd Pletcher, and he's just completely turned his life around. You could have had him for 42 back and wins a starter. Now he wins an allowance. This horse is in great form. I did not like this horse at all, but it seems like quite a few horses I haven't liked at all have been winning lately. It's just the way the game goes sometimes.
Yeah, you know, they kind of went a little bit faster than I think they wanted to early in here. And I was
excuse for the 8.
No excuse. And like I thought that they would try to take the 4 back, which they did, and then the horse just didn't have that much punch. It ran an okay third.
A little better. It was a good point you made. They tried something different with him.
Yeah.
It really hadn't been working out.
No excuse for the 1 So High.
So High looked like he was sitting in a perfect position, and he was just completely empty in the stretch. But boy, Pioneering Spirit. And one thing we talk about with Linda Rice, when her horses are in good form, they can really keep that good form. And this horse is just a completely different horse.
No, you make a good point there. Linda is, that's one thing a lot of people don't know. Like, if you, that one stat, one last start, she's 17%. It's hard to string races together because these horses go up in class. And you make a good point. When they get good for Linda, they get really good. And this is a gelding by American Pharoah. And you look back, they gelded this horse basically right before he was a 4-year-old. And it's basically changed his career around and the turf as well.
And let's give a little love to John and Brielle as we see Linda Rice in the winner's circle. a spirited stretch duel.
Yeah. Well
it
done.
certainly was. Johnny I was prepared for that. Great call by Johnny I. Still a couple races to go. A lot more action to come on America's Day at the Races.
Good Magic's gonna win his first race, and he's gonna do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Here's Mage coming strongly down the outside. Angel of Empire is putting in his run, and there's one furlong to run. Two Bills on the inside. Right a hold of Mage. Mage has taken the lead here as they come into the final 16, and it is going to be Mage to win the Kentucky Derby.
The classic sire.
America's Day at the Races is brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Paula Duca, Andy Serling, and Maggie Wolfendale as Jose Ortiz heading back in the winner's circle, and Maggie Wolfendale catching up with the winning trainer, Linda Rice.
And Pioneering Spirit has just been in tremendous form, Linda, rattling off 3 wins in a row, and kind of watching him rattle through these races that he's won so impressively, he's really discovered a turn of foot.
Yeah, he has. He's really, he's so relaxed. You can put him anywhere in the race, and I think that he is, as far as distance, it's wide open for him. He can run shorter, he can run further, because he's so rateable, and then he's got a really great turn of foot coming home.
You mentioned to Jose Ortiz, who's been aboard him for these 3 wins, that stakes could be in his future. Talk a little bit about what you've seen from this horse, after you get him back from these wins in his training.
We switched him over to the turf because I could see some things on the dirt that I thought he was going the wrong way on us. So I switched him to the turf, thinking that most American Pharaohs do like it. And, he's obviously responded great. But after today's race, Jose told me, he said, Linda, this horse's turn of foot is unbelievable. He said, you really should think about stakes down the road. So you love to hear that.
And I got to say, Jose has one of the best opinions when it comes to riders. But let's talk a little bit about Betsy Blue tomorrow in the Dancin' Renee. She is Hickory, Linda. She just shows up nearly every single time.
She does. She's just such a love to train her, to own her, anything. She's and fun to watch, and she's never disappoints. We gave her a break after last race. I could see she was tired. She ran a little bit of a subpar race. We gave her 90 days off. Could she be a little short tomorrow? It's possible, but she'll show up. She'll do her best, and we'll move on from there.
And she might get the speed that she loves to close into. Linda, good luck with her, and congrats here with a very nice horse.
Thank you, Maggie.
Pioneering Spirit looks as though the future may be bright for him, Andy, since he's refound his love of the turf.
Thanks so much, Maggie. Well, it'll be interesting. Pioneer Spirit trying stakes. That will be quite a move up for this horse.
Yeah, and congratulations. Like she said, son of American Pharaoh, the Giants Causeway mare has found a new life on the turf 3 in a row. And Jose Ortiz says Ms. Rice, let's go to the turf. Let's go to stakes, and we'll see what happens. I'll see you at Saratoga.
Well, I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with taking a shot, especially going longer. Those horses are not killers. So far, we've seen a pretty logical. They're logical for everybody not named me. I would have be a 0 for 3 if I was playing it, but Pioneering Spirit gets it done at $6 in the third leg. 2 favorites and a second choice, I want to say, getting it done. But the stake, the first winner in that pick 5 was Liguria. And Liguria sure looked good winning the Wild Applause a bit earlier today. Race number 9, 2 scratches. They were not major players. Gerrymander at 1 to 5. Do they think that Irad Ortiz is riding?
Yeah, I get it. I guess a lot of people are seeing all the grade 2s and the grade 1s that she's been involved in against Society, Matarea, Ness, Secret Oath, a lot of different. And she's probably going to control this race. But when you have a compact field, it's really hard to control the race from the beginning. We'll see if Joel Rosario tries to get away from this group.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. We'll talk much more about this race. Looking forward to race number 9 and the 10th race as well. But Liguria, a patient ride, to say the least, by Irad Ortiz. She gets the job done as Chad Brown runs 1-2 in the Wild Applause.
Eclipse champion Blade, a proven sire with over 15% lifetime stakes horses. And in the sales ring, Blade continues to prove his value.
Now 50, 550, 550,000. I'm at 85, 485,000. Thank you.
Also an emerging broodmare sire. His stakes-producing daughters include the dam of Eclipse champion Forte.
Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Blade, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action Friday through Sunday. Fridays features a 2 p.m. first post, while weekend action begins at 12:40, kicking off the win early pick 5. Home to full, competitive fields and big paydays, Monmouth Park continues to prove itself as a place to profit. Joining us on site, be sure to lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Global Campaign by 2, and Global Campaign will win the Grade 1 Woodward.
It is Global Campaign holding on to the lead. Global Campaign won the Peter Pan.
The nation's #1 horses of racing age sale. Since its inception in 2013, this sale has produced 28% stakes horses, 75 stakes winners, and over $75 million in racetrack earnings. Recent star graduates include Grade 1 winners Atone and Stiletto Boy, plus graded stakes winners Newgrange, Greeley and Ben, and Middle Eastern stars Scotland Yard and Electability. July selected horses of racing age. Monday, July 10th at Fasig-Tipton in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. No better time than the present to sign up for Naira Bets. Play any track, anywhere, at any time. Play through Naira Bets. Head over to NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app. To get started, we'll match the $200 of your initial deposit if you use the promo code BONUS200. Play through Naira Bets. The Wild Applause run earlier today, and Chad Brown had 1-3. Well, now he's run 4 as he finishes 1-2, but it was the favorite Liguria and Irad Ortiz making the move from last to get the money.
Yeah, and you can see tax implications. Sort of gave him a little bit of assist. Tax implications on the complete outside in the Klarovich Silks. Now look to the farther outside. There's Liguria for Alpha Delta Stables, and Chad Brown's going to run 1-2. I thought tax implications really ran well, hit the front, had to go wide, but Liguria just had a little bit more in the stretch. Turned the tables. Actually, tax implications beat Liguria in their debut, but she got revenge today in the Wild Applause.
And basically the fact that she had some recency. She had run a race so far in 2023, while this was the first start for tax considerations. And tax consideration made a wider, earlier move while Irad was saving ground. Look forward to these 2 horses perhaps running together up in Saratoga, where we've got a number of different options. The Lake George, the Lake Placid, and of course the Saratoga Oaks as well. Speaking of those races, the Belmont Oaks and the Belmont Derby will be run here on Saturday, July 8th, closing weekend here at Belmont. But still some very good racing left to come here at Belmont.
Some great turf racing. And like you had mentioned earlier, like coming into this week, we were supposed to get rain Thursday, supposed to get rain Friday, supposed to get rain today, and we've had turf racing, keep on knocking on wood, and some good turf racing so far this weekend.
No, we really have been extremely fortunate getting some rain. I maybe could have used a little bit more, and the track was been fast today, and things have gone very well. A nice day today here, and looking forward to tomorrow's card as well. And that Dancing Renee came up an extremely strong race tomorrow.
No, tomorrow's race is a really strong race, and yeah, like the rain has stayed away, and anytime you have turf racing in Belmont Park, it just makes it for better betting as well. And you know, if you're alive in this pick six, hopefully you are. I mean, you've had some decent results, and I think a lot of people are leaning on the two in here.
I imagine they are. We'll see if gerrymandering can get it done as she tries to get back on track for Chad Brown. 1-5 right now in gerrymandering as America's Day at the Races continues.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
The industry has a few things that we have to take care of better, and one was the aftercare of the horses.
If we did nothing, these horses would end up in very bad places.
Go back to where we were years and years and decades ago when it was just considered de rigueur that you could just send these horses to slaughter.
It's different than any other program that was put into place.
I remember that meeting at Belmont Park. It was a dream.
It is a first line of defense for those who are concerned about what happens to the equine athlete after he's done racing.
Without the TAA to provide that oversight, there would be a big void in terms of making sure that we have this ongoing safe environment for our off-the-track racehorses.
We started with some 21 organizations across the country, and now we're up to over 82 facilities throughout the country and giving away almost just under $25 million.
It's the one shining accomplishment that we have that we can point to say we really do love our horses.
Just the word aftercare has become part of the discussion, has been part of the vernacular in a way that it was not when I started this position around the start of 2013.
It's a daunting task that the TAA and its accredited organizations have taken on. And that's why the industry itself has got to fund it.
Every time I turn around across the country, you know, the TAA staff is there, and they're shaking hands and they're kissing babies, and they're doing the blocking and tackling right that needs to be done.
We have a social responsibility to make sure that thoroughbred aftercare is also #1 on the list.
Paul Aduca, Richard Migliore, and Andy Serling here on America's Day at the Races. We still have a little under an hour to go, Paulie, and a couple of races coming up. And currently, Gerrymander, the winner of last year's Mother Goose, which we're not running this year, she is 1-5. Could she be the final winner of the prestigious Mother Goose?
That's actually, I didn't realize that. Yeah, she might be. She loves this racetrack. That's one thing about it. She's 5 for 5 in the trifecta, 2 wins, 2 seconds, and a third. Now, a short field today. She gets Lasix for the first time. It's pretty crazy that the 1 and the 2 have both raced 21 times combined. They've never raced with Lasix.
Yeah, I mean, neither one have been in a race they could use Lasix.
Yeah.
Richie, how they looking in the paddock?
Well, guys, this is a quality group. What we lack in the field size, we certainly make up for in quality. And, you know, we'll start with the one-horse Vente Valentine. I'm sure they were hoping that that rain that was somewhat forecasted would have come, because it seems like she really relishes an off-racetrack, maybe some of her better races. But she looks good here in the paddock, looks sharp. You know, had that race under her belt in the critical eye. And I thought that day, because I was actually in the paddock, that she looked like she was going to need a race. I do think she can step forward and improve. I was just talking with Chad Brown, Gerrymander's trainer, and, you know, just asking about, like, her Mother Goose was so good that, you know, could she be a little bit frustrating? And he said, you know, one thing about her, when she acts properly and she, you know, really is cool and calm in the paddock, is when she runs her best race. And he's really happy with what he's seeing from here in the paddock. I think that if she runs anywhere close to her A race, it's a foregone conclusion. And she certainly looks like, from a, you know, mental standpoint, she's really handling the early proceedings well.
Well, that's good to hear, Richie. We appreciate you coming back as well. Join us for the last hour in the show. And, you know, gerrymandering, after that Mother Goose win, I mean, you would have thought she had as much right as Nest to be a major player in the division. We went to Saratoga with high hopes, but it was Nest that blossomed and had just an amazing summer up there, and gerrymandering just went completely the wrong way.
Yeah, and then you go to Parks in the Cotillion, and Society won that race. Society actually just won at Ellis Park as a quality filly as well. And sometimes Parks is that funky racetrack where horses either love it or they just flat hate it. And you could tell Gerrymander did not like it because she was just not involved at all. You would at least see her involved early in the pace. Now she's come back as a 4-year-old, and she just really hasn't run that well. She was 2.5 to 1, and she was 5 in the field of 7. She ran a little bit better last time. But she gets a good setup here with only 4 horses and should be able to control. You're just wondering, is she the same filly? Can she reach back to where she was at the Mother Goose?
You know, it's funny. I mean, I know that they're not thrilled with the idea of her being in front, but with the scratch of the number 3, Icy Stare Down, she figures to be, if not in front, stalking outside of Vente Valentine. I don't think you want to take it away from her, do you?
Yeah, you know, I was just going to ask you that, because when you look at her best races, they are a tiny bit from off base. Now, she did wire and fill and attempted a little small type of race, but she was behind Echo Zulu. She won from off the pace against Juju's Map in a nice race in the Mother's Goose. So, but like you said, she's just naturally faster than these horses. I don't think Joelle takes it away from her. We'll see what happens, because I think if you let Vente Valentine into the race, it can get very competitive. And if that happens and they start stinging each other, that would be good for your horse, Movie Moxie.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens with Movie Moxie. Obviously, the break is important for her. And, you know, Vente Valentine, you know, it's kind of the frustration purse in some ways, because both Vente Valentine and Gerrymander are horses that are frustrating. They've both shown a lot of talent at different times. This is the last race for Movie Moxie, where, as she does in a lot of races, she doesn't break that well. I think the outside post will help her in that, with not a horses around her, surrounding her. She breaks better. And then, in my opinion, the rail was dead this day, and that's why nobody else wanted to be on it. Jose Ortiz went up the rail. This was also a pretty tough field, with Hot Fudge wiring the field over the very talented Rosebud.
Yeah, Hot Fudge I actually liked on this day. And Hot Fudge was a horse that likes the off track. I thought this was a good effort. I'm with you. Everybody was in the middle of the racetrack on this day. So I liked that this horse kept on going. The race 2 back is a very, very good race. And the gate, listen, this mare, the gate has been her issue. She's only run twice here at Belmont. And the one time it was over a fast strip, she won by like 5 1/4. That race would put her pretty close here. and Mike could put her in the winner's circle.
There's been some claim for Linda Rice, $25,000 claim, who's now won this year over $115,000, and even a second place finish in this race, and she gets over $20,000. So it's been a really, really productive claim. Linda Rice, who was very active, I believe, in the claim box at Churchill Downs as well.
Yeah, she was. There was a lot of people that were active. I think they had 17 to 20 some odd claims on a lot of horses at Churchill Downs this last meet. You know, the conditions were, opening day, they didn't run a race. The first 5 races were 20,000 and below, so a lot of people were claiming horses.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting what happens, and I imagine we'll have somewhat of a claiming frenzy up in Saratoga, as we frequently do as well. Look, just everything's sort of pointing towards Saratoga at this point, and I think a lot of people are starting to think about Saratoga and running their horses up there. But we've still got 9 full days of racing after today, and some very good racing coming up, some big stakes as well. Just looking at the nominations for the Belmont Oaks and the Belmont Derby, 2 really fun races that we've seen some very good horses in those races over the years. Don't think there's a ton of European participation this year.
This is the time at Belmont you got to decide whether guys are dropping their horses to get claimed. And this is the other part. You got to decide whether they're setting their horses up for Saratoga or what's going on. So when you see horses dropping here at Belmont, because you're going to see a ton of horses dropping at Saratoga trying to get a W.
Winning in Saratoga is sometimes what it's all about for people. The #1, Venti Valentine, Manny Franco riding for Jorge Abreu.
Was actually 4th behind Gerrymander and the Mother Goose. In a horse that's going to get Lasix for the first time is probably the other speed in here besides the 2 Gerrymander.
And there's the 2 gerrymandering going out for Chad Brown and Joel Rosario.
Been facing the best. Now, gets a little class relief and gets Lasix 1-2.
3 and 4 are scratched. The 5, Tap the Faith. $1.25 million they paid for this filly, a daughter of Tappet. She's going out for Christophe Clement and Dylan Davis.
Yeah, she's another filly that probably rain would have helped her a little bit more. She's an outsider in here.
And finally, rounding out the field is Movie Moxie, going out for Linda Rice with Jose Ortiz, looking for back-to-back winners together.
Yeah, and when you look at Movie Moxie, she's kind of an in-and-out horse, right? Bad race, good race. Bad race, second. Decent race, win. So she's on the cycle to run a good one today at 5-2.
Yeah, I'm a fan of hers, but it's not going to be easy. This horse gerrymandering. I mean, is she a little overbet at 1-2? Maybe. I just keep wondering, where is that good race? She looked so promising. I mean, remember, this is a horse that beat Nest as a 2-year-old.
Crazy.
And I understand that Nest really developed, but her Mother Goose, she looked like she had a chance to be the leader of the division, and she just completely fell apart. And her first 2 starts this year have been extremely disappointing.
They have. I mean, Society, Nest, Wicked Halo, behind Echo Zulu. I mean, some of the Ray, I mean, some of the fillies that she's faced. But you're right, her last couple of races has just not been the same, and she's been bet accordingly. So Chad's horses, if they're working well in the morning, they'll usually get bet accordingly. Maybe this is just one of those ones where Chad's going, listen, we need to drop her, get her some confidence, and maybe this will be a confidence builder, but then you worry, okay, now if she loses this race, where do we go from here,
No, I agree. This is a very pivotal race for her because you're right. Because if she can't get it done here, I mean, I guess you try the division, you try it again, but at a certain point, I guess she could lose and still run a good race. And every winning is. You want to win, but a big effort, even in a defeat, would be a good sign for her. And you're starting to wonder, can she ever come up with the kind of performance that she put in last year? It's frustrations abound. We talk about her and Venti Valentine. How about Tap the Faith? She's a Tappet. The Dam won the Alabama. They paid $1.25 million. Now, clearly, she's worth money as a broodmare, but they paid a lot for her, and she hasn't developed as well, Richie.
Yeah, guys, listen, again, it's a very interesting race, and I think all these horses at some point in their career kind of hinted at enough ability to go on and do better things than maybe they have. Now, let's start with the 1, Venti Valentine, who ultimately is going to be my top selection. She just looks a lot fitter than she did last time when she made the comeback in the Critical Eye. I just think she was greatly in need of that race, and she gets Lasix for the first time. Sometimes that's a big move forward for a horse. Gerrymander, listen, she is absolutely the horse to beat. I didn't want to pick a 1-2 shot. I'm not going to be surprised when she puts in a big performance. She is also getting Lasix for the first time. And when I talked to Chad Brown about how she was acting, you know, she was quieter. That's usually one of the byproducts of Lasix. It takes just a little bit of an edge off of them, and they settle in a little better. And she's been perfect. Perfect in the paddock, perfect in the warm-up. Nothing to knock on her. I'm just going with my gut with the one Vente Valentine being a fitter, much fitter horse this time, in my estimation. And the 6 Movie Moxie, you know, she's a really nice, consistent, hard-knocking mare. Shows up pretty much every time. She's had issues getting out of the gate at times. Last time I actually didn't think was one of those. When I watched the replay, it says awkward start. I didn't think it was that bad a start. Now, there was no pace on whatsoever, and it put her at a disadvantage. I think the outside post aids her, and she's honest, and that's all you can ask for a horse is to give you an effort, Andy.
No, I agree. She is a very honest horse, and she didn't break that badly. She broke about a half length slow. I think the really compromising thing for her was being on the dead rail, and I think there's a lot of evidence the rail was bad that day. One of the few days at the Belmont meet, a lot of times the riders have stayed away from the rail.
Yeah, they have.
Because I don't think you get punished that much for losing ground at this track the way you do in some other tracks, the big sweeping turns. But that was a day where you just didn't see horses running at all on the rail, and I think she was compromised by being down inside. But at the end of the day, gerrymandering's 2-5 for a reason, and she is the horse to beat it.
Yeah, she's the horse to beat. It's going to be very interesting if Vente Valentine can keep her company early, because if that happens, then it includes the 6 in my estimation. I think Tap the Faith is the one, the outsider in here, obviously.
John Embriel with the call of race number 9.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Gerrymander and Movie Moxie go out for the early lead. It's Movie Moxie on the outside. Gerrymander, the big favorite, is down towards the rail. They are heads apart, and they've got 2 lengths on Tap the Faith and Vente Valentine. It is Gerrymander, the odds-on favorite, leading here by a head. Movie Moxie right there on the outside in second. It's a length to Vente Valentine, who sits just off the front runners in third. Tap the Faith is in fourth. Opening quarter mile went in 23 and 4/5 seconds. So it is Gerrymander, the leader here by 3/4 of a length. Vente Valentine coming through now, down at the rail. Movie Moxie on the outside is a close third. Tap the Faith is in fourth. As they approach the far turn, Gerrymander holding on to the lead here. It is Gerrymander in front through a half mile in 47 and 2. Vente Valentine, Movie Moxie, they're together second and third. And Tap the Faith is at the back. Gerrymander leading here on the outside, Movie Moxie. Down at the rail is Vente Valentine. Gerrymander in charge here as they come for the top of the stretch. Movie Moxie on the outside in second. Vente Valentine has now dropped 3 lengths behind, and then Tap the Faith as they come into the stretch. It is Gerrymander being hand-ridden here by Joel Rosario. Movie Moxie on the outside, now up to challenge. Gerrymander being asked for more. Movie Moxie on the outside. It's Movie Moxie and Gerrymander, and Movie Moxie is now in front. Movie Moxie has the lead as they come on for the finish. 2 in a row for Jose Ortiz. Movie Moxie defeats Gerrymander.
Gerrymander, looked to be in control of this race, turning for home, and Joel Rosario was very confident. Movie Moxie just ground out the win and was running away from her at the end.
Just as we were talking about, when you have these short fields and you think you're the lone speed, you cannot get away. The 6 broke very, very sharply, and Jose Ortiz would not let the 2 Gerrymander get away, and you knew who was going to have the finish. It was going to be Movie Moxie. The 2 is a horse that kind of just lays down a little bit when he's on the front end or she's on the front end. I think she likes to chase horses, and Movie Moxie just ran her down on the square. Much the best.
I mean, honestly, on the turn, Jose was into Movie Moxie.
Yeah.
Joel was just sitting along, cruising. The pace was very moderate, and it really felt like, honestly, there might have been a better chance coming for home that Movie Moxie blew second than she got by gerrymandering. And gerrymandering, she just doesn't seem like she has a competitive spirit. Doesn't seem like she has a competitive spirit. You know what I mean? It doesn't seem like she's finishing. She didn't even fight, really, when Movie Moxie got to her.
No, you would think she would kick back, but she didn't. But the race was won out of the gate. I mean, Movie Moxie actually broke like a shot, actually outbroke the whole field. So Gerrymander had to get to the front end, but That was the key. Good call by you. And Mig as well, saying, listen, getting that outside post was going to help. And just, like you said, the competitive spirit, maybe Gerrymander, just Movie Moxie just grinded away, wanted to win a little bit more than Gerrymander did.
And they pick up another almost a little under $60,000 for this win. A horse who's now won over $180,000 this year, claimed her first start of the year for $25,000. Wow. Gerrymander, I mean, you see where she goes from there. Venti Valentine, she's not that competitive, but Movie Moxie, she is really a very consistent runner.
Yeah, it's crazy. She's now almost up in the $400,000 range. You know, and Linda Rice is almost 60% of her runners are in the trifecta, in the money. Pretty amazing meet she's having.
And this filly, it was a very shrewd claim, and she has kept that form. She improved off the claim. She'd had some trips. And if you look at her since the claim, she's only got the one race against Hot Fudge that it wasn't a buyer figure of over 80. Movie Moxie in tremendous form as she heads into the winner's circle, where Linda Rice and Jose Ortiz have made a couple of appearances in the last half an hour. America's Day at the Races continues.
Game Winner first got started and ran a very, very impressive maiden race to Del Mar. Came back in the Del Mar Futurity and again won very impressively at 7 furlongs, and then just continued that unbelievable 2-year-old year. Went on to win the American Pharoah Stakes at Santa Anita and then the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, and then was obviously crowned 2-year-old champion. Got the precocity to do that, plus the stamina and everything that his whole family indicates.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Today's sneaks right on the inside of the Jack. Forte has come under a ride now, and he's going 3 wide, and he's coming up on the outside of National Treasure, and he's coming up after Cape Rock. The two of them coming down to the wire. Forte on the outside, Cape Rock along the rail, and Forte has upset Cape Rock to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. What are you waiting for?
Summertime in New York. It's easy. Easy to plan. Easy to please everyone. Easy to get excited. Easy to get away. It's easy to love New York. Plan your summer getaway at iloveny.com.
America's Day at the Races is brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Speaking of doing the I don't know if it's the usual, but they do it unusually well. The Ortiz brothers winning 4 straight races, and Jose Ortiz catching up with our own Richard Migliori.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. I'm pleased to be joined by Jose Ortiz. And Jose, I talked to you in the paddock before the race, and you obviously are a keen student of the game, and you were talking about the competition and kind of knowing them so well. For the people at home, how much does that play a factor, knowing the other riders, knowing the other horses and their habits?
Well, that's a huge part of the game. You got to know your competition, know the horses you facing, and as well the riders, you know.
Well, and Movie Moxie's a horse that you're very familiar with. She doesn't always break very well. She really broke well today.
Well, she was the last one loading up today to the gate. I think that helps. I think she get very antsy when she standing there for a few seconds. I think that was very good for us today, that she was the last one out, and as soon as she go in, they pop it, and she broke really sharp.
Really sharp setup, good position. Now, Joel Rosario and Gerrymander was staying well out from the rail, and it looked like you were traveling. When do you make the decision, okay, I got to put pressure on her, she's the big favorite, and it looked like she didn't appreciate it. Like when you got up next to her, like she wasn't very happy about it.
No, Gerrymander, she always been that kind of filly. She doesn't like when she feels tight, I think, or the whip or something you can see on her replays. And I mean, honestly, I gave her the lead today. I broke very sharp. He did also, but I could have put a lot more pressure on him early on, but I didn't want it to. I want to give myself a good shot to win the race. And I said, well, if he beat me, that's going to be it, but I'm going to sit right on his hip every step of the way and then try to win from the quarter pole home. And I did just that. The most important thing, my horse responded well.
Well, congratulations for that. And you've been riding so well. But one thing that I noticed, and just watching you ride, your body language, it just looks like you're having fun out there.
I mean, Meg, I have a healthy family, beautiful life. I do what I love the most, and I ride horses, which is my passion. And to win, it make it a lot better. So I'm very happy.
Life is good. Congratulations. Guys, not only is he physically gifted, I just love the homework and the approach and the way he looks at the game. A rider that's just really enjoying himself.
Couldn't agree more, Richie. He's a very cerebral rider. To talk to him, he's very low key.
Yeah.
But he's thinking a lot, and I think a lot of the riders, you have to be, as he said.
Well, he made such a great point there. He said, listen, he's ridden Gerrymander before. He said, listen, Gerrymander sort of cracks under the pressure. We were just talking about that. So he said, I needed to put pressure on because I know if I got close to her, I would beat her. So, like you said, knowing your competition, great job there by Jose Ortiz. And Movie Moxie and Linda Rice is just rolling.
Absolutely. She is really, I mean, you look at the last two winners that she has, these were horses that seemingly were going nowhere for their prior connections.
Crazy.
Absolutely turned it around. We've seen, I mean, logical results, but Movie Moxie's going to add a little bit of juice to it. We're looking at the pick six, the 1, 5, 6, 8, and 10, not covered. If one of those horses wins, 92,000 plus in the carryover. Well, today's Day Chaser, we kind of tipped our hand on that. Goes to the Ortiz brothers. 4 straight for them. Irad wins 2, including the stake. Jose Ortiz wins the next 2. Day Chaser Chase of the Day segment is brought to you by Day Chaser Canned Cocktails. Real spirits, real fruit juice. Still a little more action to go. Our friend Dave Dunk. He's representing today's 9th race. He seems to be representing a great deal of our turf races. America's Day at the Races will continue with a little story about a horse that built a house for Dave Dunk. That would be a wad.
The level of racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. Anybody who's witnessed Matoli running sees a level of ability that doesn't come along that often.
Matoli's a monster! Matoli wins the sprint! Oh, what a horse he is! Matoli, he did it again! Wins the mid-mile!
The only thing to be better than one Matoli is a few Matolis.
The mighty Matoli, who won the Fargo by 3.5 lengths, the new stakes record.
My favorite race is the Pilgrim of 1992. I'm going to run Dr. Elfus. It's with Eddie Mabel. Jim Ryan calls me up the morning of entries and said, listen, I wouldn't mind running a wad in that race. And I'm like, really? And I said, well, let me see what I can do. You know, I remember having lunch with Mr. Drago. He said to me, I'd rather not be in an entry with another horse in a race. And I said, well, Alan, listen, he's still a maiden, you know, trying to get it checked, just trying to get a piece of it. I don't think he beats your horse.
And they're off. Dr. Alfuz comes out running and gets directly to the lead.
Dr. Elfus is just cruising on the lead here with Eddie. At this point, you know, I think I've got a great shot to win it with Dr. Elfus, but at the same time, Awad's running a big race.
Moving toward the top of the stretch, it's still Dr. Alfuz who turns for home. And his mate Awad is right there. They're 1-2 now as the field turns for home.
I'm thinking, oh crap, if this horse beats this other horse, I might be in trouble. They're dueling with each other. You know, which one's going to win it? I mean, I'm thinking this time, like, holy mackerel, I'm going to be 1-2.
Dr. Alfuz determined at the rail. Awad resolute on the outside, and Awad prevails by a determined head.
Now, I'm supposed to be elated. I'm walking downstairs thinking, I can't believe I just ran 1-2 in a stake, and I might have blown an owner over this. Because Awad was a maiden, nobody came for the race. Jim didn't show up or anyone. That was a turning point in Awad's career, and it went on to be bigger and better things. It was a defining moment in my career, winning the Pilgrim. I think a defining moment for Faye and I, that we could have a stable that could be successful in New York.
Hello, you have reached the house that Awad bought. We're not here right now, so if you leave your name and a number and a brief message, we'll get back to you as soon as possible.
He did so much for us. He did so much for my career. Those horses don't come around very often.
I love that segment. Love hearing about Dave Donk, who's such a popular guy for good reason, a great trainer. And looking at that race, Paul, Rye Hill Stables owned the winner, Awad. December Hill owned the second-place finisher, Dr. Alfuz, and Dogwood owned the third-place finisher. Don't think you see those silks anymore.
No, you don't.
Really?
Pretty crazy. But you still see that jet hat always on David Donk's
Always
head.
on, and listen, you know, he's probably excited by they have a new quarterback.
Yeah, they do have a new quarterback in town, and Aaron Rodgers, so his horse has been running a little better. And we were talking about the Ortiz brothers. Well, the 12 is the favorite, so the Ortiz brothers probably trying to win this late pick 5.
Could be the late pick 5 as Jose looks for his third winner in a row. And I'd like to talk to Dave Donk sometime in the show about Incurable Optimist, a horse who won the Pilgrim by over 10 lengths and I believe ran a 110 buyer as a 2-year-old. Unfortunately, a suspensory injury and never really was the same, but he was one of the best 2-year-olds. Honestly, on the turf, he and Barbaro might be the best 2-year-olds in the turf I ever saw.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, he was a tremendous horse. Richie, I know you remember Incurable Optimist. You remember everything.
Yeah, I actually do remember Incurable Optimist. I also rode Awad, and he didn't run at all for me. And it's like Warfront. I rode Warfront twice. He didn't run for me either. So I needed those horses that would just push button, just carry you around there. But let's talk horses here in the last, guys. The 3-horse Dance With Me Babe. Man, she gets a Paddock check mark as far as looks. I mean, she's just so well turned out. Michelle Nevin's barn is going really well. Everything she's putting on the track's running well. And this filly's making a really nice impression. Good speed last time, just failed to hold on, but I thought a real nice effort from her. The 5 Purest Performance coming out of the same race. And then you get Javier Castellano this time. Now, this is no knock on Omar Hernandez Moreno. He's an apprentice, though, and it's harder for apprentices to ride the turf. That's where more experience comes into play. I actually thought he gave her a really good ride last time, got to save some ground. But I also thought that she ran a little bit in stops and starts. Now, she adds blinkers. It's a short cup today. She has gotten a little bit, hot, maybe a little hotter than I would like. But she wasn't badly beaten. And with a race under her belt and Javier Castellano, I think she's a player here for sure. The 8-horse, who's going to have to improve on paper, Mary Catherine, is just really well turned out. She takes the blinkers off. Anytime a horse catches my eye that's just so dappled out and looks so good. Now, she comes out of the same race. She was well beaten. She's going to have to improve. But I would have been remiss not to mention her just because she looks so good physically. And then the 12-horse Linerette makes a lot of sense. You know, Dave Donk, we just did a feature on. How many times, guys, have we seen that? When we, you know, highlight somebody on the show, they come right back and win the very next race. And she's very logical with Jose Ortiz aboard, and the Ortiz brothers are on fire today. Andy, do you think there'll ever be a day when we see the Ortiz boys sweep an entire card between them?
That would be a hard thing to do. First of all, they'd have to be in every race, but an interesting thought. I wonder what the most races they've ever won together on a card is, Paulie.
That's, yeah. And it's so tough to do it here because you got Joel Rosario in the room and all these other guys that are just phenomenal, but that's actually a good question. I would probably make the guess around 7 or 8. I would think maybe 114, 113, but man, they are unbelievable. And for the people out there that think that they give and go, you guys are so wrong. They're the two most competitive kids in the world. Jose snapped Irad the other day on the wire, and they were talking trash to each other. So when it gets onto the race course, they are not brothers. Let's put it that way.
I don't like it because it insults, and I know you agree with this, it insults and impugns their integrity.
Yes.
Which that I find beyond insulting. But beyond that, the same people that say that kind of nonsense, they talk about how Irad will do anything to win a race. So is he doing anything to win a race, or is he letting his brother win? I think he's trying to do whatever he can to win races, and I think they are highly competitive, and I find it an extremely insulting and a very, very difficult position to back up. And going back to Richie talking about riding the horses, you know, Warfront and Nawad, Richie, it's not you, it's me. Clearly, it's the horses, Richie, that aren't responding for you. And Dave Donk hard at work, getting ready for this race as he has the 9-5 favorite, Linerite, going out for Jose Ortiz, who's looking for 3 wins in a row and looking for a Ortiz brothers late pick 5. We'll see how things play out. America's Day at the Races continues.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Ms. Big Bucks goes wire to wire to win the New York Stallion Stakes.
Ms. Big Bucks, who got the job done today.
Ruse also wire to wire.
Ruse, rough draft, one last try. Ruse holds on.
And Long Shot War Museum delivers at Monmouth.
War Museum is now in front. War Museum at 41-1.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
The Run Happies are running, the Run Happies are selling, the Run Happies are winning. Eclipse champion Run Happy is showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances, burning up the tracks. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, but of course Saratoga Live at Saratoga coming up in just about 3 weeks, actually less, 19 days. Opening day is Thursday, July 13th. We'll be there, and we hope you're there as well. Otherwise, you can catch us on Fox every day, covering the races. The giveaways, I know these are big for everybody. That's the Gilligan's Island hat right there.
Bucket hat.
The bucket hat.
Always the best giveaways in Saratoga, by the way.
That's very nice. The cooler. Right there?
Yeah.
That is a tote bag. The familiar Saratoga colors as well. And then the T-shirt giveaway as well.
T-shirt is well made. Get a little Fox Sports on the side there a little bit.
And you can
double as a traffic cone if you need. So it's all going on there.
And there you see the giveaways, July 21st. And by the way, people know when stuff is free 99, you got to show up early on those dates.
Lines are extremely long on those days.
Yes.
The T-shirt day, the 11th, which is a Friday, I want to say. That sound right, Paul?
It's a dry fit, too.
I think they're all. Are they all Fridays? They may all be Fridays, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe they are. Like that.
I kind of like it, too.
I'm going to get one of those T-shirts. So
The best thing about the cooler jug is they let you in with it, you know?
I think that we are the only venue, basically, any kind of sports venue in the country that probably lets people bring in coolers.
Right?
Yeah.
That's what makes it so special. You got all the food trucks. It is literally, I tell everybody, it's kind of like New York City wrapped up into one. You got all kinds of food trucks. You got every kind of cuisine that you want to eat.
Patties, you got
everything.
Pizzas, the make your own pizza. Those are tremendous.
Yeah, I mean,
great
so
stuff. Shake
and then you
Shack.
can bring your own sandwiches, like you said. So there's just so many different options.
We have a great fan base in New England as well. I mean, there are on any given day an enormous amount of people from Boston in that area.
That's the best part about Saratoga, the eclecticness. You get people. There are a lot of people. You don't realize that actually Boston is closer than Long Island to Saratoga. So you get a lot of Bostonians. You get a lot of people from Maine. You get a lot of people from Rhode Island that come down from the Finger Lakes, which is beautiful for a lot of people who don't know, the wine tasting down there. So, yeah, it's
we do a
very
little wine tasting in Saratoga as well. It's a little more informal. But
yeah,
we've been known to do that. I met a man who worked for either for the South Street Station or Amtrak up in Boston once waiting for a train. We were talking about California Chrome, and a number of years he stops by the set to say hi. Meet a lot of people from Boston. Yeah, we have great fans, but great fans in general, and so many people. And the one thing you really like in Saratoga, obviously attendance, things have changed. People are participating. They're watching the show on TV.
Yeah.
People are watching online. They're playing online as well, hopefully through Naira Bets. But they come to Saratoga, and that's like it's basically a 40-day, 8-week reunion for people you've gotten to know. And of course, I've been going there for so long. I think my friend Bob Sancali, who comes in from Chicago, somebody I met Bob when I was a kid, and comes back, and looking forward to seeing him as well.
It's just
nice to catch up.
A wonderful place to go. I mean, even on the off days, you got Lake George a half hour away. You got SPAC, which is the Performing Arts Center. You got the Dancing Hall of Fame. There's so much other stuff to do. And the racing is just the cherry on the top.
The car museum as well.
Oh, 100%. Car museum's great.
And Greg apparently is going to be tying things up at the Springwater, the Springwater out of the park. Number one, a first-time star, Hayflation, goes out. Elijah Greenidge riding for Danny Gargan.
You know, they paid $75,000 for this filly, so, you know, they're placing her in a right spot for 40. She's not getting much action here at 30-1.
The number two, Basiliquent. Junior Alvarado riding for Jimmy Bond.
Well done there, Andy. By frank conversation.
Trying to go out with a bang.
Yeah, it's 7-1 for Junior Alvarado.
To number three, Dance With Me Babe, who Richie had some nice things there out in the paddock. I ride Ortiz. There's a couple of Ortizes in this race going out for trainer Michelle Nevin.
Yeah, short speed last time and backed up a tiny bit with Kendrick Carmouche in irons.
Horse that I like in here, Mo De Morning Grouch. I can relate. Dylan Davis riding for Pat Reynolds.
Yeah, Pat Reynolds takes over the training from Linda Rice. This horse has a couple races to go to, especially that one at Saratoga puts her right in the mix.
Purist Performance, John Pregman and Javier Castellano. They teamed up for a maiden win last year at Aqueduct.
Yeah, this is a live horse, putting the blinkers on, the jockey change, and didn't have the best of beginnings last time.
Not covered in the pick six, actually. 1, 5, 6, 8, and 10. And this one also maxing the bank, Joe Parker and Joey Martinez.
And we've seen a couple of central bankers, both of them long shots, the 1 and the 6.
Number 7, Lakeside Getaway, is scratched. The number 8, Mary Catherine. Trevor McCarthy riding for Natalia Lynch.
You know, this horse lured Joel Rosario last time, so maybe at 23-1, this horse maybe you want to put in your supers.
Also not covered in the pick six. Number 9, Rent Control. Gary Richards picks up the mount. We hope that Eric Cancel is better and back tomorrow. Mira Shockley.
Rent control, one of the best things you could ever have if you moved in early enough, but I don't know if you want rent control in this race.
Number 10, April 1st, is an April Fool. Dave Donk and Katie Davis.
You know, maybe a horse that can improve. Drew the 1 hole and the 12 hole. 19-1, not the worst proposition at 19-1.
The very hot George Weaver barn with a big win at Ascot this week as well. Jamie Torres riding Lady Banker.
And we've talked about all these central bankers getting on the turf. You know, they paid $60,000 for this filly, so I think the 11 is live. Obviously, George Weaver is running hot right now.
He is the livest. Linerite, closes out the field. Jose Ortiz riding for Dave Donk.
This is the horse to beat, at least on paper, and the Ortiz brothers trying to sweep the late pick 5 here. 2-1, I don't know if that's the right price here, but I think the horse to beat.
Michelle Nevin's been having a pretty good week as well, and Dance With Me Babe took a tough beat, finishing third, beaten just ahead last time. It's a race that contains some other horses in here. Purist Performance finished 7th in there, and Pasiloquent finished 4th. I thought they all ran okay. The race was really collapsing in the late stages. I'm a little worried the pace could be hotter today.
Yeah, you make a good point if it could be hotter today. You know, Dance With Me Babe cleared here. You know, Kendrick went to the right crop, and she's starting to... it didn't look like she was kind of backing up or if the other horses were starting to roll. And then right here, she just gets a little bit tired. You're going to see the 5 and the 6 are going to go by her late. The 2 is trying to split in between late as well. I mean, she just missed. I can't discern whether she quit and she stopped and she didn't really get to the wire, or those other horses just chased her down.
Yeah, the race was really, I mean, if you look at it, it was a little of that accordion effect in the late stages, sort of the field coming together at the end, collapsing. We'll see how the pace holds up today. Let's get more from Richie.
Yeah, guys, I mean, listen, I think this is a really tough race to handicap. Obviously, a big field, a lot of horses that, you know, probably need to improve to be competitive here. I'm going to go with the 5 Purist Performance. I just felt like watching her last race, she'd be better for the start. You're getting Javier. She also, to me, kind of ran just a little bit in stops and starts. Not dramatically, not like with the emergency brake on, but lacking a little bit of continuity. And I think with the race under her belt and, you know, a more experienced pilot, maybe she can take a big step forward here. You know, they all come out of that one race where you can basically throw a blanket over the entire field, and then it goes about trips. And not that she had a bad trip last time, albeit probably a horse blanket anyway. But the 11-horse Lady Banker didn't really stand out to me in the paddock, the George Weaver trainee. But I like what I saw on the racetrack. And now she doesn't have a turf pedigree to really stand on here. But from a physical perspective, I think that she'll appreciate the surface switch to the turf. And then the 12, Linerite, if I'm saying that correctly, guys, she makes a lot of sense. I think she's going to be tough here. You know, you get Jose Ortiz, who now has the experience with this horse last time, riding this horse back, and certainly makes a lot of sense right now as your second choice.
And the Ortiz brothers vying for favoritism, and right now Dance With Me Babe, a slight favorite over the 12 Linerite. You prefer Linerite in here, Paul?
I do. You know, like you said, sometimes you draw the outside post in a lot of turf sprints over in the country. It could be a bad position. But here at Belmont Park, you get those wide sweeping turns. And the horse did run okay first time off the layoff from the 12 hole. Another horse for Jose that needs to get out of the gate. She's had some gate issues in the past, but I think she is the one to beat. I think the 3 might be getting a little bit overbet because of Irad. And the other thing about Irad, he isn't a kind of send rider like Kendrick. So I don't know if he's going to really send the 3 to the front end. He might try to play a little bit of a stalking type of play here. So somebody else might take the initiative in here.
Well, I mean, the potential other horses to show speed, I have to think Javier is going to be aggressive with the blinkers on with Purist Performance against Dance With Me Babe. And also, I mean, isn't Lady Banker supposed to go? I know she's never been in the turf, but doesn't Torres have to go from the outside to some extent?
I would think so, yeah. I mean, she's got the turf pedigree, at least on the top side.
And I think people will look at those paces and say, oh, they're not past. The track was very slow over the winter. Those paces are actually fairly quick.
Yeah, they're not bad at all, especially at the state bred 40 level here when you get to this level. So, and you don't know what you're going to get from the first time starter. Obviously, the board's showing you're not going to get much. So, it's going to be very interesting. The 10-2 April 1st has shown speed before. She broke a lot better last time than she did the previous time.
Yeah, and we'll see. I mean, I thought she had a pretty fair trip last time, but these races, and a lot of times these races, it's not that much of a margin. You know, you could easily expect 5 of them to be within a length and a half of each other at the finish, and it's going to come down to trips. I know it sounds a sort of obvious thing to say, but these races in particular, with these horses, I mean, there's no standout in this race.
No, there isn't. You're completely right. This is all about trip in here. Who's going to get the best trip? You know, you have a lot of the inside runners, 2, 3, 4, and 5 taking money, and only one outside runner, the 12. So it'll be very interesting where Jose Ortiz places the 12 early.
Yeah, no, he's got to try to find some kind of position. I'm going to try Mo de Morning Grouch, who I thought did not get the best of trips in his second off a layoff, switching to Pat Reynolds. But John and Brielle, He's got one more to call, and it's not an easy one. It's 12 for loading in the gate for today's 10th and final race. I should say 11.
Performance behind the gate. Waiting on Purist Performance and Liner Right. Purist Performance goes in. Javier Castellano will now get back aboard. And Liner Right will complete the field. Set for race 10. And they're off. Slow start for number 1, Hey Flation. Dance With Me Babe and Mo de Morning Grouch, along with Purist Performance, Rent Control on the outside, so 4 of them vying for the lead. Mary Catherine is next in 5th. Pausiloquent down towards the rail and in 6th. April 1st is running in 7th. Liner Right is on the outside in 8th. Then comes Lady Banker in 9th, followed by Maxing the Bank in 10th position, and way back is Hey Flation. The quarter went in 22 seconds. Rent Control leads here 3/4 of a length. Dance With Me Babe down on the inside in 2nd, with Purist Performance next in 3rd, followed by Mo de Morning Grouch in 4th. Then comes Liner Right, who is gaining ground on the outside with a Mary Catherine as the field hits the top of the stretch. And it is Dance With Me Babe who has the lead. Mo de Morning Grouch down towards the rail. Far outside, it is Liner Right who's coming on along with Pausiloquent. So it is Dance With Me Babe in front. Liner Right driving up on the outside. Dance With Me Babe and Liner Right. The two of them will battle it out to the finish, and it is Liner Right to give Jose Ortiz a sweep of the last 3 races on the card.
Well, it was going to be an Ortiz brothers late pick 5, regardless of who won, but the number 3 was softened up enough, Dance With Me Babe, when the long shot sort of ran off Rent Control, and Jose Ortiz gets the money. And Dave Donk, as Richie said, we showed the feature, and he gets it done.
Yeah, it was a great ride here by Jose Ortiz, and a great ride by Irad, both of the brothers, because you know that Jose's the widest of all, but he cut the corner. At about, I don't know, right around there, we're going around the far turn. He took a peek, went inside, and didn't go completely on the outside. And you don't think they have their competitiveness? Hey, buddy, I'm going to go buy you and showboat you, too.
Let's get more from the big.
Stood out to me, guys, when I asked to be brought in on this. I said, Jose had him measured, knew it, went by him styling, too. He was kind of showing off a little bit, right? And, of course, this is appropriate. We're talking about the possibility that we're sweeping a card. Well, you know, at least we get the Ortiz brother exacta. Keep an eye on it coming up here. He rode her hard. Now he knows he's got him. Turns his crop down, puts his heels down. Gotcha, brother. That's funny.
He wouldn't even look at him, Richie. He's just mocking him.
Yeah, I know. He's just mocking him. It's, you know what? It's one of those things, Richie, where silence even hurts you even more, right?
Oh, yeah. It was like I didn't even have to break a sweat beating you. Now he's talking trash to him on the gallop out. Guys, that was kind of funny to watch. And as competitive as they are, I'm sure Irad didn't appreciate it.
No, I also don't think he appreciated Gary Richards on the number 9, Rent Control. But to be fair, Rent Control has a lot of speed.
Yeah.
If Rent Control hadn't gone on that mission, I'm not so sure we wouldn't have seen a 3:12 here.
No, I was wrong. Dance With Me Babe ran a bang-up race.
I didn't like her either.
I didn't like her at all, and she ran good. Yeah. And you know what? The 4 was the only other horse in here besides the 12 that made up any kind of ground at all. But the 3 ran a bang-up race, and Jose just tagging his brother to the wire. How about that? A late pick 5, an Ortiz late pick 5 that I think comes back around $500, $600, somewhere in that area.
Take a look and see what that pays right now.
Right.
I know the pick 6 was hit.
This is pretty crazy. You know, Jose started off crazy at this meet, but now 49 wins, Tyrad.
$624. And
that's crazy, right? Not much prices.
I mean, I feel like the parlay, $6 in the first leg.
The truculent played way bigger than
$7 and $21. And the 8th race was won at 2-1, so we're in about a $65 range. And then you had an 860 winner, so at about $260.
You know what it was? Movie Moxie played bigger.
Yeah, but we're still so $300. We'll give it $300, and this $900 parlay, and the thing paid $2,500. I believe they call that value.
Very
Best
good
value in the game.
Very good value. And it just shows you
5.
when you know, Andy had the opinion on the 6 Movie Moxie. You beat an odds-on favorite. I don't care what the price is. You're going to double up in that pick 5, and you get the 12 home here in Liner Right. and that finishes off your pick 5.
I could have had the last 2 in the pick 5. I'd have been 0 for the first 3, but I could have.
But you got out on the double.
No, I didn't have the double. I was alive the 4.
Oh, okay.
Double. That's okay. The 4 had her chance. She had a good trip, and we'll look at it again. $567. She got $21. You got $60, really. I mean, and talking about $240. Amazing.
Yeah,
$240, $260. I mean, the straight parlay is
it's crazy. You
$700.
got Donku's on fire.
$900.
Yeah, Donku's on fire, right? You got Linda Rice, who's on complete fire. Twice.
I think Truculent was a bigger price than pick 5.
Yeah,
as well.
and like I said, Movie
Even
Moxie
Pioneering
beat.
Spirit, maybe.
Yeah, Movie Moxie beating Gerrymander. A lot of people had Gerrymander single.
Yeah, no, clearly that blew it up.
Yeah,
Yes, when
yeah.
you beat a short price, not just for shortest price in the sequence,
Yeah.
maybe the shortest price on the entire card, but not able to get it done. But if you managed to use the winner, and you were smarter than me in the early legs, you had a very healthy payoff. $595 actually in the pick 5. Must have been a scratch there somewhere. Lowered it. The Dancing Renee.
Yes.
I'm excited about the Dancing Renee.
Yeah.
Excellent, excellent race tomorrow. And Rosa Veloce, Granny's Connection. Granny's Connection looking to step forward. Betsy Blue coming back. Sterling Silver cutting back after a big effort going long last time out. Should be a fun day, fun race.
It's a fun race because you have a horse like Rosa Veloce, who's 5 now, and she's 9 for 27 lifetime. She just loves to win races. She's never won at Belmont, so that's your concern there. But she's got so much class, and she's got a lot of speed. So you look at the other horse in here, and you got her being experienced, and you have Granny's Connection, a horse that's on the come up here as a 4-year-old filly, and then Betsy Blue, who never misses a dance. But Rosa Veloce, 2-1 on the line, was 3rd to Caramel Swirl, who did not disgrace herself at all in her last race. So she's coming out of some better races. We'll see if she's good enough against a pretty strong field, Andy.
No, I agree. It's a very strong field. And Granny's Connection, she's got to class up to these. She's been absolutely dominating, and not a bad field, just lesser competition she's facing tomorrow. And Rosa Veloce is going to have to, I think, let her get the lead and try to stalk her.
Yeah,
she's fast.
You make a good point. I mean, Granny's Connection is in great form. And then again, Betsy's Blue. We talked about Betsy Blue. 18 for 22 in the exacta. Wow.
She's a very cool horse. Looking forward to that. Looking forward to all the action tomorrow. We hope you can join us. If you can come out to Belmont, or you can join us on America's Day at the Races. And, of course, play through Naira Bets as well. Today's Wild Applause, it was Liguria, as Chad Brown wins his 4th Wild Applause, finishing 1-2 today. Tomorrow's show, 1 to 5:30. I want to thank everybody who participated, and there they are in the winner's circle for Liguria and the Wild Applause. We appreciate you joining us, and we look forward to seeing you again tomorrow.